Alrighty, welcome back everybody to our latest severe weather coverage. Hope everybody's having a good evening so far. This is one of the rare occasions that we are going live in the evening, and there's a reason why. We actually have a potential for a derecho tonight, which is actually crazy because now, just issued moments ago, we now have a moderate risk of severe weather in place from the Storm Prediction Center. We're going to talk all about it, but we are expecting the threat of widespread damaging winds, and we also have a large area where strong tornadoes are going to be a possibility this evening. And keep in mind that in North Dakota, South Dakota, and Minnesota, the sun doesn't set till like 9:30, 10 o'clock. So we still have 2 hours left until the sun even sets up here, as summer just began today. So we have the potential for tornadoes. On top of that, a very destructive line of thunderstorms will be moving across North Dakota, South Dakota, and Minnesota tonight. All hazards of severe weather are going to be on the table. So it is going to be a very busy evening here across the northern plains and the upper Midwest. So we're going to dive first into what is happening with our latest SPC outlook, because this literally just came out, but we now officially have a level 4 out of 5 moderate risk of severe weather in place. This is nearly the highest level risk that you can get in general for severe weather, but this is the highest risk that you can get for damaging winds. And we are expecting the potential for widespread damaging winds upwards of 105 miles per hour. The Storm Prediction Center has actually mentioned that that is expected. If you look at the bottom left of your screen, we just got a destructive severe warning for 80-mile-per-hour winds. So this is expected to be a widespread event here across the northern plains. But again, a moderate risk of severe weather has just been put in place in eastern North Dakota and western Minnesota. But even outside of that area, we are still expecting numerous to widespread damaging winds this evening. They've also expanded our tornado threat, and this is hatched. We do not see this very often, at least in June. We have not really had many hatched risks of tornadoes recently. It's mostly been 2, 5, or 10% tornado days without even there being a hatched area. And we do have a potential for strong tornadoes this evening across areas in North Dakota, South Dakota, and western Minnesota, where we actually could have the potential for even an intense to violent tornado if storms are able to maintain, which we're going to talk more about what that means here in just a moment. But as I just alluded to, wind is going to be the biggest concern. Anywhere in this hatched area is where we could see significant damaging winds that could exceed 80 to 90 miles per hour at times this evening, going anywhere from southern North Dakota all the way back through Duluth there in northeastern Minnesota. So this entire area needs to be ready for significant and widespread damaging winds upwards of 105 miles per hour. Right now, we already have a huge line of storms that has formed across South Dakota and North Dakota, with some of these areas producing damaging winds already upwards of 80 miles per hour. We're going to hop into the most significant storms off the bat. The first one is north of I-94. This is near Hebron in North Dakota. This one's already producing destructive 80-mile-per-hour damaging winds. That is tracking to the east towards Highway 49. There's also another destructive severe thunderstorm warning that we've had back over in northern South Dakota. This is located near Bison. This one was actually tornado warned. They literally just let the tornado warning expire, but this one was tornado warned near Bison, and it still has the potential of producing a tornado as it continues to move to the east. We've had a little bit of rotation on the storm at times. If you look bottom middle of your screen, that is Ryan Scholl. He has actually been on that storm. We've had a pretty good view of that, but that's right along Highway 20. This storm has produced upwards of baseball-sized hail and has also produced upwards of 80 miles per hour or 80 mile per hour damaging winds already. That is tracking currently towards Meadow and Highway 73. So get ready for extremely high winds here in northern South Dakota. Now, the big event is what is going to be happening back over here in parts of eastern North Dakota. We already have discrete supercells that are going up, and these ones are already beginning to rotate. If you look bottom left of your screen, that's Vince Walty. He's currently on the storm near Jamestown that is already starting to rotate. This is a discrete supercell going up towards Fried and just to the east of Buchanan. We haven't had a whole lot of rotation on radar yet, but if this storm can sustain itself, it could produce a huge tornado at some time down the road as it goes up towards Spiritwood Lake and also going towards Wimbledon. We also have another storm that has just gone up to the west of 281. This is another discrete supercell that may become tornadic at some point down the road. So there's two storms that we are keeping a very close eye on right now back over near the I-94 corridor. And there's also another storm that just went up to the south of Mayville that is maybe going to try to do something similar. Right now, this storm is producing up to baseball-sized hail. It is also producing a threat again for an isolated tornado threat within the next 30 minutes. If it can sustain itself, we could also see significant potential here for a tornado. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Yeah, Max, about that storm that's on the southern end of our soon-to-be MCS and probable derecho. This has already produced wind gusts of 85 miles per hour. We received 3 different reports of semis being rolled over and other damage associated with this storm. I said the D word. Yes, this is most likely going to be a derecho. We're already wide enough when we're already seeing the significant wind reports. They did upgrade to a moderate risk for wind, and they said in the tornado watch that we're expecting winds of 105 miles per hour. Could we see higher than 105 mile per hour winds? Yes, we very easily could. We are already seeing multiple considerable and destructive severe thunderstorm warnings. If you guys are watching from Bismarck, North Dakota, we're easily going to be at 70 plus mile per hour winds by the time this storm gets to you. So we have to be taking this very seriously and preparing for this now, because we could see winds upwards of 100 miles per hour.
All right, thank you, Riley, for the update. So that's just kind of a little overview of what is going to be coming up. Again, Derecho very well in play this evening. One thing I also want to point out is that we just had Ben Williams, who's actually chasing with Connor Croft today. We'll have Connor Croft on a lot. This is what just happened over in Jamestown. We actually had golf ball-sized hail falling right onto the ground, and that storm is now warned for up to baseball-sized hail. So this thing has actually gotten upgraded quite a bit here over the last few minutes, and it is likely going to continue to produce the threat for destructive hail. And this is a bit of a rare situation, but we do have a localized mesoscale mesoscale discussion that has just been issued by the Storm Prediction Center, outlining a localized corridor of higher tornado and very large hail threat here over the next few hours near Jamestown and just outside of Fargo. Notice the most probable peak intensity for tornadoes is as high as 150 miles per hour. We also could see hail as large as 3.5 inches in diameter. And then on top of that, there's also going to be a potential for damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour. So we are expecting a very elevated threat for tornadoes, assuming these storms continue to stay discreet, which honestly, they already kind of look concerning. We're going to go first over to, I'm going to go to Freddie here in a second, but Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, we just saw the first of many destructive severe thunderstorm warnings get issued. This includes just north of the town of Hebron in North Dakota. This is for 80 mile per hour winds.
All right, thank you for the update. So that's north of I-94 going towards Center and just north of New Salem. 80 mile per hour winds are going to be coming out of that storm here over the next few minutes. Let's go over to Connor. He is currently looking, it looks like, at that storm near Jamestown. And this one is, again, starting to rotate, it looks like. Well, listening to him, this is what the storm looks like right now. The clouds are starting to get a little bit lower. This has been
over here at, what is it? I think it says exits groom or broom or something.
Okay, so
yeah, I'll give you guys a mile marker in a sec.
Thing's ramping.
Yeah, this thing's already starting to rotate. This again a discrete supercell here.
Slowly get a little bit lower as the pressure drops.
One of the biggest problems with today's setup is at the 700 millibar level, the temperatures are warm, but we think that there's a chance, at least a window here of opportunity, where this thing could try to start to produce a threat of tornadoes.
Is that you exiting, Brandon?
This thing looks crazy.
It's already starting to rotate.
Probably. I'm coming up to the stop sign now.
Oh, okay, I just read the sign, 262. Yep, right behind you.
Wrong inflow. This thing is about to wrap up right now.
It's also what Freddie's looking at. You can see it a little bit more from this angle, too.
I think we actually have a big-time tornado threat developing with this supercell. So we could get ourselves a major tornado here, chat. It is on the realm of possibility. This thing is really starting to organize itself. This has gone from 0 to 100 extremely fast. This could do something wild.
This literally could drop a pretty big tornado if this thing is able to organize.
Wild here. So I'm going to take this to the, I think, the Bloom exit.
This is also Vince Walty who's looking at this storm, and again, everybody has a really crazy view of this storm. The structure is already crazy, but on top of that, the wind shear is very elevated. And also, we just got a really significant severe thunderstorm warning. This is going to be back over in, I believe, southwestern North Dakota for 90 mile per hour winds. So that is observed for Grant and Morton counties in North Dakota. We are now up to a destructive 90 mile per hour severe thunderstorm warning. That is going to include Carson, Elgin, Altamont, New Salem, just south of I-94, where widespread 90 mile per hour winds are likely with this storm. You need to take this seriously, seek shelter, get away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible. This is a destructive 90 mile per hour severe thunderstorm warning. Velocities on radar are also picking up near 100 miles per hour near Elgin going towards Carson. And once again, this has been observed. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, they did just issue another day one outlook. It's the exact same. The only difference is they changed something in the text product. So if you guys saw two SPC outlooks, there was just an issue in the discussion. They did fix that. Everything has remained the same. We are still at a moderate risk. They just had to issue a second day one update because of the error in the text.
Alrighty, thank you for the update. So that is a little update. And once again, if you're just tuning in, we do have a level 4 out of 5 moderate risk of severe weather in place now. As a reminder, that does include parts of North Dakota and also western Minnesota. This is back over to our supercell that is beginning to rotate. And let me actually go over to Freddie. He's kind of underneath this right now. This is Freddie McKinney, who's also inside the Radar Omega app. Also on YouTube, you can download the Radar Omega app with the top link in the description below. Again, we have had a lowering developing on the storm near Jamestown, North Dakota. It is beginning to rotate.
I would not be shocked if we get ourselves a significant tornado on this storm, guys. This thing is, it's only 8:21. It's plenty of daylight left.
You can see the lowering right there in the middle. It's starting to get a little bit lower to the ground. It's going to take a little bit of time, I think, but this thing's definitely starting to organize. Another thing I want to point out about this supercell is that it is starting to take a right-hand turn. And usually when we see these little right-hand turns happen, that is when our tornado threat really starts to ramp up. And it is beginning to really achieve with a lot of wind shear in this area. On top of that, the hail has also gotten a lot more significant. We're up to 3-inch sized hail now, which is the size of apples that is currently falling just north of I-94. So this storm, again, is rapidly ramping up and could easily produce a significant tornado within the next hour, assuming our updraft can be sustained, even with the capping issues that we have. Also, our significant tornado parameter values are very high today. We've alluded to this in our videos as well, but notice that our values here across the board are near 5, 6, 7. And again, even for just a medium tornado threat, you really only need values around 2 to 3, and we are well over that at this point. So it's not going to be hard for there to be a tornado. It's just going to be a matter of if these updrafts can be sustained in this environment. Let's go back over to Vince. This is his view again of this storm right now. You can see the structure. It's starting to get a little wall cloud there in the middle of your screen.
No problem. We'll be ready whenever you need it.
It has begun to rotate just a little bit more here over the last few minutes.
This thing is spinning like a top.
You see this area that's hanging
Vince
down?
is saying it's spinning like a top now as well.
Yeah, I think that's coming around. It's like a little inflow stream or something. I think that's.
Hey, JP for the $10 super chat. Happy Flying Fences Friday. It is literally going to be Flying Fences Friday for the record. This is the definition of Flying Fences Friday. This is also Shoal. He's on our storm in northern South Dakota. Dust is being kicked up from the downburst winds. That one's producing damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour. We'll keep them bottom middle of your screen. That was tornado warned, by the way, a few minutes ago. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, they did just upgrade the warning that all of our storm chasers are on to destructive for observed 3-inch hail. That was confirmed by media, storm spotters, and law enforcement. So this is definitely producing very large hail as it moves towards the town of Wimbledon.
Alrighty, thank you for the update. So this is, again, just north of Wimbledon. It's going up towards Fried. As of right now, that is where the most significant hail is going to be falling, so make sure that you are staying away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. And then on top of that, I wouldn't be surprised if we got a tornado warning soon, as this storm is rapidly organizing. It's already starting to rotate a lot. If we go back over to Vince, I mean, again, you can see the clouds starting to hang a little bit lower. Looks like a wall cloud is forming off to the left there. It's at least an attempt at one. So this storm is already starting to rapidly organize. This will go towards Daisy and Rogers here over the next several minutes. Zane on the
We could be looking at this thing starting to try to produce a tornado soon.
It's also Aiden, also inside the Radar Omega app with Project Weather Eye. He's looking at the same sort of thing. You can see the wall cloud really starting to get low there. This thing's definitely organizing rapidly.
Update that area that's hanging really low is really.
I'm going to put all 3 chasers bottom of your screen all on this same supercell. We also just got a new severe thunderstorm warning for our southern supercell that is also looking a little bit concerning. It's in the same environment where tornadoes are favorable, going towards Jamestown with golf ball sized hail likely. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, we got another destructive severe thunderstorm warning, this time west of Bismarck. This is for observed 90-mile-per-hour winds. On radar, it is actually showing values of above 100, some as high as 111 in some radar scans. Bismarck, I'm confident that you're probably going to have winds over 100 miles per hour there very, very shortly. We should be taking shelter now, taking action to protect property, because anything that's not tied down is going to blow away.
Alrighty, thank you for the update. Flying trampolines and flying fences are on the table today. Also, Freddy is right underneath our mesocyclone that is beginning to rotate here on this supercell near Jamestown. I honestly think we're only
really soon here.
I think we're only a few minutes away from this being tornado
That is
warned.
absolutely
You can see the
cranky.
cloud spinning right above his head right now. It's already spinning quite a bit.
Give this thing a half-hour absolute tops before it's putting down a pipe, a big pipe.
Freddie McKinney's right underneath this thing.
10 minutes the way this is spinning.
Maybe 2 minutes. This RFD is ripping.
Yeah, it's about getting legit quick.
I'm not gonna lie, like
back to the road.
I think they're gonna issue a tornado warning within the next couple minutes.
Flip back to the road here. I think we have a tornado developing here, guys. Next couple minutes, we'll likely have a tornado in progress.
Freddie is pretty confident that we're gonna have a tornado here shortly. You can see the wall cloud there on the left side of your screen. This is from Aiden, looking at this storm a little bit further distant, a little bit further east, I should say, than Freddie. Freddie's like underneath our mesocyclone, and so he's looking at a wall cloud there on the left. This thing is already looking pretty organized. It's a little bit scuddy as well. We've seen a little bit of rising motion as well, which does indicate that we at least have some organization happening. And so this storm, again, may not be far from producing. This is also Vince Walty. It's a little bit clear there on the left that we have that wall cloud
I'm not gonna
developing.
say it's got a funnel right now, but it looks like it's developing one. It looks pretty significant all of a sudden.
We're going to get a very photogenic tornado, too, if this thing drops. Velocities are starting to organize just a little bit. We don't have a definitive area of convergence in the low levels yet, but it is organizing.
40 just north of the airport.
Just wanted to make sure you weren't looking at the one further south.
Yep, it's the northern one.
Hey, Alexa, from becoming a member.
Alright, our office actually does not cover that county. We cover the next county over.
Okay.
Are you do you plan
So, again, this is starting to really organize.
Possible?
You need to be ready again if you're back over near anywhere near Spiritwood Lake in Leo, Rogers, Wimbledon, or Sanborn or Eccleston. You need to be ready to go to your safe place for a potential tornado warning here shortly. It is really starting to rotate. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, as of the last radar update, that storm heading towards Bismarck does have 117 mile/hour winds 3,000 feet above the surface.
Alrighty. Yeah, this is a significant storm right now. Again, it's warned right now for destructive 90-mile-per-hour winds going towards New Salem. It could be producing winds higher than that. Obviously, 117-mile-per-hour winds at 3,000 feet don't usually translate to the ground, but you can get an idea that this is a significant line of thunderstorms. And we do think that there will likely be a derecho here at the end of the day. Like, I mean, this is probably going to end up being a derecho. It's already a pretty organized line of thunderstorms. We've already had destructive winds over 80 miles per hour, at least at one location, and if we get more than that in other areas near and north of I-94, this is likely going to turn into a relatively significant event with a derecho potentially, and then on top of that, we are talking about discrete supercells further to the east that could easily produce significant tornadoes, which again, the one near Bloom right now may actually be dropping. We actually have a tight couplet on radar. It's in a really almost a non-precip area, but we need a tornado warning, I think, on this storm. I'm gonna go to Freddy. He's underneath this. This thing, again, may be gearing up for a tornado like right now. This is Freddie McKinney. Let me get his audio on.
This thing's about to plant a monster. I'm about 2 miles east.
This thing is gorgeous.
This thing is...
Hey there. Yep, it is. I just
Absolutely.
Hey guys, really quickly, I just want to pop
This is
in
almost undoubtedly
just
going to be producing a tornado here in a minute. This is Connor Croft's view as well.
That's some pretty
Look at that. Look at the motion.
right now in the middle of this mezzo.
Holy smokes, chat.
Dude, this is exactly what they all look like before they plant a big one.
This is about to be insane.
There's already a couplet on radar, and there's no tornado warning yet, but I think this is
the
going to get tornado warning in a moment.
form.
I know.
And this is going to be for those near Bloom, Spiritwood Lake,
Okay,
Leland,
well, if we do
Rogers,
want to take,
North
if we eventually
Dakota.
want to go south, Connor, it's about 2 miles to the east. So just...
It is rapidly organizing,
Get ready
though.
to be locked in, man.
After we got sleep, you know.
Look at this, by the way.
it's a little
Look
better.
how large our lowering is. This is a little bit further to the east. South of Spiritwood.
Oh my goodness. It's tornado imminent. If it's not down, it's imminent. It's we are about to have a tornado. It looks like there's...
This thing is
there might be
spinning
circulation
rapidly,
on the
though.
ground. Can you confirm?
It's almost time to go. I don't like being in the path here.
Why?
Almost looks like it's trying right here.
Getting a lot of motion.
There's not a ton today. I mean,
they're still out.
I think it's
I don't
very
like
good.
it.
Well,
Here we go.
Horseshoe.
Tornado coming down. Tornado's about to come
Horseshoe
down.
forming.
Tornado is about to come down. Horseshoe dropping just south of whatever this little road is.
Just took a little rock to the eye.
If you know any friends or family near
Look at that
Jamestown,
clear slide wrapping around.
North Dakota, make sure they're aware of this. This is rapidly organizing.
Get ready to record.
I'm gonna join you, Freddie.
Yeah, look at the motion.
Oh my God.
Look at Freddie McKinney's view, by the way. He's like underneath it. Look
Yeah,
how much
you're
it's
like
rotating.
under it.
Look how much it's rotating right there. You got left to right motion right in front of it. It's a bit more right to left, further back.
I feel like it's backing up west at us.
Yeah, these aren't charged either,
No,
are
it's
they?
coming east.
They're
50%.
50%.
Thing is about to plant a major pipe.
Yeah, we're about to get a major tornado here in a second.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Look how fast that's moving right above us.
This is literally going to drop.
I gotta fix this.
Yep, go for it.
They have just issued a tornado warning for this storm. All right, brand new tornado warning. Once again, that's going to be for Stutzman County, North Dakota. That is going to be near Jamestown. You need to seek shelter, get away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible if you are in this tornado warning. This storm, again, looks like it's about to drop a big-time tornado. It will eventually go towards Rogers, Eccleston, and Sanborn. So, again, seek shelter on the east side of Jamestown, North Dakota. This thing could produce a big tornado here in the next few minutes. It is rapidly rotating.
I'm surprised this is not.
It's got like a lower portion. It's gonna try in the next minute, I bet.
Right in front of us, look at it rotate.
Yep.
It is rapidly rotating. It's also Connor Croft's view.
Wow, that is incredible.
Tornado warning.
Yeah. It's right there. Watch for ground contact.
Look at the distant view, by the way. I mean, like, this is just a crazy looking wall cloud, and then you got again, this thing is just rapidly rotating and within the 1,000 feet of the ground right now. It's not going to take much for this thing to drop.
Much easier to intercept here.
If we have a tornado, we near Bloom right now, which
There's a little horsey up there toward the base, or it just did.
Yeah.
we're very close to having a tornado.
So close, man.
So close to dropping. Oh, it's gonna be almost on top of us here.
Is this thing not down? What is happening right now? This motion is
This motion is super rapid. It's also Tornado Pagey's view. You see how much it's spinning right now.
Like crazy.
This is once again just east of Jamestown, North Dakota. It'll be coming up on Spiritwood here over the next few minutes.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
They've issued also another tornado warning.
Going off here.
This tornado warning is going to be for the same storm. It is a different National Weather Service office, which is why we have a second tornado warning for a different area. That'll be for Eccleston and just to the south of Wimbledon, heading up towards Rogers and Sanborn. Again, this is a discrete supercell. We have a very favorable environment here for tornadoes over the next several hours. So if you're in this tornado warning, you need to be in your safe place. Again, we're not ruling out a potential for an intense to violent tornado in this environment. It's just going to be a matter of if this storm can stay discreet and also just maintain its updraft, which so far it's had no problems with that. You can see how much it's rotating, though, there on the left side of your screen. It's also Vince Walty's view, a little bit more distant.
I think it's coming.
But look how ominous it looks, too. There's not a whole lot of precip here, either, where the wall cloud is.
On the ground. Confirmed. Can we report that, please?
Vince is saying that there's a tornado down.
Yep.
Maybe
it's down.
So there may be a tornado down right now. Vince Walty's
Still
saying
confirming this is 100% on the ground. We have ground circulation with debris.
He's saying there's ground contact and debris. It would be a non-condensed tornado right now. Obviously, you can't see a clear pipe, but he is saying that there is a tornado down. It's a non-condensed tornado here near Bloom. It's going to be coming up on Spiritwood.
Tornado is possibly still down. Tornado was briefly down, guys. Tornado was briefly down. Tornado's down again.
Freddie's underneath it, I'm pretty sure.
This thing is so confusing.
Vince is saying it was down.
All right.
Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, we have a confirmed 94-mile-per-hour wind gust in Grant County, North Dakota. Also, I sent you a mesoscale discussion. The SPC has officially stated that a derecho is beginning. That is not our words. That is literally from the SPC mesoscale discussion. We are expecting winds between 95 and 115 miles per hour. Bismarck, North Dakota, you are still about half an hour to 45 minutes away from seeing 100-mile-per-hour winds. These winds have been confirmed on the ground at 94 miles per hour, and it is still strengthening.
The update. All right, this is crazy. Look at this mesoscale discussion. This is the highest I've ever seen this. We have a potential for most probable peak intensity here of 95 to 115 mile per hour winds. I've never seen winds that high on a mesoscale discussion. Like that is the highest I've seen. We saw, I think, 100, 110 maybe on that Texas day. Up to 115 mile per hour winds are going to be possible here in North Dakota, going towards Bismarck, also near Beulah, and eventually going towards Harvey. Also, tornadoes and hail are possible, but wind is obviously the biggest concern. Notice that they have said a derecho is beginning. That is, again, their wording. That is literally their wording. That is not me saying that. We've been talking about this, obviously, for a while, but this is, you know, this is very strong wording from the Storm Prediction Center. They never said wording like this in any of our other events that we've had recently. So this is the first time I've actually seen wording like this in a long time. So again, if you are anywhere in North Dakota, northern South Dakota, Minnesota tonight, be prepared for a derecho. That means widespread destructive damaging winds are a possibility here over the next several hours as this line of storms moves to the east. But this is the 94 mile per hour wind gust that we had. That was over in New Leipzig, North Dakota. Again, that was about 10 meters off the ground, but that is still pretty much at the ground level. So a very significant line of storms right now is pushing to the east. And we even might get a tornado warning here. There's actually an area of convergence near Altamont. And if you look at the velocities, it's measuring 123 mile per hour winds. That is obviously still a few thousand feet off the ground, but that is probably not far from the ground, and we may be still seeing around 100 mile per hour winds even near the ground level right now near Altamont. That is going to be heading again towards Bismarck, which is really one of the most populated places here in all of North Dakota.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
They literally just issued a tornado warning as we were talking about that. So this can be for Grant and Morton counties. That is this storm. So they have gone ahead and issued a tornado warning. This has pretty strong rotation. With how high the winds are right now, there is a potential for a strong tornado even out of this storm as it goes towards Mandan and Bismarck. So seek shelter immediately. Get away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible if you are in this tornado warning. It's not even just about the tornado here. Apparently, Freddie has a tornado as well, but he is low signal. Apparently, he just had a tornado. Can Freddie come back?
To the left, bro.
I think so too. Just until
yeah, I think it's still, in my opinion, I think it's trying to drop here just north of this gravel road.
Apparently, Freddie just had a tornado.
It's behind that hill now. I can't see. I can see some of it.
You see it over there?
Yeah, it's still down.
Yeah.
All right, may have been a gust-nado.
Go ahead and cook.
Over that hill.
Keep an eye on Freddie. Apparently, he just had something, though. May have been a gust-nado. It could have been maybe a brief tornado. That is on the storm again near Jamestown. But once again, very strong rotation right now, moving towards Bismarck. This could easily produce a tornado. You need to be in your safe place for Altamont and just south of New Salem. That is a significant storm. Back over near Eccleston and Jamestown, it looks like the storm is starting to cycle, but we still have rotation right now near Spiritwood that is heading up towards Eccleston and eventually Rogers. This is a discrete supercell. On top of that, we just had 3-inch sized hail reported out of this storm. That is from a public phone call in Jamestown. So that's a little heads up there. This storm is still producing significant hail. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, that latest radar scan on the tornado warning headed towards Bismarck does have radar indicated winds of about 130 miles per hour. That is not part of the rotational couplet. That's actually a bit further back from that. What that means is if we don't even have a tornado, we could still see winds of up to 130 miles per hour on the surface level. That is like capable, or those are comparable to the wind speeds of a tornado or even a hurricane. So Bismarck, we should probably be taking shelter.
Alrighty, thank you for the update. Also, it looks like Freddie is beginning to see maybe a lowering of some sort. It's back to Freddie.
Hold this west side.
This is just to the northeast of Jamestown.
A new tornado.
This thing is about to drop a big tornado, I think. Also, they just
now, Eli?
they just warned the southern supercell. Look bottom right though. Okay. The couplet is actually very tight now. So this thing may be imminent right now near Jamestown. It has been cycling.
Real quick. I'm gonna flip around, so you want to pull them in. Roll your window up. It's gonna come in.
It's also Connor. He's on the same storm here, but
if we do have to move, we have good road network.
The velocities have just tightened on the latest scan.
Yes.
Very easily.
We get every which way.
This thing's gonna drop a it's gonna drop a big tornado. This meso's insane.
By the way, the winds that we are seeing right now west of Bismarck are pretty much Category 3, almost Category 4 intensity for a hurricane, if we were talking about a hurricane.
Need to tighten up just a little bit more.
Yeah, look at radar.
Yeah, this is,
It's gonna start wrapping a lot of rain in a minute. Okay, yeah, look, funnel.
Funnel coming down.
All right, we got a
Funnel
funnel
coming
cloud.
down.
It's gonna, when it gets strong here, it's gonna wrap that rain in. Get a little bit messy.
Wonder if there's any.
Oh, there's.
They issued a tornado warning for Sydney and also just south of Jamestown. That's the other supercell.
See the big bowl.
But this one is about to drop a tornado.
West.
Get to the west of it.
Yeah.
Well, if it's coming this way, we'll be able to get a little west of it easily. Wow, right there. Look at that. Oh man, I think we're in a perfect spot for now.
Yeah, big funnel coming down.
We'll just have to be careful.
We just have to run more. We have to run west quick.
Yeah, and I'll be able to get a view of it still too.
Yeah.
Goodness, that is insane.
See if this velocity couplet holds to the next scan, but it's very strong.
It's not gonna be a big tornado.
And usually this is a preluder to actually us having a tornado.
Look at above
right
us.
over us.
Look at above us. Yeah.
So I think this thing's about to drop.
Yeah, you might want to.
Where should we move?
Well,
west.
Trying to eye it. Yeah.
By the way, Ben Williams is with Connor, for those that are wondering. Ben Williams is also a storm chaser we've had on quite frequently.
I don't like it. Yeah, that's for sure.
There's also Tornado Page's view, and you can see from a little bit more of a distance, it is rapidly organizing there on the left. That is your wall cloud. It looks like the rain currents are starting to wrap a little bit too.
Right here.
So everybody's currently on this storm for the most part, and again, everybody on the bottom of your screen is all in the same supercell. The velocities, again, have really tightened. This thing may be about to drop a tornado going into Johnson and Spiritwood, North Dakota. We also have the southern supercell that has just been tornado warned as well. Keep in mind that this environment is very, very favorable for tornadoes. We are likely going to see at least a couple of strong or even maybe intense to violent tornadoes in this environment if these supercells can be maintained. This one, in my opinion, has a pretty good chance of that. The one little thing I'm noticing, though, is it looks like the latest scan has gotten a little bit broader, so we'll have to keep an eye on this. It may be trying to cycle for a third time now, but it is definitely still trying to drop a tornado. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, this storm near Bismarck is actually continuing to strengthen. Latest radar scan, we do have wind speeds over that at Category 4, 131 mile per hour hurricane benchmark. We have a couple of pixels actually that are above that benchmark, so we may have as high as Category 4 winds somewhere headed into the Bismarck area.
All right, thank you for the update. So again, this is still looking a couple thousand feet off the ground, but keep in mind that we are looking at upwards of 130 mile per hour winds, even just a couple thousand feet off the ground. That basically means we could be talking about hurricane force winds back over in Bismarck, also in Lincoln. So this is a very dangerous line of thunderstorms. And on top of that, it is tornado warned, which obviously if you're anywhere in this tornado warning, you need to be taking this seriously. It's basically a tornado coming towards you right now with how high these winds are. They have not issued a destructive severe warning yet for Bismarck, but I would anticipate that they will be issuing one here in the next few minutes for upwards of 90 to 100 mile per hour winds. We may even see winds higher than that as this storm continues to track to the east. Let me go back over to Connor, who's still in our storm that is trying to drop a tornado right now back over near Jamestown in North Dakota.
I mean, we're good right here. I think it's back. It's clearly back there.
It's clearly right there.
You can see it rotating though in the middle of your screen. Still a little scuddy, but it's trying.
There's a couple little lowerings. Nothing is really spinning that fast. Oh, it's right there, Ben. It's right there.
Yeah, I see it.
Multiple right now. Clear as day. It's gonna be right there.
Is that a funnel? Look, there's a big funnel up there. See that?
Where?
Right above us, almost. Oh. Is that a funnel? That looks like it to me.
No.
You sure?
Yeah, we're good.
Also,
no,
tornado. Also, tornado Page's view, a little bit further back.
That's that right there. Wow. Look at that.
It's organized. We've got rise in motion going into this thing again.
Look at that. Nobody's coming. I'm gonna get that stop sign out of the picture. Okay.
The hook echo on radar is pretty crazy too. I'm waiting for velocities to update. We got a bowl lowering again.
You gotta make sure you don't hit the thing. You just hit.
Got a bowl lowering right there in the middle of your screen.
Falling down. I know, so it's tough.
Got that tape up here?
Or north.
I don't know if there's tape or not.
Yeah, it's the only way it's gonna happen because the train's blocking the road. There's a different train that's doing it this time.
Look at this, by the way. This is Freddie McKinney's view.
Clear slot here, so it
Also, kind of, he's underneath this storm too, but you can see again, there's just so much motion in this thing.
That way, it's going this way.
It's trying hard to produce.
Oh my gosh, this supercell is crazy.
Yeah, it puts plastic.
Latest velocity scan has now, let me go back to radar here. I'm going to keep everybody bottom of your screen here. But you'd see latest radar scan, we still have a pretty strong area of rotation. The latest scan actually increasing our velocities going towards the radar, which is another indicator that we could end up getting a strong tornado. This is the third different time, though, that this supercell has already cycled. It tried to produce once, tried to produce a second time, now it's trying for a third time, and it may actually produce a more significant tornado here. Notice also the motion of the storm. It is moving basically due east now, and that means it is a right-moving supercell. And when we have right-moving supercells like this, they tend to produce significant tornadoes as long as they stay discreet. And obviously the environment here is very ripe for strong and potentially even violent tornadoes this evening. So again, if you're in the tornado warning, you need to take this seriously. Continue to stay in your safe place in case a tornado does drop, which again, one does look imminent right now. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, we just got a mesogamma discussion for the Bismarck area. For those of you who don't know, that's basically a very, very localized mesoscale discussion. They're expecting winds of 95 to 115 mile per hour to make their way into Bismarck. They do say multiple times throughout this discussion that winds could exceed and probably will exceed 100 miles per hour.
All right, thank you for the update. So yeah, this is a very rare mesoscale discussion. Again, these are rarely issued, but this is a very localized area where they are expecting a couple of destructive burst swaths, is what they're calling it, are possible with wind gusts that could potentially exceed 100 miles per hour back over near Bismarck. Notice the most probable peak intensity is 95 to 115 miles per hour. Also, the potential for strong tornadoes is in play. They even mention upwards of 150 mile per hour tornado being a possibility. And then hail as large as the size of golf balls is also a possibility. So this is obviously a significant area of wind that we are currently talking about, and it will likely be destructive. So if you are in this area, you need to be ready to, you should be in your safe place almost no matter what right now if you can, because we're basically, this entire area is already under a severe warning. They've also just issued a severe thunderstorm warning, which again is destructive for 90 mile per hour winds for Sioux, Grant, and Morton counties here in North Dakota. They have gone ahead and said that this is life-threatening, obviously, but they've not mentioned that this isn't extremely dangerous. All right, so this is an EDS severe thunderstorm warning. This is an extremely dangerous severe thunderstorm warning just south of Bismarck for 90 mile per hour winds that are all currently surging into Flasher, Solon, and Cannonball over the next few minutes, and it will be eventually approaching Bismarck. The rotation's gone a little bit broader on this, but again, that's really not the biggest concern right now. The biggest concern that we currently have is that we could legitimately see a significant and potentially very destructive area of winds go right into Bismarck, and there's nothing slowing this down right now. So if you are in Bismarck or Lincoln, you need to be ready again to go to your safe place. You're not in a severe warning yet, but you will be here in a few minutes. Some precautions that you can take is have flashlights ready to go. If you have trampolines, hatch those down. If you got any plants outside, bring those in, because those things are probably going to get damaged or even destroyed. And then on top of that, if you have any sort of loose line items, whatever it might be, you need to be ready, because again, we are talking about the potential for hurricane force winds that could be category 2, 3, maybe even 4 intensity over in Bismarck. I wouldn't even rule out a pocket of wind as high as 130 miles per hour. I mean, it's possible that something like that translates to the ground. We also have a small area of rotation that is trying to develop right now north of New Salem. That'll be going towards Wilton. So this is something else that we need to keep an eye on for a potential for a tornado. And if we are to get a tornado, it could also be on the stronger side of things, just outside of Bismarck. Riley has another update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, I believe that we have a sort of mini supercell north of New Salem, North Dakota. This is actually in our derecho that we have forming. So probably a second tornado warning coming for that. Also, there is a tornado down on the northern tornado warning that all of our storm chasers is on.
Alrighty, thank you for the update. So there is reports of a tornado in progress on the northern supercell. This is east of Jamestown. This is reportedly on the ground. Let me go to, I'm gonna try to go to Vince. There's a bowl lowering still there on the left.
Break. Confirmed tornado on the ground per Daniel.
All right,
Copy,
so
Daniel.
there is another chaser that is reporting that there is a tornado down.
K9 TSU heading east away from the notch. We're in a safe spot. I do not see it, but I'll take your word. Heading east.
This is Connor Croft who's looking at it as well. Reportedly a tornado down. It may not be condensed right now.
Oh, wow. Yep, it's about to do it.
Okay. We think, finally.
Yeah. This is going to be a perfect one to get it from the west.
You think so? What if it gets rain wrap?
Look at this. Look at the rain curtains wrapping.
Hail, guys. Keep me updated on that, please.
This thing's about to produce.
Oh,
Oh, there it is. Right there. Tornado down. Yep, we got a tornado down. There it is. So tornado on the ground here near Spiritwood.
There it is. We got a tornado.
Tornado is definitely down. It is a little rope. It might just be a brief tornado, but we might get a more significant tornado here in a minute. There is definitely a tornado that just dropped. Still's probably on the ground. You can see how rapid the rain currents are wrapping. This thing's probably gonna get big here in a few minutes.
Just to your due north.
So we just got a tornado. Maybe about to get another one, though. I think we're gonna get a larger one. So again, near Spiritwood, just outside of Jamestown. You look at all the rain curtains wrapping, though. You can see the fast left-to-right motion. That is one indicator that we could, again, see a strong tornado. It is rapidly rotating right now near Spiritwood. But this is just the beginning of more than likely a long-term tornadic supercell here. East of Jamestown, North Dakota. But it is rapidly spinning here. Thank you, Hillary, for the $5 super chat. I really appreciate that. Also, thank you, Scott, for the $10 super chat. Excellent coverage. I appreciate that. And again, look bottom right of your screen. Velocities are going to update in a second, but we really have two couplets that were on this previous scan. Waiting for the new one to come in, though. And yeah, look at that. This could definitely drop a much larger tornado. Latest scan is showing one definitive area of strong rotation over Spiritwood, North Dakota, coming up on Urbana and Eccleston.
Big winds. Strong RFD.
It is just all spinning right now. It's also Vince Walthy's views a little bit further back. But again, latest radar scan is showing very strong rotation. I mean, this is, again, pretty indicative here that we're probably going to get a big tornado here in just a few minutes. It's going to be tracking towards Sanborn and Rogers as well over the next few minutes, so be ready. I think it's actually probably dropping right now. Let me go back over to... Let me go back to Nathan here. It's still spinning like crazy. Oh, I think Vince might have it. Yeah, it's down. Look at that. I think that's a tornado right there. Oh. Is that down?
Split it! Split it! Split it! We gotta go! We gotta go!
There's a tornado down. I believe we have a tornado fully down here near Urbana. You can see the rain current still rapidly spinning here.
There she goes again.
Oh, there it is. Again. Yeah, it's dropping. There we go. Got a tornado down again.
Oh yeah.
This is gonna be a significant tornado. Big time tornado dropping. This near Spiritwood. This is gonna be a large tornado. This tornado is fully down.
Oh yeah.
This is a cone tornado down. This is gonna be a big time tornado here. Heading towards Eccleston. That is a huge tornado right now. That's right over Spiritwood.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
This is a major tornado in progress. And it has basically intense, almost violent motion here.
Rock and roll it, chat.
Want to intercept it on this road?
Yeah, I'm gonna be violent here.
Come on, guys. Drive faster. Why are we going so
Hang
slow?
on. I want to make sure this thing...
This again, a big time tornado right now. Going towards Eccleston, North Dakota.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
This could go PDS depending on how this thing evolves. Again, this is a very favorable environment for intense to violent tornadoes. This thing just looks insane, though. The rain currents are wrapping still rapidly around this thing.
Big cone coming out. Big cone tornado.
How's this thing moving?
I don't know. I'm afraid it's gonna chop south of it.
This is, look at the velocities, by the way. They got even more intense. This is likely going to be an intense to violent tornado over the next few minutes. It's heading up towards Eccleston over the next few minutes.
I'm afraid it's gonna come at us, so I'm gonna get right past these trees.
I think this is still down, by the way. It's just not condensed. This is definitely still a tornado down, but not condensed right now. Velocities are absolutely insane. This is likely gonna... This could turn into some sort of... You know, potentially even wedge tornado here over the next few minutes.
Anyone wants to get closer than this is mad.
Yeah, that's not the best one to get close to.
It's condensing again. It is fully condensing again. This is fully condensing. This is right now near Urbana. It's going to be hitting Eccleston, North Dakota over the next few minutes. This is right now located east of Spiritwood. Look at Connor's view. He's right next to it.
I can't even get out. I'm trying to get out and take a shot, but the RP's too
There's
strong.
no debris signature, by the way, yet, which is actually surprising, but it is going through fields right now.
Dude, that's why this RFD is so insane. I'm about to get rolled. I want to get out.
You want to point it into the wind?
No, what I want to do is get out of my car. But
good luck.
Pretty much.
My goodness, it's getting larger. Aaron J-Jack's right next to this thing. Look at this thing. It is now fully a pipe near Urbana. This is going up again towards Highway 1, just west and northwest of Sanborn. I would not be surprised in the next minute or two if this goes PDS. I'm pretty sure this already meets PDS criteria. It does. It already meets PDS tornado criteria. My goodness, it is literally it's starting to turn into a wedge. I mean, this thing's already a cone.
Right next to the tornado, right next to it.
You want to get up on it a little bit more?
Yeah. Problem is, there's a million people up on it.
It's getting huge.
It's getting massive. There's a million people up on it is the problem.
Aaron J-Jack is literally almost next to it.
I have to back it up a little.
Oh my gosh. I'm actually very worried about this, I'm not gonna lie.
This is probably gonna be a deadly tornado. Again, the velocities are off the charts. This already is a PDS tornado warning. This is turning into a wedge tornado right now, going towards Eccleston and also Sanborn.
Sanborn.
This is an emergency alert. A large and strong tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
So they have just upgraded this. It is now a particularly dangerous situation tornado warning. This is a large and extremely dangerous tornado heading in the direction of Sanborn. You need to be in your storm shelter, basement, closet, bathroom, away from windows, and on the lowest floor possible, going towards Sanborn and Rogers. Again, this is this is going to be turning into a wedge, I think. It is already a huge tornado. Again, get to your storm shelter, basement, closet, bathroom. You got to be on the lowest floor humanly possible at this point. This is a huge tornado. And it is almost, this is almost getting to like being a wedge. It's very close to it. It looks like it's already about a quarter to a half mile wide. There's also another tornado on the ground north of Bismarck, by the way. Just heads up. It's a new tornado, bottom right of your screen. This is north of Bismarck going towards Wilton. So there's 2 different tornadoes in progress. Rodney McKinney also has it.
This is a tornado. If you get too close to this, you freaking die, dude. It's a violent tornado. Oh.
I can't do much about Aaron holding his phone there, but you can see again that this is a huge tornado. It's actually starting to get a little bit rain-wrapped. This is turning almost to a rain-wrapped wedge right now. I think this is just... It just went to a rain-wrapped wedge. This is an extremely dangerous tornado. It is fully rain-wrapped now, approaching 3 near Urbana.
It's still moving almost north, it looks like.
You can see the tornado just faintly there in the middle. You just faintly see it there in the middle. You can barely make it out right now. It's gotten really rain-wrapped and also dust-wrapped. And he's now in the RFD. I mean, this is extremely dangerous. I'm not even kidding when I say this. Like, he's literally in the RFD surge, where winds are likely over 100 miles per hour right now. Not far from the tornado.
Wow. Yeah. You got these people that are just...
Don't know what they're doing.
So once again...
Yeah, it's just a ball.
This is a large and extremely dangerous tornado right now near Urbana, and it is likely going to be producing potentially very destructive damage. So again, going towards Rogers and Sanborn, you need to be in your storm shelter, basement, closet, bathroom, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. This is a camera, by the way. This is on Radar Omega. This is an RDD-5 Project Weather Eye camera. This is basically next to the tornado, and you can actually see how high the winds are right now on the grass. So you can faintly see it here. But like you can see how high the winds are, very bottom of your screen. This is a camera that actually I think fell over because of how high the winds are. Let me go full screen to this. But you can see how high the winds are. You can see the chasers also there on the right side of your screen. This is located in our RFD. It's very close actually where Freddy is. It's not far from where he was at least. It's also back to Aaron J-Jack inside of the tornado. Or almost inside of it. He's in the RFD and as well as... Yeah, he's in the RFD surge. See how high the winds are here. This is easily 80 plus mile per hour winds, and this is again from our rear flank downdraft. And this is an extremely dangerous situation going towards Eccleston, Rogers, and many other locations further off to the east. This is likely going to be a long-tracked, potentially destructive tornado. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, we've had a large tornado also northwest of Bismarck. This has been on the ground or on and off the ground over and over again the last few scans. I think it's going to continue to do this. So if you're in that tornado warning, there is a tornado on the ground, and please take shelter.
Alrighty, thank you for the update. So again, that is just northwest of Bismarck. There is very strong rotation there that is heading towards Wilton over the next few minutes. So if you are in Wilton, you need to be in your safe place. We've had, actually, you can see this right here. That is debris fallout from our initial tornado, and we are likely going to be seeing potentially additional tornadoes here over the next few minutes as this continues to move to the northeast. Velocities, again, are very strong right now. This is embedded in our line of storms, which, as we've already mentioned, this is likely going to be a derecho. This is likely this is the beginning of a derecho right now here across western North Dakota, and it will be tracking eventually towards Minnesota here over the next hour or two. This is a very dangerous line of thunderstorms, and it is about to enter into Bismarck, where at least 80 mile per hour damaging winds are expected. So if you are in Bismarck, be ready for upwards of 80 mile per hour damaging winds. We also have a small little discrete supercell that has just gone up near Highway 36. This could become tornadic down the road. That's going towards Goodrich and Bowden here over the next few minutes, so be ready for that. Back over towards Jamestown, we still have a large tornado in progress. This is obviously, as we mentioned before, gotten rain wrapped. Tornado Pagey, bottom, I'm going to put in bottom left of your screen. They are currently getting out in front of this, and we may have a view of that here in a moment again, as that tracks over Eccleston and also 7 over the next few minutes. So again, you need to be in your tornado shelter if you're in this warning. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, I think our storm to the south of this one as well is about to do the exact same thing and put down a very significant to violent tornado. So if we're in the other tornado warning, this includes Adrian and Multiplier. We need to take shelter.
Alrighty, yeah, thank you for the update. This storm's also probably going to produce a tornado. We got another tight couplet here that's going towards Mount Pelier, Adrian, and then eventually going up towards the Litchville and Marion areas just south of Jamestown. This is likely going to drop a significant tornado. It's actually moving a bit more east, and this is another right-hand moving supercell that could also produce a large tornado here over the next few minutes. So be ready again for a potentially significant tornado going towards Adrian, and it might already be on the ground, by the way. We don't know for sure yet, but it will be going into Adrian, Marion, and then Litchville here over the next few minutes. We still have a very large tornado in progress northeast of Spiritville. Tornado Pagey, again, may have a view of this in a second, but they are currently literally going up to the north. They're the only chaser right now that's actually out in front of this tornado, so they are probably going to be trying to, you know, really get as far north as possible and try to avoid getting hit by this. This is actually going north still. The tornado's actually been going north over the last few minutes. They're the only chaser up there. They're bottom left of your screen. We don't have a view yet, but that is definitely that's definitely concerning. Also, we have like an anticyclonic area of rotation developing just south of Eccleston. Not sure if this is doing anything yet, but that is something we need to keep an eye on. That is rotating too. We could actually have twin tornadoes on this storm. We have obviously this is the Wedge tornado that we have right now, and then that right there is going to be a small little anticyclonic area of rotation that is heading up towards Sanborn. So this definitely could get pretty interesting. And on top of that, we have another tornado that is possibly on the ground right now, northwest of Dickey, going towards Marion. So there are multiple areas of rotation. By the way, this is... Let me go back over to, not here, let me go to Tornado Pagey. They are currently punching into the storm right now. The one that has the wedge, they are only about 1.5 miles east of the wedge right now. Or actually, sorry, 4 miles east of the wedge. A little bit further than I thought. They're looking towards it. Can't see anything as of right now. I think it is still a rain-wrapped wedge. I think Vince Walty might have something. Let me go to Vince. He might have the right edge. It's not Vince. Did I not change Vince? There we go. I think that right there is the... That might be the right edge of the tornado. Right there in the middle of your screen. So that could be the leading edge of the tornado. I believe that is probably the edge of the tornado right there.
Okay, I'm coming through Eccleston now.
So this is going north on 7 for those that are familiar with this area. This is just off to the... He's basically in Eccleston right now. After he gets past these trees, we'll have a view again.
But these guys gotta get moving. I'm a little concerned with the chasers right now.
That definitely looks concerning. It looks like that's the tornado, and we may have another tornado dropping again south of Eccleston. We could get twins.
Okay, if these folks don't get going, we could get hit.
Right there in the middle, again, would be the tornado right there. It's still rain wrapped, but it's definitely still down. You can barely make it out, but it's there it's right there in the middle of your screen. It is still down.
Right, we have to watch. There's a train track.
Vince is going north, so I'll have a better view here in a moment. Let me do... What happened here? Let's do Connor bottom right. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, unfortunately it does look like this tornado has impacted a house. Very substantial damage, definitely a very strong tornado. Also the tornado warning to the south also needs a radar indicated PDS tornado warning. I think both of these storms are more than capable of doing violent tornado damage. That is EF-4+. This isn't something that I've literally ever said before, but seeing the damage pictures that we're unfortunately unable to show you, these tornadoes are very strong and need to be taken seriously.
Alrighty, thank you for the update. Yeah, again, this tornado in particular that's been ongoing west of Eccleston near Urbana is, again, extremely concerning. We've not had a CC drop for the record, but it doesn't matter. Again, this is producing major damage, and we still have a huge tornado in progress, and it is likely still producing major damage. This is, again, Vince Walty. Left side of your screen is still the tornado. It is still down. It's just rain wrapped there. That is the leading edge. That's near Highway 3 moving to the north, and we may have a area of rotation developing further east. So this initial tornado may occlude, and then a new tornado may develop.
Actually, can you guys hear me now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Did you hear the 5 count?
Did you hear the 5 count?
We still have audio.
I think Connor has a tornado. I think we have an
Did you,
anticyclonic
have it when I did the
tornado.
5 count?
I can't tell for sure. Where's Connor? Is that a tornado on the right?
Are you sure that's anticyclonic?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a tornado down here south of 94, so we got another tornado down.
Halfway to the ground.
All right, funnel cloud halfway to the ground. So this is an anticyclonic tornado, which means it's spinning clockwise. This is very rare. This is on the southern side of the supercell. But you can see it right there on the right. Got a tornado trying to drop right there.
That was probably on the ground.
Oh yeah. Which way is that? Which way is it moving?
This would be two.
Yeah, I know. That's an anti. Oh my
I'm glad you said something. It's literally right outside my window.
We literally have another tornado.
Guess I wasn't tweaking.
So this is just south of I-94. This is going towards Sanborn.
Wow. Jeez. Look at that right there. That's an anticyclonic tornado.
The Wedge is top left of the radar. That's the anticyclonic. And we have another tornado trying to develop north of Eccleston.
It's my dad.
This is unbelievable.
Hi, Mike. Anticyclonic. Right there.
I don't think he understood.
I don't think he got it. Clear right?
Clear right.
Copy.
So again, we got
tornado still north.
Yeah, there's a whole new mezzo east of the old occlusion.
There's still a tornado north.
There's still a tornado down. It's right there in the middle of your screen. It's at least a funnel cloud. If not, it's...
Tornado back in the rain, and yes, one directly to the east. Massive new mezzo. Big occlusion, big handoff happening.
Do we have an east option
I got
now?
a good visual, but it's still
Keep my eye on that
tornado
lower.
right now.
It's still pretty.
It's still in the rain. I can barely see it.
Yeah, we might.
Massive anticyclonic pipe. Holy cow.
Where?
It's not all the way down.
You see it?
Dude, this pipe is
I'm
huge.
looking at it.
You see the pipe?
I'm looking at it, but it's not
North
all the
of
way
the
down.
highway, because we're not underneath it.
Is there another one?
There's
North of the
nothing.
highway.
There's
I believe
I think
how
we're
big
underneath
that anticyclonic tornado
Actually,
is
wait, no,
right
no,
now.
South of the highway is the anticyclonic. Yeah, south of the highway. Oh, okay, gotcha.
Yeah,
To the left, there it is, coming out of the rain.
Okay,
Come out of
tornadoes
the rain.
emerging out of the rain. It's really tall, guys.
Yep.
Up to your north.
Oh yeah, I see that. I see
Tornado
that. I see that. I see
roping
that.
out.
Yep, got it. Look at that. Here's the rope out.
Look at that.
There's the rope.
Tell us where this anticyclonic one is.
So a tornado just roped out. Bradley, what are you
Rope it
saying?
out.
I don't know what that means.
Big tornado coming out of the rain.
Anticyclonic is dropping to the south.
Was that 10 minutes ago? Never mind.
It's coming out of the rain. Do we still got the other one over there?
Oh yeah, we got a view of a different
What
tornado.
does that one look like?
This is Nathan Moore. There's a tornado down. I think Freddie has it. Let me get back to Freddie.
The same.
Yeah, we got a tornado down the left. This is a new tornado. This one's north.
Yeah, no, guys.
Got a brand new tornado. I believe this is north now.
How the heck did it get over there? That is so
Or is this
weird.
south? I'm so confused.
We've like jumped places.
We got another tornado down. I think this is the one that's south of 94, but no, this has to be north.
That's the second area of rotation, Nathan.
I know, I see, but it's weird how it just jumped.
We also got a mesocyclone handoff happening near Eccleston. The initial large tornado has now occluded. We got another one trying to drop. I kind of wish we knew.
Tornado 3 already?
Do we know what direction this is? Is this the one that's south? Oh, there's a tornado down. I literally have no clue. I'm looking at. I think Freddie has a tornado too. Freddie has some like. There's another tornado. I don't know what's going on. We got like two different tornadoes on the ground. Freddie has a tornado that's roping right now. This is a separate tornado. It's all in the same storm.
Beautiful.
This is south of Sanborn.
I just want to know where the new mezzo is.
Dude,
Right on top
that is
of us,
so
or
cool.
what? All the way by Sanborn.
So that one just roped out. This is a different tornado, so we have two different ones. This one is probably to the northwest of Sanborn, if I had to guess.
Rotation that started on the south side of the highway. You still have an area of rotation behind you.
Gotta look east.
A new tornado warning
Already still has a
been
rope
issued.
tornado.
I'm gonna dig in this tub because I know there's a hat in here.
We're gonna have to get it. There's still a freaking anticyclonic pipe. Still a freaking pipe.
Where's my hat?
Dude, look at this one, bro.
Cyclonic one is not.
I can't believe that anticyclonic one is
Connor
so
has
big.
a tornado. This is a different one.
We can intercept that.
I don't think that's anti-cyclonic.
Again, there are two different tornadoes on the ground. I legitimately have no clue where this other one is. I still can't figure out what direction it is, but I think it's embedded in our supercell. I think the other one that we're just looking at was the anticyclonic further south.
Yeah, hit the rope, hit the rope.
Oh my gosh.
Tornado Palooza.
Next tornado's getting 20 large guys.
This is, I think, the fourth different tornado we've already had, maybe fifth.
Hit the rope. I got this one perfectly. Barely moving.
So far away.
They've also just downgraded the warning. It is back down to a normal observed tornado, but it may get upgraded again, depending on how this thing evolves.
Looks like it's taking southeast.
Dude.
What is this? Multi-vortex.
So we got a Ben is saying that this is a multi-vortex tornado. Be located again just off to the. Might be roping out.
Other tornadoes
Still-
trying to get bulky, guys. It's out the interstate.
Still on the right side of your screen.
We're on the path, I think.
Why was the audio so loud?
Probably go right on this road and get on it. Yeah, right there.
See it right there also. It's still clearly down. This is a more photogenic tornado again. This is near Sanborn.
Wow. That was lightning right
And we just
there.
had a
You see it?
meso handoff here.
Okay. Guys, I'm gonna reposition real quick. Wow. Jesus.
And the tornado's also on the left side of your screen. This is Nathan Moore.
That hook area is going to be right on top of you here in a second.
Second tornado west near Eccleton right now. Rope tornado.
Freddie has a different tornado
two
still.
on the ground.
This is so confusing, but he also has a rope.
I think it's so cool.
I literally don't even know what's going on. We have two different tornadoes still. This is a different one along I-94. I've never been so confused, but like this is a completely different tornado. It's a rope.
Right.
Super thin in the middle.
Literally a noodle.
They only got a couple.
One of the longest noodles I've seen. This is back over to Tornado Pagey. On the other tornado. Again, these are both near Sanborn, North Dakota.
Oh, these lightning bolts are no joke. Good grief. There we go.
Nathan Moore has a pretty clear view again of this tornado.
Yeah, it's a big rope. That other one by Eccleston's a huge rope, dude.
So the rope tornado is near Eccleston, is what I'm gathering.
It looks like a little rope coming out of it.
But this is the other tornado.
You see it's coming down?
Yep. This is much better than that rain grab.
Yeah. Wow. Oh, shit. Huh?
All right, while this is all happening, I want to give you guys a quick update also on our western storms. We got a bunch of damaging winds right now that are going through Bismarck, mostly 80 to 90 mile per hour winds still moving through this area. There is a chance also for spin up tornadoes. We actually have a little hook that's trying to form east of Lincoln that is going to be going towards Sterling and Driscoll in North Dakota. And then back over near Wilton, we have a broad area of rotation going towards Reagan and Wing. This is mostly a wind threat right now. Again, we are basically witnessing a derecho across North Dakota. And then on top of that, further to the east, east, we are watching for multiple supercells that are currently producing potentially intense to violent tornadoes in and around the Valley City, and also back over south of like Jamestown area. This supercell may be producing a tornado. We don't know for sure right now. That's going towards Lisbon. The one near Sanborn is producing a ton of different tornadoes. I mean, we literally got another, we got still a pretty, this is definitely a tornado still, obviously, but this is likely a strong tornado near Sanborn. This is the new tornado that we have. We had a Wedge earlier. Now we have a different tornado that is in progress. This is going towards Valley City.
Might be a top 3 anticyclonic tornado ever.
Like, this is actually unbelievable.
This may be an this is an anticyclonic tornado, I believe.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah, this is an anticyclonic tornado, so this is south of Sanborn.
I got it here.
Keep in mind that only 2% of tornadoes
This is an urgent
are
alert.
actually
A tornado is on the ground.
anticyclonic.
Seek shelter immediately.
So this is an anticyclonic tornado. They do tend to be a little bit weaker.
Amazing tornado. I can't believe that's anticyclonic, bro. Most insane anticyclonic tornado of all time. Guys, that's spinning the wrong way.
This is a new tornado warning, by the way. Valley City, Cuba in the path of this. We might have another tornado drop in there on the left. There's a little funnel there. Connor's also like next to this tornado. He's much closer to it. It's again anticyclonic just south of I-94.
There it goes. Sidewinder rope out.
100% anticyclonic.
I not to get too focused on the anticyclonic. I know there's a big cyclonic.
It's hard when it's like that.
Yeah. Hard when it's beautiful.
Trying to come down again.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking about. That's what's going on up there north.
So once again, a tornado down right now just south of I-94 going towards Valley City. This is about I think our 4th or 5th different tornado now. I'll see it from Freddie McKinney's standpoint.
It's still going. It's still going. How is it still going?
This anticyclonic tornado has been going for approximately like 10 minutes now. Keep in mind that only 2% of tornadoes are actually anticyclonic, which means it's spinning clockwise. That is very common in the southern hemisphere, not the northern hemisphere. And it's fully condensed again. It's actually picking up debris.
This storm is absolutely unbelievable.
Fine, I'll turn on my lights so nobody
Jeez. Unbelievable supercell here. Just dropping tornado after tornado. Just ridiculous, man. All right, I'm pulling off here real quick. So just kind of reevaluate.
It's getting near Valley City, North Dakota.
There's a big cyclonic meso to the north here. Okay. I'm just going to turn right here.
Still down, I believe. Yeah, Connor still has it too. It's right.
I think it might be time to
get east.
It's just above his head here.
All right, just record this as I go. Time to get east, Brandon.
There he goes.
Yeah, I got it.
You can barely just see it. Again, there's still a little funnel, and I think it's now just fully occluded. So this tornado, again, was on the ground for approximately 10 or 15 minutes. That was, again, our anticyclonic tornado, which, again, only about 2% of tornadoes actually do that. That's going towards Valley City. And now what we need to watch for is the supercell recycling. It is starting to organize again. You can see the hook echo and also the strong inflow. This is now the area that we need to keep an eye on for a potential for another strong, intensive, maybe even violent tornado. This thing is starting to really recycle now. And so we have a brand new area of rotation that should develop over the next few minutes going towards Valley City, Oriska, and Tower City. Our southern supercell near Marion, North Dakota still has a hook echo. It's gonna be a little bit contaminated since we have so many storms now in our beam going down here to the southwest, but this tornado could also produce a tornado at any time as it goes towards Fort Ransom in North Dakota. So be ready again if you're back over there for a potential for a tornado. Back over near Bismarck, we had a huge surge of damaging winds here over the last few minutes, producing damaging winds as high as 90 miles per hour. This is still actively producing a threat of tornadoes as well. Tornado warning still continues for the Wilton area for 5 more minutes. Broad area of rotation approaching Highway 83. That'll be approaching Reagan and Wing over the next few minutes. And then we have a huge surge of wind that is going right along I-94. If you are a truck driver, if you're just driving in general right now, you probably do not want to be doing so, and instead pulling off the road. Like, get off the road, like, just stay out of this area, because this is going to be a significant line of storms rolling right along I-94. It's right now near Sterling. Velocities are still picking up on, you know, winds as high as 100 miles per hour, so this could still be producing destructive winds as this continues to push to the east over the next several minutes. So again, be ready for very damaging winds back off there to the west. The tornado threat still does remain in play as well. But again, the latest few scans, we are starting to see some broad rotation developing right now near Berea. That's going to be going towards Valley City over the next few minutes. Let me go over first to Freddy.
Because everything that was plugged into it.
I think there is a lowering starting to develop. This is also Vince Walty. So this storm's starting to organize once again.
I agree for now. If I see anything, I'll let you know.
There's also a lot more lightning than before. Thank you, Diane, for the $20 super chat. All be weatherware. Thanks, Max, and the team. No problem. Appreciate the super chat.
Eastern Section County is canceled. The tornado warning is canceled.
Come on, guy, go.
Tornado watch remains in effect until 3 a.m. Central Daylight Time.
Do we have any photos, by the way, that I need to show? I haven't already shown. This was a photo.
Could definitely still drop again up here.
This is a photo that we got in. This was back over in Bismarck. This was about 25 minutes ago. This is our shelf cloud that's rolling into Bismarck. And if you're over in the Bismarck area, over in central North Dakota, and you're wondering what the storm looks like, you don't really have to go outside and look for yourself. This is basically what it's going to look like. It's going to be looking like a big, you know, shelf cloud, essentially. So it's basically what we're going to be expecting over there. Might see a couple tornadoes as well, but the bigger concern, obviously, is going to be damaging winds upwards of 100 miles per hour. Now, let me go back over to Freddy. He is coming up on this organizing supercell. Velocities are starting to tighten a little bit on radar.
I don't see what you're talking about.
Going towards Valley City.
It's just north of the interstate, back to our northwest. Yeah, I'm looking. I still don't see the funnel. I see that whole, like, little base type thing. I mean, is it behind the rain? Nope, it's completely exposed. It's on the interstate back behind us.
What? Is there another funnel?
I see the whole base. I just don't see a funnel. Well, it just produced another funnel. It's doing it right now. It's snubby, but it's there. Copy. Just gonna worry about the east mezzo here. But yeah,
Wow, look at the east.
I'm not saying that.
This storm is gearing up for another potentially significant tornado. The latest scan still showing a very defined hook echo, very strong inflow as well. And then the velocities are beginning to uptick right now, literally right along I-94. And so obviously Valley City needs to be ready for this. Valley City, a much more populated town here in North Dakota. And unfortunately, this storm is going to be making it right into your town here over the next few minutes. If you are in Valley City, you need to be ready to go to your safe place. You should already be there, but get there like now. You should not be waiting. The storm's coming right into your town here over the next few minutes. And assuming that this storm does cycle and drops another tornado, it will likely be another large and potentially, you know, even deadly tornado here going into Valley City. Also, this is Vince. He's actually in the RFD right now. So you can see the wind starting to pick up. This is right underneath our mesocyclone, the area of rotation aloft. Wow. Lightning literally just struck next to him.
Alright, I'll have to go east to get the south option, I guess.
Vince is also inside the Radar Omega app, which is the weather app that we're using right now. You can download it with the top link in the description below on iOS and Android. We got a lot of storm chasers. Almost every chaser that we're using is inside the Radar Omega app, including Vince Walty, Connor Croft, Aaron Jajak, Tornado Pagey, Storm Intermediate, and many more. The storm is beginning to ramp up, though. If we go back over to Tornado Pagey, they're actually looking at the area of interest. They're a little bit further to the east, so they're just east of our hook echo. So they're kind of looking into the inflow notch. It's definitely getting ominous. Let me go to...
It's a little better, not a whole lot.
Where's Freddy?
ramping up big time. I'm at the very edge of the collar.
Look at the motion.
How the GoPros?
Look at the motion above him. See the motion. It's rapidly start. You're getting a lot of rapid motion again. Velocities are starting to intensify again.
36 on the
I was wondering maybe just to the right, but it's hard to tell right now.
But rapid motion once again just above him.
Just from my vantage, I would think it would be just to the right, maybe.
All right, copy that.
36.
Okay, I mean, just looking up at the center of rotation, that's over the road.
Again, what do you got?
See it about Vince too. They're all on I-94 right now, but I'm very concerned right now about this storm because it is going to be going into Valley City.
Were you able to get some
Valley
space
City
on
is
it?
a much more populated town again in North Dakota.
No.
You just told me to forget it, so I just put it down.
Not necessarily a city, but like I mean, honestly, it almost is a city. It's pretty. I don't know how many people live there, but
trying to.
Let me get a number here.
Might have to push a little bit further east.
I hope this stays gravel.
It's about 6,600 people that live in Valley City.
Wait, is that a funnel coming down?
Okay. Just don't worry about it. Just don't worry about it.
This thing is rapidly rotating.
Did we offload? We didn't offload all your footage, did we? All right, just don't touch it, just in case. Can't see, bro.
See the motion.
Forward here.
Rapidly rotating.
It's just south of the interstate.
All right. Is it on the ground?
Just south of the interstate.
No, it's just a giant mezzo.
These winds are ripping right in there.
Just a giant freaking mezzo here. Oh my gosh.
South of the interstate. I think it's maybe east, maybe south.
It's south, see?
Yeah, I'm gonna drop.
See it rapidly rotating on the right. This thing's probably about to drop another tornado.
Got a funnel just south of the interstate.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah. I'll stay right above
the interstate.
There's a funnel cloud.
Funnel coming in.
Yep, there's the funnel.
Come on, she's trying to drop. She is trying to drop right now. Big cinnamon bun.
This is almost undoubtedly going to drop a tornado here in the next minute or
Big
two.
cinnamon bun.
It's going right towards Valley
West.
City. Please, if you're in Valley
Oh,
City,
down.
you need to be in
To
your
the
tornado
right.
shelter if you have one. Basement,
funnel
closet,
coming down.
bathroom.
Tornado in progress. Yep.
There is a tornado right there in the middle. That's the tornado. Connor has it right there on the right too. There is a tornado down right there, right side of your screen.
That's the problem.
Is that a power flash, guys?
Probably. Big lightning.
It's not a huge tornado yet, but it is on the ground.
On the ground, probably. Probably. Big lightning.
Wow.
On the ground, probably.
Let's see. It might pipe out. Do you got? Gosh dang it. We'll just keep them charging for now.
Look at the hook echo bottom right of your screen, by the way.
We also got to figure out space.
May have just lifted. It may try to drop another big tornado, though. Again, this is what happened with the first tornado that we had. Went from being the small little noodle, and it kind of occluded, and then we got another one that dropped and it was even larger.
Again in there. The pipe is trying to come down.
We're about halfway to one.
The well.
Put tornado pagey bottom middle. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, it looks like we might have a tornado on the ground back near our possible derecho near Reagan, North Dakota. This is to the east of Wilton. No tornado warning right now, but this is a supercell that's getting nudged by the line.
All right, thank you for the update. Yeah, look at this right here. We got a tight couplet that is going towards Highway 14. Possible tornado right now. Moving to the northeast, this is a small little discrete supercell that is being nudged by our line going towards Wing and 14. We should have a tornado warning for this. But again, if you're in this warning, or in this area, you need to seek shelter. You can see the tight couplet, though, just north of Highway 36 right now. Let me go back over to...
Many walls between you and the outside.
Let's see. I'm gonna go back to Freddy. Freddy's looking at the the large area of rotation right now that is likely going to drop a tornado in a moment near Valley City.
Oh yeah, I see it now. I see it now. Yep.
Yeah, there it is.
Oh, tornado down. Yeah, I think it's down again.
Be really careful.
This is a new tornado that just dropped.
Stop here for a second. Okay, I'm not to it yet, but there is a sign saying it. I think there's water here, so be careful where that wiggle comes in.
So we got a new tornado down. It's not condensed yet. You can see that little nub though there in the middle. That right there is gonna be the tornado that's probably gonna condense in a minute.
I just want to get a view of just looking out.
This is gonna be going right into the city of Valley City, North Dakota. If you have any friends or family in Valley City,
definitely south.
Please make sure that they're getting to their safe place. Because again, if this thing does drop, it could get very large very quickly, just like our last tornado. Our environment is so ripe for tornadoes. It's like,
yep, the hook looks wild.
I can no longer see it.
I really didn't think we were actually going to see supercells, by the way, in this area today. I thought we might see one or two that would not like actually succeed, and we've actually had 2 succeeding supercells so far. This one has been obviously the most dangerous. We just had a wedge a few minutes ago, or about 30 minutes ago now, maybe an hour ago, and like we're probably going to get another one here as this thing keeps cycling.
It's starting to become a cone, Freddy.
You'd see it right there in the middle, though. This thing looks like it's going to be dropping into a larger tornado here in a few minutes.
1080p instead of 4K. That'll probably free up some recording time.
Yeah, it's a good call, Charlie. It's still just a bowl. Just want to be careful with it. We're still like on that RFD.
That's the one. It's bowl shaped.
Got a large bowl right now.
Yeah, nice bowl out there.
Gonna come down. Gonna come down, guys.
This thing's about to drop.
Dude, stop pulling out behind me.
Big RFD surge.
You freaking sin. Gosh, dang it, dude. Keep trying to inch over. The guy keeps inching over with me. I can't see anything, dude. You still got it there, big pump?
The reason why it looks like the...
I'm gonna cook up to the
Latest velocity
exit
scan.
up there.
This is gonna be on the ground in a second. Look at the latest velocity scan.
Had another little
We gotta hope that this does not hit the city of Valley City. This is gonna be almost undoubtedly a strong, intense, possibly violent tornado. Velocities are very tight.
Okay, is it all the way down? It's
A
coming
new
down.
tornado warning has been issued.
This is not good. This tornado is now down.
Coming down.
This is gonna
It's all
turn
the way
into
down,
a
isn't
big
it?
time
The
tornado
pipe-
here over the
the
next
pipe's
few
all the way
minutes.
down.
That's a pipe.
We got another tornado. This one's going right into Valley. Hopefully it does not hit Valley City, but it's going right in that direction.
Wipe the gosh dang it, not again, bro.
This is, again, Freddie
I gotta have
McKinney.
something to wipe the inside.
There is a shirt. Hold on.
Hey, you grab that shirt real quick.
Back to Freddie in 2 seconds.
Thanks, man.
But there's again a tornado down right now going towards Valley City.
It's hard to see. Ugh.
We're gonna see it again in a second. They're just trying to position. Everybody's positioning on this, but this is again a tornado down. It is a large tornado.
Windows down, water in.
Fortunately, this is
See it?
a
What does
cone
it look like?
already.
It looks like it's fully down. It's just getting wider.
It's getting wider?
Yeah.
This tornado is fully down right now, going to Valley City.
Okay, we got. You might want
I
to
see the left edge of it.
Okay, once you round this corner, you might want to put up the cameras again.
Okay. I'll just do that right now.
GoPros. Yep. I'm gonna turn right here.
This is not good.
Can't tell.
Connor is going towards this tornado right now. For the record, the tornado, he's literally going towards it. Bottom right of your screen, this is Connor. That's the tornado. It's about to cross that road.
It's big.
Looks like it's stationary. It's occluding inside the rain core.
It would be right back here to our like 2 or 3 o'clock.
It looks like this tornado may have just gotten rain wrapped. It's down though. Waiting for another velocity scan.
No, I wouldn't go farther either.
We also have 90 mile per hour winds now for Burleigh, Emmons, Oliver, and Morton counties in North Dakota. That is destructive. That is from our derecho that is happening in North Dakota right now, further to the west. Just went through Bismarck.
So if we want, we do have a escape route to the north.
Yes, that's the
or the interstate.
That's the other reason I'm even close.
By the way, look at this. This is Tornado Pagey. They are looking at the storm from the east, so they're actually in Valley City. But you can see how ominous it is right now. The cloud tops are so tall. The sun just set, but the cloud tops are so tall, it's making it even darker.
I can't see it. Huh? Got it. Go? You go, Ben. We'll send you in.
So this tornado has gone fully rain wrapped.
So rain wrapped. Is that Brandon? Insane! Ben!
me go back over to Connor.
Right to left? What's
Connor's
it doing?
driving towards it.
It's moving right to left across one.
Is it on one?
A
Is it
new
on
tornado
one right now?
warning has been issued.
I'm very concerned again for Valley City. We're getting a new velocity scan right now, but if this thing's still as...
Be careful.
Yeah, this is almost a stationary tornado. It's not even crossed the highway. It hasn't crossed Highway 1 yet, but this is literally going towards Valley City. We have to hope that this thing continues to go east and south, not towards the north. Because Valley City has over 6,000 people that live there in North Dakota.
Man, I don't know how much further ahead you are of me, but it's still rain wrapped for me.
See where it would be. I believe I maybe see.
I'm gonna go back to him in a second. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, we just got an update to some of our destructive severe thunderstorm warnings. They are now for 90 miles per hour. This includes Sterling, Steele, Napoleon, Medina, and Gackle, all in North Dakota.
Thank you for the update. Yeah, this entire line, this entire yellow polygon, we are watching for damaging winds upwards of 90 miles per hour. That is going in the direction of Jamestown. This is once again likely going to end up being a derecho. So you need to be ready for this anywhere across North Dakota or even Minnesota. Really anywhere in our tornado or severe thunderstorm watches, you need to be ready. This is a very dangerous situation across the board. Going back to Connor.
I just passed the cars that have the flashing lights on it. Yeah,
Connor is very close to this tornado. I'm just throwing that out there.
Yeah, left the one. Oh yeah, I see it.
Tornado's right here.
No,
I
I really ain't going closer.
Don't.
Connor's right here. The tornado's right there.
That'd be a bad move.
visual of the tornado?
It could have clued on us, too.
Large stovepipe just crossed one, just south of 94.
Copy. I'm like right behind you.
No, I don't like this. We're never going to see it if it comes back down.
Alright, now I know what it's doing, but we're going to be strong RFP wins.
I don't like this at
No,
all.
it's because it'll include right on top of it.
This is Freddy.
I can't see it. Like, if we were to start diving.
So the wind's picking up.
God, I'm not trying to drive like an idiot. I just saw these winds just going absolutely insane.
Oh my gosh.
I'm nailing north. I repeat, I'm nailing north. Zero visual now, getting dark. If it includes, it would be on top of us in seconds.
That's a point. We're clear for now.
Yeah, this is insane. I mean, we're right on the back side of it.
Personal recommendation: get the hell out of there.
Yeah.
Again, this is a huge tornado right now going in the direction of Valley City.
They got flipped around. I saw those winds start to ramp up. I was like, oh.
Aaron J-Jack may have it. It's on the left. Oh, I think Vince.
Definitely
may have
got
it. Yeah, it's right there. That's the tornado right there. You can see it. This looks large. That right there is your tornado. It's right there in the middle of your screen. This tornado is fully down. Middle of your screen, though. That is it. It has almost violent motion right there in the middle of your screen. That is the tornado. It is somewhat rain wrapped, but that is your tornado. This should be PDS for the record. It should be going PDS in a second for Valley City. Latest scan's even worse.
Can you have him start north if he wants to? I see a bunch of trees shredded. I don't know if it's houses or not.
I copy.
They just updated it. It still observes somehow. I don't know how this isn't PDS. You can see the tornado right there.
All right, Aiden, as long as it doesn't do a well fleet, it should be safe across the road.
This is going towards Highway 21. We really need to hope this does not hit Valley City.
Looks like we got a couple of houses hit.
There are a couple homes hit, according to Vince. The tornado just crossed over Highway 1.
1033, VK2, FSR, VK9, CSU, urgent on 750. Urgent, copy.
There are homes hit. There's damage right there on the right. That is not good. There's damage on the right.
All right, there's a house up here on the hill. I don't know if it's a building or a house. I'm gonna come up here and assist.
There is...
As I'm a first responder, I would like to get through.
It's a barn, not a house. Barn.
It's a barn that was hit. But a barn was directly hit by this tornado on Highway 1, just south of I-94.
I see you though too. I don't know if you heard that.
Does Freddy have it? Freddy has the tornado, it sounds like.
Be able to respond on here.
What's going on?
According to stream, Copic's good, of course.
The tornado's right. It's literally rain wrapped. He's going to come up on this though in a minute.
If we can find an east option.
Confirm, big wedge.
Oh man.
I copy now, yeah.
Vince, yeah, that's the barn there. There's definitely some significant
destroyed,
damage here.
But there's a house here. I'm trying to. Everybody's leaving. Nobody's checked the house. I'm trying to see if the house has damage or not.
This is literally just from this tornado moments ago.
I need to bail south right now. I've got debris flying. I got someone driving in the ditch. I gotta get out of here right now.
It's you should be. That should be RFD. I know you do, but that should be RFD from what I can see, though.
This is
almost over.
It's a very dangerous tornado.
Okay.
Cannot stress it enough. If you're in Valley City, I don't know how this is in PDS, but this is literally, it's not, from everything that I've been hearing from everybody that's been talking over these radios too, it sounds like that this is indeed a wedge tornado. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Yeah, Max, I can confirm that it's a wedge tornado. I've been listening to the radio as well. Basically, everything that we were seeing on Freddie McKinney's feed, that is all rotating. That is all the tornado. Also, if you are in Napoleon, North Dakota, we just had a observed wind gust off to your west of 96 miles per hour. Easily 100-mile-per-hour winds coming into Napoleon, North Dakota.
Alrighty, thank you for the update. So, again, this is the line of storms. That is our derecho that's heading off to the east towards Jamestown. Again, no clue how this is not PDS yet, but this is a wedge tornado that is going to be moving into Valley City, or potentially moving into Valley City over the next few minutes. It is awfully close to Valley City. Freddie is literally keeping he's literally tailing it right now. Let me go to Freddie. He's currently he's one of the closest chasers to this thing, but he is right now on a road that would go to that tornado.
Wait for their connection to stabilize.
So he's on an eastbound route. You can see bottom right of your screen. That is his location. This is the tornado. It's on Highway 17. It's about to go over Highway 21. This needs to stay south of Valley City. Otherwise, this could be catastrophic for the city of Valley, or the town of Valley City.
Southeast, then towards the end of its life.
I'm gonna go back to him in a second. He has a low signal. Actually, let's go to Vince. Vince is. Oh man.
Dumb motherfucker.
Whoa. Vince is in really high winds right now. So there's some of the RFD from this tornado. It is extremely high winds around the tornado. This is back to Freddie.
Off of my roof, and I saw it go flying in the field. Yeah, that RFD was insane.
Gosh, Chad, this thing is nuts.
Are you behind me on one?
This tornado is nuts. The storm is nuts. This is a very dangerous supercell to chase here.
Brandon, are you behind me on one?
I'm gonna just take this south.
I'm south on one. I should be south.
Maybe get out east ahead of it.
Okay, you just want to stick with me? Do you have radar and stuff, or do you just need some assistance? No, I just wanted to let everybody know.
You're right.
Tornado Page, you may have a view of this in a second too. See the wind picking up again. This is in the RFD.
It's kind of rainy.
Dude, it's so freaking rainy here, bro.
Alright, he's going back to the north,
south.
I believe.
Stream's still going all right.
Tornado Pagey is going to be awfully close to this. This is
Seems like it's all right now.
this is Connor.
Seems like it's all right now.
Yeah,
We don't have visual on this at this moment, but there is still a large tornado moving towards Valley City, North Dakota. And I think Tornado Pagey is going to have a view in a minute. I'm putting Tornado Pagey bottom middle of your screen. They are currently near Valley City, but again, that right there is your huge tornado. It's about to cross over Highway 21 and then go towards 27 over the next few minutes. So they actually, okay, so they just upgraded this. I don't know why the notification didn't play, but it is now, it's corrected. It is now officially a particularly dangerous situation. This is a large and extremely dangerous tornado that is going towards Valley City in North Dakota. So you need to be in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible.
This is an
Ignore the
emergency
county names,
alert.
that's not
A
correct.
large
This
and
is a
strong
PDS
tornado
warning.
is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
So this is a large and extremely dangerous tornado. It's likely a wedge that is going towards Highway 21 and 27. It is on the south side right now of I-94. Keep in mind, if this were to occlude to the north, it would go to Valley City. That is entirely possible, by the way. This tornado can still turn to the north at this exact moment, which is why if you're in Valley City, you need to be in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. This is an extremely dangerous situation right now for Valley City. This is also going to be tracking over towards Oriska and Tower City. We got another velocity scan coming in, so I'm going to wait for that, and then we'll go to Tornado Pagey, because they are, I think, trying to look in that direction of this tornado. But again, this is not good. Hopefully this does not hit Valley City. The latest scan right now is still showing this just to the south of Valley City. It's about to go over Highway 21, and then it's going to be approaching Highway 27 in a few minutes, then going towards 32. It could still go north, it could still go south, which is why this is a very dangerous situation right now for this area. All right, Tornado Pagey has this apparently. They have they have the tornado, it sounds like. We're gonna need lightning to see it, but there is a tornado down. We're gonna see if we can get an idea of the size. They're on the east side of the storm, and it's obviously nighttime. Everybody else is on the west side, so that's why it's so much darker. That's why you really can't see anything right now. And there is I think a tornado back there. Waiting to see if we get a good lightning flash. There's literally no lightning. I think it's that on the right there. I think that's it right there. That looks like the tornado. Yeah, that's the tornado on the right. It's on the far right side of your screen. Far right side of your screen is the tornado. So again, we got a huge tornado right now approaching Highway 21 going towards 27. Not stressed enough, but if you're tuning in from Valley City, North Dakota, you need to be in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, we have an observed wind gust of 100 miles per hour back near Temvik, South or North Dakota. This should be upgraded to an observed 100 mile per hour destructive severe thunderstorm warning. This will include Napoleon, Medina, Gackle, and probably Jamestown.
Alrighty, thank you for the update. So once again, we have a derecho that is currently happening that is now producing damaging winds up to 100 miles per hour that has now officially been observed. So this is a very substantial line of storms going through Napoleon over the next few minutes, Steele, Medina going towards Gackle, and then basically paralleling Highway 36 and Interstate 94, eventually going towards Jamestown. Also, the tornado warning that's back down here near Fort Ransom still goes for 22 more minutes. We still have a hook echo here that is basically going to cross over Highway 1 in a minute. That's also going towards the Enderlin area. So again, be in your safe place down there. And again, this is our large tornado that has been on the ground for several minutes. It is currently crossing over 21 right now. We've had a very brief glimpse there from Tornado Pagey of this tornado, and it's about to go over Highway 27. One of the only good things I can say is that this is luckily not currently hitting Valley City. That's like the only thing I can say, because if this was hitting Valley City, it would be catastrophic. Apparently, Tornado Pagey has a funnel. Also, we have a debris ball now on radar. This is the first time we've had a debris ball. But there is a debris ball bottom right of your screen. So we actually have a tornado debris signature on this tornado. We have not had one, by the way, at any point throughout this entire thing. Even the large tornado that we had before this one, we did not have a debris signature or a debris ball at all. They go over to Freddy. Oh, which one Freddy is? Is this Freddy?
Well, the thing is like, the tornadoes are like bigger than the condensation funnel. That's the thing that's been sketching me out. It's pretty
Freddy is about a couple miles west of the tornado.
Beyond the actual,
I think he's going towards it right
funnel.
now.
So that's why it's been like tough to get close to these things.
Yeah, that's been my biggest issue. I'm like, I can't tell if that's RFD or if that's actually tornado, but it's strong enough to roll me. I can tell that much.
Who's all going south?
There's still a tight couplet over there. There's got to be a tornado in there somewhere.
Get out ahead of him.
It's also Connor, by the way, and I want to point out this is what it looks like in Valley City. So this isn't necessarily what we're seeing from the tornado, but this is over in Valley City. You can see the rain obviously falling, but it's also pretty windy in this area. So even if you're in Valley City right now and the tornado might not be heading your direction, we are at least expecting high winds. And on top of that, there is a potential for some localized flooding. This is Vince. He's on the west side of the tornado as well.
Okay, negative damage. Where roughly is it?
There may be, he's currently near the damage path. Vince is attempting to do some search and rescue.
Can you tell me where that is reference to me?
That would be about 1.5 miles, 2 miles to your east-southeast.
This is an emergency alert. A large and strong tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
All right, we got a new PDS tornado warning. This is going to be back over again in North Dakota. This is going to be for Barnes and Cass counties. It's going to be an extension to the current tornado warning that we have. So just south of Valley City, heading towards Oriska, Tower City, and Buffalo. And we'll pop up here in a second. There it is. So it's a large PDS tornado warning. This has already produced 2 different intense to violent tornadoes, and it still is producing a likely intense, if not violent, tornado heading towards Tower City, Buffalo, right along I-94, also going towards Oriska. You need to be in your storm shelter, basement, closet, bathroom, away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible. This is an extremely dangerous situation. I cannot stress it enough. There's already been damage. I've already heard that there's injuries from the first tornado we had. This one may have done the same. We don't really know. We're not going to speculate, but I'm just giving you an idea that this is obviously producing damage, and it is also unfortunately impacting people's lives here across North Dakota right now. We have already had 3 or 4 different tornadoes. I think this might be the 5th one actually out of this supercell. And this one is not lifted at this point. It is still on the ground. And if it is still down, it's crossing over Highway 21 and then coming up on Cuba, Alice, I think, and eventually approaching Buffalo. So get to your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom, and get away from windows. And if you have a storm shelter, you got to utilize that. If you're in a mobile home, you should be getting to a sturdy structure or get into a ditch. That's really the only safe thing that you can do right now, because you're not going to survive in a mobile home from a tornado like what we've seen. Also, further to the west near Steele, I want to point out that there is a little hook on radar that is popping up that is going right along I-94. They may issue a tornado warning for this. This is a QLCS tornado that is embedded in our line of thunderstorms, and that could produce even a strong tornado as it parallels I-94 over the next few minutes, also approaching Medina and eventually going towards Jamestown. So be ready in those areas for a potential tornado. Also, north of Wing, I want to point out that we got a crazy little swirl up here. This is actually tornado warned right now for 2 more minutes, but we actually have a swirl that has popped up on radar, almost like a little mesoscale convective vortex that is currently tracking towards the Bowdoin and Goodrich area. So we'll have to keep an eye on this for a low tornado risk as that continues to track to the east over the next several minutes. All right, let's see. We got Storm Chaser IRL. They are, I put them on. They are actually just out in front of this tornado. The latest scan may actually have an including tornado, so it may not be on the ground anymore, but it may recycle. You can see on the last few scans here, we had a very strong couplet. It's gotten smaller and smaller over time. It's now no longer
a new tornado warning
on the
has
ground,
been issued,
but it may drop again in the next few minutes. We've already seen the storm recycle multiple times. We also have another tornado warning. This one's for Barnes and Ransom counties in North Dakota. That'll be going towards Fort Ransom, Nome, Enderlin, and as well as Lisbon. So if you're in any of those areas, get to your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. This is tracking to the east-southeast towards Highway 32 over the next several minutes. All right, let's see. Let's go to Storm Chaser IRL is on the PDS tornado warning, and it is pitch black right now. We've had no lightning here. We get some lightning, may have a view of this. Tornado Page actually, I think, has a slightly... so this is Tornado Page, and they're also in the same area. And we're getting a little view into their little camera. 1 second. It'll I think they're out of that in a second. Alright. So again, they're looking right there on Highway 32, bottom right of your screen. This is where they're located. That's corresponding to the tornado, which may still be on the ground. Not 100% sure yet. Well, we don't see anything yet. I'm going to go back to them in a second. I also want to point out that if you guys have any photos or videos, you can add us on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. This is one of the crazier photos that we've gotten sent in today. This back over in Bismarck, North Dakota, of the shelf cloud rolling in from Jaden Bolt on Twitter. This is quite literally unbelievable, what we're seeing here. I literally, that is crazy. Literally looks like multiple stacks of clouds on top of each other.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So, that is literally crazy. We have another tornado warning. This one is issued further to the west. This one will be back over north of Wing. So this is north of Wing. That is literally around our mesoscale convective vortex, our area of spin that is developed north of Wing, going towards Goodrich and Herdsfield. So seek shelter if you're in this warning. Get away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible. Main area of rotation right now is near Highway 14. It's just kind of spinning in a circle and may drop a tornado here in the next few minutes as it continues to move to the northeast. This is also Storm Hunter Media, who's also looking at the storm that is currently, again, a PDS tornado warning, particularly dangerous situation. We think it is recycling right now. May have a little mesocyclone handoff happening. Sounds like they also just got hit by some big hail. This has been intense. This has been very intense. Huge shout, by the way, to Tracy with the $50 super chat. Gary, England, and Oklahoma City saved my life by telling me to get into a bathtub May 3rd of 1999. It's one thing that, if you don't have any other place to go, a bathtub, honestly, is not a bad place to be. In fact, a bathtub is actually one of the best places to be unless you have a basement or a storm shelter. So again, what we're seeing on radar right now is a little occlusion on radar. I think this is going to be a mesocyclone handoff. So we're going to be watching for another tornado trying to drop over near Cuba over the next few minutes. So this is a brand new area of rotation that should be developing going towards Highway 32. Tornado Pagey also on the Radar Mega app is literally just to the east of this. I'm going to go back to them, see if they have anything. But I do think this tornado is likely lifted and a new one's going to try to drop here in a few minutes. Lightning has still been pretty frequent. All right, Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
So you do have two sort of different systems right now, although they're all part of the same parent system. We have our probable derecho and our storm that's producing a tornado. Our tornado warned storm is moving east at 20 miles per hour, and our derecho is moving east at 60. The tornado warned storm is 55 miles away from Fargo, which would put it to Fargo in around an hour or 2 hours and 15 minutes from now. It does seem like our derecho will catch it by the time it gets to Fargo, which would decrease the tornado threat. However, the timing is so tight, we may be looking at a situation where as our tornado storm gets to Fargo, it's going to get nudged by the derecho. So Fargo, we're not off the hook yet. There's still definitely a potential tornado and a wind threat, but hopefully the derecho continues to pick up a little bit more speed. Our storm takes a little bit more of a right-hand turn, slowing down its eastward momentum, and the derecho will catch the tornado-producing storm by the time it gets to Fargo.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. That is an insightful update regarding our timing of these storms. Obviously, the line is moving way faster than our discrete supercells, and so these discrete supercells, they have time. They will be continuing to likely produce significant tornadoes for the next hour or two, but keep in mind that that's only for another hour or two, maybe 3 hours at most, and then once this line of storms catches up, it's going to kind of really hinder those supercells. So we still have a large window here where tornadoes will be a possibility, and unfortunately, that is not going anywhere anytime soon. They've also downgraded the PDS tornado warning. It is back down to radar indicated, but I want to mention again that this thing is still rotating quite a bit. It is attempting to drop another tornado. It is basically cycling. It's already cycled 3 or 4 different times, and it is still cycling, and it may be about to drop another tornado going towards Tower City, Buffalo, and also Alice here in North Dakota, just to the southeast of Valley City. So once again, very dangerous storm. It has already produced 2 different really large tornadoes, and it may be about to drop another one. Storm Intermedia has a pretty good view of this. They have a little bit better of a camera, sorta. You can kind of see the clouds a little bit better there, so we're able to see better if there's actually a tornado or not. But we do think it's cycling, and it's probably going to try to drop another tornado near Cuba over the next few minutes.
Be careful, guys. Just before the 297.
This is going down Highway 32. It's just to the east of where our tornado would be located. Huge shout out to Corey with the super chat. Wow that this is happening in North Dakota today. It's the 68th anniversary of the Fargo EF-5, June 20th of 1957. Also, thank you Sailing for the 5 gifted memberships. That is actually pretty crazy. Thank you also Beth for the $20 super chat. Shout out to Crystal, by the way, with the $200 Venmo. We have to put W's in the chat for Crystal. That is way too kind. Saying, thanks for looking out for us in rural Texas a couple weeks ago. I'm glad I can help you guys out there in rural Texas. Also, thank you, Rachel, for the Venmo donation.
That's before Ariska.
It's at Ariska. It's the Ariska.
I almost wanted to get that to long cloud.
Elkhorn, North Dakota, anywhere in northern North Dakota, probably will not see much. Damaging winds will be the main concern. You actually see the wall cloud there in the middle. We got a little glance here of at least our kind of our base there. Our wall cloud's buried back kind of in the middle.
I guess it is back there, but I mean, I guess, yeah, there's surrounding rain. That's too far. Because I've seen 40 dBz and it not be.
See how low the clouds are, though. This thing is still trying to gear up for another tornado.
See it, and I don't think we're gonna see a tornado again tonight, personally. And I think they're still gonna happen.
Thank you, Red Man.
We're not gonna get the
298 right now.
And that's it right down there.
How low the clouds are. We actually got a little... Hook's gotten a little bit dysfunctional here over the last couple minutes. Still got spin, though. Also, while that's happening, we do have a new mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center. This one is going to be across North Dakota. And once again, this is going to be east of Bismarck, back through Jamestown. A derecho is ongoing. So we basically have, officially have a derecho ongoing. All right, that's basically where we're at now. So this is a derecho that is ongoing right now in North Dakota, east of Bismarck, going towards Jamestown, Valley City, Lisbon, and eventually going towards, obviously, western Minnesota. But notice that they've mentioned here that a significant severe wind swath should continue over the next few hours. 75 to 100 mile per hour winds are likely, with embedded tornadoes also being a possibility. And on top of that, they've also pointed out that the most probable peak intensity for wind is upwards of 115 mile per hour winds.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
All right, we have a new confirmed tornado warning. That is going to be back over in Kidder and Stutzman counties in North Dakota. Waiting for that to pop up. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Yeah, Max, I was just going to say that a southern tornado warning near Fort Ransom is a confirmed via storm chaser tornado. So there's a tornado on the ground headed towards Fort Ransom.
Alrighty, thank you for the update. So there's actually a tornado on this storm. This is a different, I think this is a different one, but this is a tornado that's in progress near Fort Ransom. So that's a different tornado. The new tornado warning that's confirmed is also a different storm. So we have 2 different ones that are producing tornadoes right now. That one's going towards Lisbon and Fort Ransom over the next few minutes, and then eventually tracking towards the Wahpeton area. So again, if you're in this tornado warning, be in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom. That is, again, according to a storm chaser that is on that storm that is currently moving to the east. I think we might actually have a chaser on that. I'm going to keep an eye on that. Also, the new confirmed tornado warning is actually embedded in our line of thunderstorms. This is an embedded tornado going towards Medina, Cleveland, Eldridge, and then eventually going towards Jamestown. So this is a QLCS tornado. It's going to be located near Crystal Springs, and that's going to be going towards Medina, Cleveland, and eventually Buchanan, Eldridge, and Jamestown. This is also producing widespread 90 mile per hour winds, so you should be staying away from windows and on the lowest floor possible no matter what right now. I think let's go over to Scott here. I think
I'm right at it.
I think he has the tornado. I think that's in the middle of your screen. This is the southern supercell near Lisbon. It's obviously very dark, but this has been confirmed by...
drive right into that tornado.
Storm Runner, everybody else, you guys seen anything on this northern
better watch out.
or are we all just bailing south of the one Scott's on?
He's gonna drive right into it. Look at that.
There's a tornado down right there in the middle.
Yeah, nothing down on the north one right now.
It's nighttime, so again, it's gonna be hard to see, but this is... Just gotta trust me with this. This is on the ground.
Oh, look at that.
There's a decent amount of water on this road, so just be
It's come up on Fort Ransom over the next few minutes.
You see it?
Yeah, I see it.
7-8 miles.
So, you guys may barely be able to see it. It's in the middle of your screen. I wish I could draw on this, but I can't draw on it, but it's very hard to see, but it's down.
Tornado is in the stream. It's dark, but there's a dusty tornado.
So this is, again, a different storm. This is not the same one. This is a different storm going towards Lisbon. And unfortunately, the radar site is contaminated because of this beat. There's so many storms in the way.
It's dusty.
But there is a tornado down.
Look at that.
Also, kind of on a side note here, I'm gonna keep an eye on. I'm gonna go back to Scott in a second. Vince has major damage. This is from our initial tornado. This is south of Valley City. Unfortunately, this is where we just had a large wedge tornado, and it looks like we do have some significant damage. They are doing first responder work. Let's hope everybody's okay in this building. But unfortunately, that is just one of many homes that have been either damaged or destroyed from our two separate large tornadoes here this evening. Back over to Scott near Fort Ransom, where again, he has a tornado. We have not had a very clear view of it yet, but there is a tornado.
Get off, book it south. We are in clear air for the time being.
I'm going to go back to him in a second. He's losing signal. But this storm again is producing a tornado. It's going to be just east of Highway 1 going to Fort Ransom. Lisbon is next in track for this, and Lisbon is a slightly more populated location here in North Dakota. That is eventually going towards Highway 2732, that little interchange there. The northern supercell's been struggling a little bit, but it looks like it's actually maybe trying to drop again. The latest scan actually has a small tightening again, just northwest of Cuba. That is going to be going towards 32. Freddie McKinney is actually still to the north, and I'm going to put him bottom middle. He is actually going towards that tornado, or a potential tornado. That is, again, near 27. This thing's cycling again. It might be trying to drop another one. So that'll be going towards Buffalo over the next few minutes. Back to our confirmed tornado warning. We actually have two areas where there could be tornadoes right now. We got a hook echo right now north of Crystal Springs, and we got another one south of Medina. So there could actually be two different tornadoes right now here in central North Dakota near I-94 going towards Eldridge and Jamestown and Buchanan. This is already a confirmed tornado, and it may be producing two different tornadoes. It was law enforcement confirmed initially, but there could actually be two tornadoes on the ground right now, both moving to the east-northeast, embedded in our line of thunderstorms. Also, we got a new severe warning in southern North Dakota for 70-mile-per-hour winds going towards Ashley. That is from our derecho that is currently ongoing right now. But yeah, that thing might be producing. I'm going to keep an eye on Freddie because he's going towards that. I'm going to go back to Scott. There's a tornado again in front of him. Not sure if it is still...
Tornado's lifted. Had a multi-vortex.
Okay, it has lifted. It was a multi-vortex tornado according to Scott here. But it has lifted. It's probably cycling again.
Right now, it's funny looking. It's gone through an occlusion. There's not.
Thank you, Sam, for the $20 super chat.
I
really appreciate that. Thank you, Elvis, and as well as Teresa for the super chats as well. Or Tarsia. You're the best weather channel on YouTube. I appreciate that, Tarsia.
Copy. Thank you.
All right, so Scott has said again, this tornado has lifted, but it is still something we need to keep a very close eye on. This is a discrete supercell that is likely going to continue to produce tornadoes. Keep in mind, if we go back over to our significant tornado parameter values, these are the forecasted ones, but by 11, like right now, we still have very high values across the board, all in this area where we currently have discrete supercells, which means there's plenty of wind shear, and there's also a lot of instability. We have a lot of veering winds, which means our winds are literally turning with height, which is, again, just a lot of wind shear in this area. So we have a very favorable environment still that is conductive for strong, maybe even violent tornadoes in this area for at least the next hour or two. That threat should go down after midnight, but then we have to deal with the Derecho, which is currently ongoing to the west. All right, Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Yeah, Max, just a little bit more information about our prime tornado environment. So it's a little hard to see, but our two tornado producing cells are currently over here. The purple area on this map is the area of the highest STP. Luckily, these cells are starting to leave it. That does not mean that they are done producing tornadoes. They can 100% still do that because at this point, they're sort of making their own tornado environment because they're so mature. However, our line is starting to enter this area of increased STP. And what this means is anywhere that's not outflow dominant will be in a better area for producing tornadoes. We're seeing this currently with our tornado warning on the line, where we have two potential tornadoes on the ground right now that are QLCS spin-up tornadoes. SCP applies just for a Derecho or a QLCS system as it does for supercells, so we will most likely see more QLCS tornadoes if our line does not go outflow dominant.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. So that's a little insight again of our environment right now, which is still very primed for tornadoes. We are likely going to see at least another 1 or 2 different tornadoes with our discrete supercells, and then further back to the west with our line, we may see several different tornadoes with this little QLCS spin-up action that we are seeing. And unfortunately, right now, we got 2 large hook echoes on our line of thunderstorms, both north and south of I-94, and these are likely going to continue to produce the potential for tornadoes in addition to 90 to 100 mile per hour winds as this continues to track east at around 60 miles per hour. Get ready if you're in Jamestown. I know we already had severe weather in Jamestown, but we are going to see, unfortunately, more severe weather in Jamestown here soon. And there's also a couple of Project Weather Eye cameras, which are these Radar Mega cameras that you can watch inside of the Radar Mega app if you download it with the top link in the description below. These cameras are likely going to have a pretty good view here of our Derecho as it gets closer to Jamestown within the next hour or so. So we're going to be keeping an eye on that. And then on top of that, we might even see a potential for a tornado or two in the Jamestown area, assuming that this little QLCS action continues, which it probably will. It honestly looks kind of crazy because this isn't just a Derecho, but it's actually a mesoscale convective vortex. You can see all of this spinning up here. That is actually like a small little low pressure system near McCluskey that is basically formed, and this is an area that we actually could see spin up tornadoes as well, but that is also helping to boost the amount of wind shear, and also the storm motion is more favorable now with the leading edge of this line of thunderstorms. So a lot of interesting stuff here, but this has actually turned into a mesoscale convective vortex, which is honestly interesting. I wasn't really expecting that to happen. All right, let's go back over to our tornado warnings. Let's do a little quick update on both of them. So the one near Cuba, there is still a little bit of rotation, but it's gotten a lot weaker over the last few minutes. It is still broadly rotating just to the southeast of Valley City. This is going to be going towards the Fingal area and then eventually going towards Alice. So be ready for that. And then our storm near Fort Ransom, it may be producing a tornado again. The velocities have actually tightened again, going to Fort Ransom. We have Scott Peak, who is currently on this. Going back over to Scott. We'll listen in and see if there's a tornado here, but he is on this storm. Basically next to it. But bottom right of your screen, you can see the velocities have tightened again.
I don't see it yet. I'm taking my turn left here. I'm going eastbound in just a minute. Give me a sec. I can confirm if there's anything on the ground.
All right, he's going to try to confirm if there's something on the ground here. While he goes east, we have another mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center. This one is going to be across southeastern North Dakota, where they have mentioned a pair of supercells will reside within a high significant tornado parameter environment, at least for the next couple of hours. On top of that, the threat of tornadoes will continue. They've mentioned that the most probable peak intensity for tornadoes is up to 150 miles per hour, damaging winds as high as 90 miles per hour out of these supercells, and then up to 3.5-inch diameter hail is also going to be a possibility here across southeastern North Dakota near Lisbon Valley City and also near Fargo. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, I do want to quickly talk about some severe thunderstorm warnings that we have in South Dakota. These are outflow from our thunderstorms, however, there's not convection with them. You will still be receiving 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts at a minimum, maybe even 70 in that northern warning. However, you're not going to see the normal like thunder part of the storm. It's just going to be the wind part. Just because there's no thunder and rain does not mean that there is not gusty wind. So please take these severe thunderstorm warnings seriously, even though there might not be a lot of thunderstorm with that severe.
All right, thank you for the update. So that is a little outflow boundary down to the south. That'll be going towards Aberdeen and Ellendale, both in North and South Dakota here over the near term. Also, our tornado warning back up near Denhoff and Goodrich. There is still broad rotation here. This is right in the middle of our mesoscale convective vortex. That is going to be coming up on Goodrich over the next few minutes, and then that'll eventually be approaching the Herdsfield area. Further up to the east, we actually have more rotation we actually have a rotating supercell, or kind of rotating area of our line here, also near Bowdoin. That is going to be going up towards Fessenden and just to the west there of the Carrington area. So we have an area of spin there. This is all around our mesoscale convective vortex. We could even get a strong tornado out of something like this. If we were to get a tornado, it's actually moving north and almost north-northwest right now. So it's actually kind of moving in an interesting direction. So keep an eye on that. And then further down to the south, we still likely have tornadoes in progress in our QLCS spin-ups near Medina. The other one just south of Cleveland. These are fast moving to the east. We should get severe warnings in a moment going towards Jamestown, Edgeley, and also the Culm area within the next few minutes as these storms continue to track to the east. Also, I would not be surprised if we have a significant tornado north or west of Lisbon right now. We don't have any confirmation yet. Velocities have seriously uptrended. That could be a tornado near Fort Ransom. We have multiple chasers en route, and then we also have Scott Peak, who is near this. I'm going to go back to Scott. He's currently in the warning. He's near Fort Ransom. There could legitimately be a tornado going into Fort Ransom, North Dakota right now.
Yeah, it looks pretty LP with that light, so it should be, hopefully it's a lot less precipitation.
All right, I'm going to go back to him in a second. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, I am going to confirm 2 tornadoes on the ground with this southern severe or tornado warning near Fort Ransom. There is a parent circulation that has a very strong wedge tornado on the ground, as well as a strong cone satellite tornado. So 2 tornadoes, that is twin tornadoes on the ground, about to head into Fort Ransom.
Alrighty, thank you for the update. So there are 2 different tornadoes on the ground. It sounds like we have a wedge tornado that is going into Fort Ransom. It's a somewhat less populated area, but obviously Fort Ransom, you need to be in your safe place. There is or at least 1, if not 2 tornadoes right now in progress near Fort Ransom. These will eventually go towards Lisbon and Elderlin. The velocities, again, are pretty much off the charts here. This is a very dangerous situation, no doubt about that. Very populated area going towards Lisbon, at least here in North Dakota, and Elderlin will also be in the path of this. So please get to your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom. This is an extremely dangerous situation. I would have to assume that this warning will get upgraded here in a few minutes to be at least an observed tornado warning. We also have a new extremely dangerous situation, severe thunderstorm warning. This includes a large chunk of North Dakota, going from Carrington and New Rockford and Fessenden back through Jamestown, Edgeley, and Lemoore. That is going to be for 90-mile-per-hour damaging winds. I know that might sound high. It might sound like an exaggeration. It's not. This line is legitimately producing some pockets of 90-mile-per-hour winds, maybe even higher, going towards Jamestown and eventually towards Valley City. So if you're in this severe thunderstorm warning, you need to make sure that you're staying away from windows, being on the lowest floor possible. If you have flashlights, make sure that you have those ready to go wherever you're going to your safe place. You should be in a storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom. It should not be on the top floor or even in your kitchen looking out the window. That is very dangerous with a line of storms that is basically a derecho right now. Again, moving right now across North Dakota. We also have the potential for tornadoes. I would anticipate that we will get a tornado warning for the Jamestown area here in a few minutes. You guys were already under one today. You're probably going to be under another one as we have, again, 2 different areas of circulation embedded in our line of thunderstorms. That's going to be going to Eldridge, Buchanan, Pingree, Fried, and Bloom over the next few minutes. All right, let me go back to this tornado warning. Again, it sounds like we have 2 different tornadoes on the ground right now with this tornado warning back over here in Fort Ransom. Let me go back over to Connor first, I think. We're going to go to Connor first. He's currently looking in the direction of where these tornadoes would be. This is Connor.
Going down 30,
so He's coming out of the north, so he's looking to the west, south. He's looking to the southwest towards these tornadoes. If we get a good lightning flash, we might see it. But it sounds like there is a wedge and a parent tornado, so there's two.
We should be getting a few any second.
But it sounds like, I mean, again, this would need PDS. This would already meet PDS criteria based off those reports. So, and velocities are also off the charts. It's a bit contaminated because we're in a bit of a radar hole. But you can see bottom right of your screen, that right there is your tornado.
Any second.
About 10 miles to our west, southwest.
This is an emergency alert. A large and strong tornado is on the ground.
Okay.
Seek shelter
This is
immediately.
officially PDS, and on top of that, I think Scott has it. They have upgraded this to a PDS tornado warning for Barnes and Ransom counties.
Trying to see if you can see it when the lightning comes. Yeah,
it's 11.
We're back to a particularly dangerous situation.
Yeah, you can just vaguely see.
I'm putting Scott bottom right. I just heard Connor just said there was a power flash, so there is definitely a tornado here. This is a particularly dangerous situation for Fort Ransom in Lisbon, just southwest of Elderlin. You need to be in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom. Get away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible. This is once again a particularly dangerous situation. Tornado warning. Connor just reported a power flash, and then on top of that, Scott is apparently just had a view of this tornado a few moments ago.
The occlusion is still there. It's still got a bowl-shaped funnel underneath it, and there's another large base forming to the east of it now.
That's the latest from Scott.
I don't think they're coming from the west on. They're coming from the east on this.
Copy that. Yeah, you're gonna get a good. You're gonna be right underneath the large base. You'll see the visual of the tornado when you get in front of it.
Hey, Jen, for the $20 super chat. This anticyclonic is not. There might be a parent tornado that's anticyclonic, but the main tornado would not be. In this situation. The tornadoes. We think the main tornado is right now approaching Highway 13, barely north of Fort Ransom. Well, I really hope this does not go towards Lisbon either. Lisbon's another populated town. There are not, like, for those that are tuning in from North Dakota, there are not, like, a ton of, you know, highly populated towns and cities, but this is another one of those. Like Jamestown is, for example, and these discrete supercells, unfortunately, have been very close to populated areas. Jamestown, Valley City, we had very close calls on 2 wedge tornadoes.
Nope, it's firmly on the ground. It's still a cone.
Okay, it's on the ground. I don't know if you guys saw it. Can somebody see if you can get a screenshot? Scott just had it, I think, a second ago. And 2625 timestamp, approximately, on my block. I don't know if it was on the left, but it sounds like it's still on the ground.
Get that kind of a visual of the southern storm, Connor.
And I'm coming in directly from the east. We got nothing.
It is nighttime, so obviously it makes it way more dangerous.
You saying south?
Well, like on the bottom, because Scott is just south of Fort Ransom, looking at his dots, and he can see it, and you guys can't see it, so it's behind the precept.
We are in the notch. There's 0 chance we wouldn't see it. Just not looking at the right spot.
Yeah, it's on the occluding mezzo. It's getting tall now. It's still a large cone, but it's the RFD is completely wrapping around it now and choking it off. It's still got a lot of.
Okay, it's further south then, huh?
This is Connor.
Well, like on the bottom, because Scott is just south.
This is a large cone by the sounds of it.
Ransom,
maybe.
Looking at his dots, and he can see it, and you guys can't see it, so it's behind the precept.
We are in the notch. There's 0 chance we wouldn't see it. We're just not looking at the right spot.
Hold on, I think I just saw something. Okay, right.
Yeah, it's on the occluding mezzo.
Oh, yeah.
It's getting tall now.
Where?
It's
Right
still
there.
a large cone, but it's
in the rain.
the RFD is completely wrapping around it now and choking it off. It's still
Once again, this is near Lisbon and Fort Ransom, North Dakota. We have a large tornado in progress. This is a particularly dangerous situation.
Yeah, I was kind of getting wrapped in the rain. You need to.
Scott does sound nervous for the record, which I would be too. This is a very. This is not. It's nighttime. It's scary. I mean, I can only imagine. Like these storm chasers, like they are putting their lives at risk right now. At nighttime, there's not enough lightning, in my opinion.
Really see it. Ben's got it on his phone.
Makes it even more dangerous.
So, I mean, we probably have it on the camera, but.
Yeah, my dad just had power flashes on the stream.
Freddie had power flashes.
Hey, Freddie, I have not had data on my radio. I'm using my phone. We got page and breaks and phone. I'm going as fast as I can, but clearly can't pass them either.
Okay, so by the sounds of it again, there is still a tornado in progress, and this is again going towards Lisbon right now. You need to be in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom. This is an extremely dangerous situation. It is still a PDS tornado warning. Also near Jamestown, we still have a couple areas of rotation that are going to be moving in. 2 different hook echoes on the leading edge of our line of thunderstorms, which is a derecho right now, moving into Jamestown, eventually going towards Wimbledon and Sanborn and Valley City. So get to your safe place again near Jamestown. 90-mile-per-hour winds are widespread right now going into Carrington, New Rockford, and also Jamestown here over the next several minutes. This is likely going to continue for quite some time.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
This is our new tornado warning for Jamestown. Not really surprised about this one, but Wimbledon, Jamestown, you guys are now included in a brand new radar indicated tornado warning. There are a couple areas of rotation, as we just pointed out, going to Buchanan, going towards Bloom, Jamestown, Eldridge, and eventually towards Kensnall, Pingree, and Wimbledon. So seek shelter immediately if you are in this tornado warning. Get away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible. This is our particularly dangerous situation tornado warning. The tornado right now is likely near Fort Ransom. It'll be tracking towards 32 over the next few minutes, so get to your tornado shelter if you are in this tornado warning. We also have a tornado warning still further to the north near Oriska. There's a broad area of rotation over Cuba that is going towards Alice and eventually towards the Emden area and Chaffee. So be ready for that as that continues to move to the east. Back over to Connor.
56.
Connor's right now in the inflow of this PDS tornado warning. This is Connor. The tornado will be located somewhere there or further south. We got lightning, might see it. By the way, huge shout out and W's in the chat for Tony with the extremely generous $250 super chat. We need a W spam in the chat for Tony. You're way too kind. Connor has reported a new wall cloud, by the way. He said that a moment before we put him on.
Rapidly rotating wall cloud east now, about 3 miles east of the old mezzo.
There's a rapidly rotating wall cloud, so it sounds like the initial tornado occluded and we got a new one dropping.
Sucking it in.
I'm down by Fort Ransom.
Look like a
it just looks messy, and I can't get a new radar scan either. I don't have internet.
Yeah, I got the.
Hey, Shannon, Rich, and also Gretchen for the Venmo donations.
It's just so hard to tell.
So once again, live near Fort Ransom into Lisbon.
What is this doing?
Going towards Elderlin.
Yeah.
It's a seahorse.
We don't think the large wedge or the cone is on the ground anymore, but we think there is a new one trying to drop right now. This is a PDS tornado warning still, for the record. But it's likely going to drop another big tornado. It's discreet. There's really not much affecting this, and it's still in a very primed environment, at least for the next hour. At least. It'll depend on when this line of storms catches up more than anything.
Alright, still dropping south on 56. Don't have a visual on the wall cloud.
It's Freddie McKinney.
The whole thing's like weird and disorganized right now.
We were gonna go down there, but we're gonna continue. We're gonna go east on 32. We're dropping back south on 32.
Come back to Connor.
Might have a tornado coming down in front of us.
Connor said they may have a tornado down in front of them. You guys did not hear him. There may be a tornado here now. Don't know for sure. This would be again a new tornado.
circulation almost is forming on top of this mountain. I'm gonna get east.
There's definitely a lot of inflow coming in.
All right, let me go back over to radar. We do have a new PDS or extremely dangerous situation, severe thunderstorm warning. That is going to be for a bunch of different counties, including areas like Grand Forks, Benson, Nelson, Steele, Griggs, and Eddy counties in North Dakota. That should pop up here in a second. While we're waiting for that to pop up, we again have, all right, here it is. All right, so that's going to be your New Rockford, McVille, Cooperstown, and Findlay. So destructive 80-mile-per-hour damaging winds are going to be coming in that direction here soon. Keep in mind that the northern segment of this line is not as fast. That is, again, a mesoscale convective vortex. This is an area of spin that is currently happening near Bowdoin and Goodrich. And we could still see a tornado even around this. But the biggest thing right now that I want to take away from this is that this right here is slowly moving to the east. And so this is basically an area of spin that's actually going to help to increase our QLCS tornado threat, which means the tornadoes embedded in our line of thunderstorms going into areas like Jamestown, also coming up on the Wimbledon and Fried areas. So just something to point out there that we are probably going to see a much more elevated tornado threat, at least within the next hour or two, out of this line of thunderstorms because of all the spin that we have with this mesoscale convective vortex. By the way, there's a lot more lightning on this storm now compared to before.
Alright, I'm headed south right now. South on 32.
We're getting more lightning, which may make this a little bit more visible.
Northeast, east now.
Nice. Nice friggin'.
This is Storm Intermedia's view. This is
Up next to my ear.
This is on Highway 32, just north of Lisbon. So a little bit further east, but they have a pretty good view here of the storm as well.
Anything on the ground down there? I'm going south on 32 now.
No, and honestly, you should have plenty of time.
Hey, Gyro for the super chat. Really appreciate that. Not any warning snipe, but you're doing a fantastic job with this coverage. Appreciate that.
Copy. Thank you.
I gotta say, this has been one of the more intense coverages that we've had in, like, feels like a while.
Scared me.
No, I put the other phone up.
This is Freddy. He's looking, he's much closer to where the tornado would be. This is in the inflow notch.
Gonna cook up to this next
They have just downgraded this warning. It's back down to an observed tornado, so it's no longer PDS, at least for the time being. That could change.
Anything? I kind of caught a glimpse of some sussy scud fingers. Didn't see anything. I saw some sussy scud fingers. Sussy scud fingers, okay? It would be back to your, it would be behind though. It'd be like 3, or to your like.
Bro, man, I have no idea.
A new tornado warning
I
has
don't
been
wanna
issued.
Look for this damn thing. Not because I can't, but because like, is it this, right? This bottom piece?
Just purely pay attention to velocity. Don't even.
That's
Wait.
10 miles away from where we are.
I think Freddy said he had something. I'll be back in a second. We have a new tornado warning. This one's in, again, North Dakota. That's going to be south of Harvey. This is around our mesoscale convective vortex. That's just south of Goodrich. The rotation's actually not even in the warning, but it'll be coming up into the warning in a few minutes, going towards Manfred, Fessenden, and around Bowdoin. So seek shelter if you're in that tornado warning. Let me go to Freddy. I don't know what he was saying, but it sounded like he said something.
Might step out for just like a quick second, bro.
Fast second.
Why?
How much lightning, dude?
Yeah, I just kind of want to see what. Oh, Alex!
Okay. Apparently, Freddy is taking a, in simplistic terms, a leak. We'll go back to Storm Intermedia. Also, I do want to just quickly pan back to something else that's been a developing situation.
I mean, you guys can have it.
Unfortunately, again, this is just some of the scenes south of Valley City from our initial tornado. Again, hopefully everybody's okay, but we had a large cone, if not even a wedge tornado impact the areas just south of Valley City, North Dakota. Ambulances are on the scene. We had a heavily damaged home, and on top of that, we've had many other homes that have been damaged, if not destroyed here, from 2 different very large tornadoes. And so I just want to throw it out there that yes, unfortunately there is damage from the initial tornadoes. We don't know the extent at this point, but that's at least a brief update here regarding our damage. And hopefully everybody's okay. Hopefully there's no injuries, but unfortunately I do think there's at least a few from what I've been gathering.
Well, I guess that one wasn't so bad.
Yeah, that was pretty good.
Makes it look like it was daytime.
Also, we just got a new severe thunderstorm warning. That's going to be for Valley City, Sanborn, Wimbledon, and just south of Findlay. That is also for destructive 90-mile-per-hour winds. So be ready again for a destructive line of thunderstorms. Those storms are not in the warning yet. This is a warning. It means that storms are going to be coming here soon. It's still about 20 minutes from probably entering the warning, but you should be in your safe place well ahead of time. This is an extremely dangerous situation for this entire severe thunderstorm warning. Unfortunately, we had 2 large tornadoes in this general vicinity, and now we have 90-mile-per-hour winds, a derecho, possibly even the threat for embedded tornadoes going over the same exact areas that have already been damaged from these tornadoes. So again, if you're in Valley City, Wimbledon, or Cooperstown, be ready for this. All right, let me go over to this. We're going to go ahead and do... Wrong button. Sure does the right thing here. All right, Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, so just an update on the timing of our storms. It does look like the derecho will not be catching our current tornado-warned storms. Well, I guess now one that's only tornado-warned storms before they reach Fargo. However, the good news is this storm to the north is having a lot of issues with the flank, or the forward flank of the storm to its south. So this is a very negative interaction for this storm, and for now, it has dropped in tornado potential. It looks really messy, and there's also been some new convection to go up in its region of inflow that's making it so this storm cannot sustain, as well as more convection off to its north. So it does look like the tornado potential for Fargo is dropping. However, it is not zero. At the same time, however, these storms are starting to pick up rapidly and move further off to the east even quicker. Right now, our new tornado warning has a tag for a 75-mile-per-hour eastward motion on it. What this means is this storm is going to be going really, really fast. It's going to start to bow out. We watched this happen a few days ago in Tulsa, and Tulsa saw very damaging wind gusts. These storms are already producing very damaging wind gusts up to that 90 mile per hour. Unfortunately, there is the chance that they could be even higher than 90 miles per hour as they enter the Valley City and Fargo area. There's also a lot of search and rescue going on in Valley City, as well as Jamestown from our tornadoes. This search and rescue is going to be postponed and sort of be held off for another 2 hours once the storms get there, because they're going to have to go back into shelter as first responders themselves.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. So, again, we got a lot of significant storms ongoing. We still have 5 tornado warnings, actually. But we are going to be back down to 4. So the northern tornado warning is going to be allowed to expire. This one's just broadly rotating at this point. And the biggest thing with this northern storm is that we had a merger basically out of the south. This supercell's become the dominant one. So all of that rain's kind of feeding in now to our inflow notch. So that storm's probably not going to be very concerning in the long term going towards Fargo when it comes to a tornado threat. But this storm will likely continue to be pretty tornadic as it goes into Lisbon here over the next several minutes. We are expecting a tornado threat to continue with this very discrete supercell. The velocities are hard to see because we are in a radar hole, but the velocities have remained on the stronger side of things with this storm. So again, make sure if you're in Lisbon that you're in your safe place, and get ready to go to your safe place if you are in Sheldon, Enderlin, or just south of Leonard right now. This thing may be producing a tornado at any time. Let me go over to Storm Winter Media. They are currently looking in the direction of where there would be a tornado. We'll listen in. They are, again, very close to where this tornado would be, if there is one. We don't know for sure right now. It is still technically an observed tornado. It'll be coming up on Highway 32 over the next few minutes. Also, huge shout out to Aaron with the $100 super chat. I've got friends in Fargo and Aberdeen, and while they've been doing my best to keep them updated, your call-outs have helped beyond anything else. Been watching for over a year now, and you reinvigorate my passion for weather every time you go live. I really appreciate that, Aaron.
You guys just can't, visual of traffic lights. You can't just see this. You guys are struggling to see the storm because we're right underneath of it. That's what it is.
Well, I can help Aaron, by the way. Thank you again very much for the generosity. This is Freddy. He's also going down Highway 32. They're all kind of in the same spot. Freddy is losing signal. Let me go back to Storm Runner.
Alright, the storm.
Thank you, Samuel, for becoming a member. Dallas, Texas has more people than all of North Dakota.
Looks like the cell is starting to pull its outflow back in, guys. It's trying to...
Actually, I think that is true.
Close that RFD
This is
cut.
an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
Alright guys, we have a new confirmed tornado warning in North Dakota. This one is going to go towards Gray City and McHenry.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, we got 2 new tornado warnings. So this one is going to be near Carrington, Gray City, and McHenry. We're up to 7 tornado warnings. This one is a confirmed tornado. That's near Highway 200 right now. This has been observed via public. So this is a public confirmed tornado. Flying debris is going to be a risk out of this storm, out of this tornado, as it goes towards Gray City and McHenry over the next few minutes. So seek shelter, get away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible. They've also extended the tornado warning for the one near Sheldon and Elderlin. That one is, again, still likely producing a tornado. Freddie is very close to it. It looks like it's getting a little bit crazy there. That's going towards Sheldon, Highway 27. Leonard eventually in the path of this, also going towards Walcott. So seek shelter if you are in this new tornado warning. We go over to Freddie.
Yeah, there's something.
Where's it trying to if it is all from your base?
See if his connection stays or not. I'll go back to him in a second. They're both on. They're all on Highway 32 right now. They're all in the same spot. But
right, though, you just can't see it. I mean, neither can we really.
I think it's right.
I'll go back to him in a second. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, we just got a very large severe thunderstorm warning. There's a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. It is the first of the day with a 100-mile-per-hour wind tag. This includes like almost 50% of North Dakota, basically north to south. That warning will come across in a second. Obviously, 100-mile-per-hour winds, very serious, and take it seriously.
Thank you for the update. Yeah, this is literally a massive 100-mile-per-hour severe thunderstorm warning. It literally encompasses Jamestown, Carrington, New Rockford almost. Anything I just outlined in white is in that area, basically. So anywhere in the white, you're technically in that 100-mile-per-hour severe thunderstorm warning. This is literally category 2 hurricane winds that are ripping across this area. You can also compare it to like an EF-1 type tornado, almost EF-2. I think it's very close to that as well. So this is basically very high winds that are moving across this entire area, and that is literally going through the city now of Jamestown. We could also see tornadoes out of the leading edge of this line. We may even have a tornado just south of Jamestown right now. There is a little couplet there over Homer that is moving into Spiritwood over the next few minutes, and then it'll be tracking towards Rogers, Sanborn, Eccleston, and then eventually approaching Valley City, which is already hit by a tornado. We are going to have a couple of different cameras, I think, at least one. The RDD3 is going to have a view of this here in a minute. So there are a couple of cameras, which again, you can watch them inside of the Radar Omega app that will have a view of this line of storms as this line continues to push east. Let me go back over to Storm Intermedia. They're on the
like basically done on the interesting half.
Confirmed tornado warning.
That's the problem.
Oop. Okay, I don't really want the ditch. Yeah. Area of interest is in front of us, but all the lightning's behind us, so we can't see it.
Your best bet right now might just be 27 east out of Lisbon.
We got our in-house
Right
navigator
behind
tonight.
storm. Your best bet right now might just be 27 east out of Lisbon.
Latest scan, bottom right of your screen, we're starting to see rotation ramp up again on this storm. It's a little bit contaminated, but it being nighttime, it's obviously going to be...
By GPS, it's east of...
It's going to be difficult to see, but velocities bottom right of your screen are starting to intensify again. Hey, listed for the $10 super chat.
Nothing, man. Can't see
I can help.
man. This is the one thing about chasing at night is when you don't have good
Alright, I getting your shot?
lightning.
Huh.
Like no lightning right now.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Don't have your camera facing out.
Family.
All right, we have another tornado warning. We're back up to 5 again. We have a new tornado warning around our mesoscale convective vortex. This looks crazy, by the way. I mean, this thing looks like a hurricane almost at this point. Like, I mean, you could basically say this is a hurricane. It's obviously not, but like it literally looks like one. It is a large mesoscale convective vortex, but we have a new tornado warning for Fessenden. That is a pretty tight area of rotation that's going to be coming up on Hamburg and Bremen over the next few minutes. So get to your safe place immediately if you are in this tornado warning. I mean, like literally looking at...
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
If you look at radar, it literally almost looks like a hurricane. We also have another confirmed tornado warning. This one is going to be an extension to the current confirmed tornado via public, which would be located just north of 200. That is going to be going into Grace City over the next few minutes, and then going towards McHenry, Binford, Pecking, McVille, and as well as the Tolna areas. So get to your safe place if you are in this new tornado warning going up towards Highway 20. That is in Nelson, Griggs, and Eddy counties in North Dakota. But I'm not even kidding. Like, this legitimately, if we look at the spiral here on radar, it literally looks crazy. It basically looks like a tornado. This, or not a hurricane, I mean. It literally has that spiral look to it. Pretty crazy to see this type of radar imagery. You don't see this very often, and again, we are dealing with a derecho. This has already been, the Storm Prediction Center has already said this is a derecho, and this is a derecho, 100%. We already have wind damage reports that exceed that, the length has already exceeded that. I mean, everything's already exceeded the criteria for a derecho, and this is 100% gonna be one of the, this is the first derecho, I think, of all of 2025, so you guys are basically witnessing history, and then on top of that, you're witnessing something that we've not seen yet this year, which is an actual derecho. We've had a couple opportunities this year already. This is a legitimate derecho, though. All right, let me go back over to our discrete supercell. This is still tornado warned. If we have a tornado, it's going to be crossing over Highway 32 here in a couple minutes. Let's check in on Freddie McKinney. He is looking in the direction of where we would have a tornado. See the wind picking up a little bit.
Bubble forming up. Good last week. And you were in Canada too. I was in Canada. I got the Canada. Oh gosh, bro, you're. Whoa, what is happening? Is there a tornado here? Are we in a tornado?
The wind is picking up. The hook echo is literally going to cross the road.
Yeah, same here. I don't know what's happening.
Stormer Media is actually looking at this too. A little bit easier to see. If there's a tornado, it'll be right in the middle of the screen. Not seeing anything clearly right now. Wind is picking up quickly.
That's so sketchy, guys.
We were all just outside. We're basically in it. Guys, we might want to drop south here. Maybe.
Hey, you back up, Dale. You back up.
Another couplet form due west. Looks strong.
Yeah, there is definitely stronger rotation. Latest scan, you can see it.
Is it trying to touch the ground or what?
Another couplet form due west. Looks strong.
You can see the wind again picking up where they are near Highway 32. They're very close to that circulation. Thank you, by the way, Amy, for the $100 super chat. I'm in Northern Virginia. I sat through the crazy windstorm yesterday. Thanks all of you. Yeah, yesterday was crazy too. Got a huge swath of winds in the mid-Atlantic.
Could be something kind of uncondensed there, so look out.
Yeah, we're feeling something right now.
It's getting pretty dangerous right now, but you can see the velocities couplet right now coming up on Highway 32. This is just north of Lisbon. This could drop a tornado at any time. And keep in mind, again, for at least the next 45 minutes to an hour, this is still a very favorable environment for the potential for strong to maybe even violent tornadoes with these discrete supercells. So you need to take this very seriously if you're in this tornado warning. Back over in the Jamestown area, we got a line of storms right now rolling in, producing the threat of 90 to 100 mile per hour winds. Keep in mind that our entire severe thunderstorm warning here is for 100 mile per hour damaging winds. And this is going to be moving towards Valley City within the next 45 minutes. It is a very fast-moving line of storms. We can actually track this out. This is moving east at about, it says northeast at 40 miles per hour. I think it's faster than that. But let's get a little time guide here. We'll do 55 miles per hour because I think it's closer to 60. But here's a general ETA for at least the highest area of wind that we have, which is near Jamestown. And on top of that, this is also where we have a QLCS tornado potential. But current estimate timing is that Valley City will be hit by this line of storms approximately at 11:19 p.m. Sanborn at 11:08, and if you're back over in Peak or the Oriska areas, that's around 11:25, 11:30 Central Time. So that's a general track. Also, the population in this little track is about 7,000 people. So if you know any friends or family, at least in that area, make sure that they're aware of it. Let's also track out our southern supercell. Just real quickly, that's going to be for the Enderlin area. Let me get the speed on this one as well. This one is moving east-southeast, going towards Walcott at about 25 miles per hour, so it's not nearly as fast as our line, but this is a general idea of where it'll be tracking. Again, it does not include everybody, but it includes at least some of the general locations. So Power at about 11:45, McLeod at about 11:46, Barney at about 12:25 a.m., Colfax just after 12:30, and then also the Pitcairn area at 12:33. So back to Freddie on our tornado warning here.
Dust. I definitely see dust to the left of the road.
There may be a tornado. He says
we can make it on the 87.
At least sees dust being picked up. There's a tornado be crossing over Highway 32 over the next couple minutes.
Sometimes the A7 can pick.
Thank Grant for becoming a member.
A7 can pick stuff up that you can't. Okay. Sometimes the A7 it's got stuff that you can't see. Be right up here. Oh, dude, my allergies are freaking cooked.
Yeah, and I forgot to take a medicine this morning.
It's kind of weirdly calm with like no lightning right now. The wind is starting to really pick up though.
What's this, bro?
Yeah, here it comes.
Freaking flips out.
There could be a tornado, but we don't know for sure. Some weird flash there in the field. I don't know what that was.
Copy that. Storm to our west, just by the way, 100-mile-an-hour winds warned.
Just getting a little sketch. Yep.
So the wind is starting to
I'm
pick
gonna
up
back out.
quickly.
This is getting gnarly RFD here.
Right on Highway 32. This is our rear flank downdraft. It's basically the southern area of where our main area rotation is.
Like, no way to see this thing.
Storm. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, 2 updates. We need a tornado warning between our 2 tornado warnings. There's actually an area of rotation that's basically managed to gap them. This tornado warning would include Glenfield and Binford in North Dakota. Also, we are now receiving law enforcement confirmation of the damage that occurred to the houses that Vince is by. It sounds like there were multiple structures involved in that. Not any information on whether or not we have significant injuries or not, but hopefully we do not.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. So that's a general update. Again, we do have, we definitely need a tornado warning on this storm, by the way. This is near Glenfield. This is north of Jamestown for reference. It's kind of on the northeastern side right now of our derecho. That is going towards Cooperstown, Cooperstown. That's going into Glenfield, though, within the next couple minutes. So you should be in your safe place if you're not already. That is a tight couplet. Could easily have a tornado as we speak going towards Binford. Latest scan is still showing that strong area of rotation right over Glenfield right now. And so that's going right into the town. It's a very small town, but if you're in Glenfield, get to that safe place now. Binford next in track, and then Anita, Sharon, McVille, and also going towards Findlay are going to be in the eventual path of that. We also have more rotation back over in Gray City. This one's been confirmed as a tornado by Public. That is going into McHenry over the next few minutes and then going towards Pecking. And then we also have another area of rotation going up towards Warwick and also Highway 20. That could drop a tornado at some point as it continues to move to the north. And then right around our mesoscale convective vortex, which is a large area of swirl that we have right now near the Bowdoin area. There are currently really just one area of rotation on the north side. The one on the west side is weakened, but we still have broad rotation near Fessenden, going to Bremen, and then eventually going towards the Oberon area over the next few minutes. Maddock, and as well as Fort Totten will eventually be in the path of that storm. But again, we got this large swirl, and then all of our wind right now is pushing to the east. We still have damaging winds, though, on the north side of this mesoscale convective vortex. And as I've already alluded to probably 29 times now, this is a derecho. If you're just tuning in, the Storm Prediction Center has already confirmed that we have an ongoing derecho here in North Dakota. This will be moving into Minnesota within the next 1.5 hours, going towards Fargo, Hillsboro, and eventually going towards Grand Forks. Also, we have a camera that should be able to pick up some of the wind here soon. I'm going to put this one probably bottom right, but the bottom right camera, it's inside the Radar Mega app. That's near the Eccleston area. We may see the wind pick up there. I'm not entirely sure if we'll definitely see it, but there is a camera here in Eccleston. We may be able to see the potential for 100-mile-per-hour winds. The current severe thunderstorm warning here further to the west is already for 100-mile-per-hour damaging winds. The one for Valley City is at 90-mile-per-hour winds, but I wouldn't be surprised if they upgrade that. If you look at velocities on radar, you can still see there are plenty of pockets right now of upwards of 100-mile-per-hour winds that'll be pushing into Valley City, Sanborn, Cooperstown, and Findlay over the next several minutes. But I'm going to be keeping a close eye on that camera. It definitely could get crazy. Vince is still doing search and rescue right now, and unfortunately, we got 90-mile-per-hour winds that are coming towards Valley City, Sanborn, Oriska, and also the areas that were just hit by these large tornadoes. So definitely kind of a scary situation there. We just got to kind of hope that all that search and rescue is complete before, you know, the eventual line of storm comes into that area. Also, on our tornado warning, it is very contaminated on radar. It is very hard to tell whether we do or don't have a tornado. This is interesting, though. We do have Tornado Pagey, who actually has, it looks like, a little filter on that's able to help us kind of see stuff a little bit more.
This is all like north. I'm just looking.
They have like a little like filter on.
Maybe like North Minnesota.
But they are
Duluth.
just to the south of this area of rotation.
95%. It's because it's a bow echo.
Say squeaky for the $10 super chat.
East, so,
on my phone, or on the phone with my friend in Moorhead, Minnesota. This channel coverage is way better than Fargo local coverage. I appreciate that.
New MD goes from
I can help.
Brainerd to a little bit past Duluth.
If there's a tornado, they're very close to it, but we don't know if there is one. I'm gonna put Tornado Pagey, the bottom left. And then we should see the wind really pick up here in the next couple minutes near Valley City. Unfortunately, this wind is coming in really quickly. This is the radar Omega camera back over to the west of Valley City. This is one that was deployed. I'm not sure how well we're gonna be able to see the wind here, but it's starting to get windy now. So we have upwards of 100-mile-per-hour winds here. And so you can start to see, like, this is where the camera's located. This is where our winds are upwards of 100 miles per hour. It's right along I-94. But the rain is starting to fall, and the wind is definitely starting to pick up. I'm going to keep that bottom right, and if it really gets crazy, we'll go back to it, but that's right over Eccleston, and then the highest winds are going to be moving into Sanborn, Rogers, and Valley City over the next few minutes. This is paralleling I-94 right now, moving to the east, with damaging winds as high as 100
This is an urgent alert.
miles
A
per hour
tornado is on the ground.
possible.
Seek shelter immediately.
We got another confirmed tornado. This one is going to be with our mesoscale convective vortex. This is back up near Fessenden. This one has been confirmed via public. So this is another public confirmed tornado that is going into Bremen. That'll eventually track up towards Oberon and Cheyenne. If I had to guess, this will probably be a pretty brief tornado, given that this is on the northwest side of our, Derecho, also spinning on the northwest side of our mesoscale convective vortex. Tornadoes do not really favor being in this area in general. It's kind of on the very far northern side, so it'll probably occlude pretty quickly, but it's at least on the ground for now. That's going to be going towards the Fort Totten area if it's able to stay on the ground. But to the minimum, damaging winds and at least some sort of tornado has dropped over the last few minutes. That would be located just to the south of Hamburg, northeast of Fesden. That's going towards Bremen as well over the next few minutes. This is a look at our tornado warning cell from Freddy. There's a lot of lightning, so we're getting a little bit better of a view of this now.
You can stay with us, Freddy, if you don't have hotel power at your hotel.
I appreciate you, man.
It's on our discrete supercell southwest of Fargo. This is really the only storm at this point that has a chance of producing a potentially violent tornado at this time, because it is discrete, still in a very favorable tornadic environment.
What bro's doing there? Bro's like passing.
Party in the RAV. That thing was on the ground for an hour.
The storm intermediate, they have a slightly little better view with the lightning in the background.
I feel like that was a more violent tornado than Dickens was. Everyone's calling Dickens an EF-5. I really don't see how that was an EF-5 tornado. Low-end EF-4 is what I'd give that thing. If it was EF-5...
I'm going to go back to them in a second. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, a little thing that we just noticed, that furthest south severe thunderstorm warning that includes Ellendale, North Dakota. If you look on the storm motion on that, it actually says that our system is moving east at 105 miles an hour. It's only producing 65-mile-per-hour winds, but it's moving east at 105 miles per hour.
Alrighty, yeah, that is pretty crazy. Apparently this outflow boundary is moving east at 105 miles per hour. That is extremely fast. This thing right here, this is still producing damaging winds upwards of 60 miles per hour on its own, but apparently it's producing, or it's going as fast as 105 miles per hour, which is literally faster than you can even drive on a highway, at least for most people. So again, that is pretty crazy near Ellendale. That's going towards Oaks and eventually Foreman. Riley said he can outrun that on foot, by the way, apparently 105 miles per hour, by the way. Back to Storm Intermedia.
I don't even see Sheldon.
Looks like it's probably cycling right now.
By the way, Vince Walty's been doing search and rescue. Just a little update. He just got back to his car, I believe. I think they're still doing search and rescue, but he is getting back to his car. If we go back over to live radar, again, the line of storms has just pushed through Sanborn. It is approaching Valley City right now in Ariska. Valley City is only about 5 minutes from being hit by this very intense line of thunderstorms producing destructive 90-mile-per-hour damaging winds that is, again, about Category 1, almost Category 2 type winds from a hurricane that are moving across this area. Vince has once again been doing search and rescue, and I'm going to put him bottom right of your screen, but he has actually been doing search and rescue. I think he's just getting back to his car now, so I think it's hopefully concluding for now, and then he's going to, be getting pretty much hammered by these really high winds going towards Ariska and Buffalo City. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, that southern tornado warning does have a chaser report of a tornado on the ground right now. May see an upgrade to an observed warning. Either way, we should be taking shelter in Sheldon because this tornado could definitely occlude and go right through the town of Sheldon.
Alrighty, thank you for the update. So it sounds like this tornado is back on the ground just to the south of Elderlin, going towards Sheldon, Walcott, just to the southwest of Leonard, eventually going towards I-29 as well. So if you're in this tornado warning, you need to be in your safe place, get away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible. It sounds like this is an observed tornado via spotters. Again, Storm Media looking at the storm right now from the south. And if we have a tornado, it'll be kind of on the middle right.
You see the column of dust to the east? Or are you pointing up there?
I was pointing up there.
You can see it from the window.
Storm Media might have it here.
Just got taken from me, that's why.
God damn
it. Waited like 60 seconds too long to book it.
I was waiting for a response.
Hey, Connor, I can get you guys a bed if you guys are okay cuddling on a 1 king.
The storm's producing way more lightning, by the way, than it was before.
Be for 49.
They have continued this warning as radar indicated for now, but again, there was a spotter that did report a tornado. You can actually see the inflow tail coming in from the right there. Obviously, a frequent amount of lightning, too. Kind of see the little circular shape to it, too. That's kind of your basically your mesocyclone here.
Yes. That way, well, even if you log out, log back in, it's not going to update until you relaunch the app. It's a pretty wild structure, guys. Look at that. It's pretty.
Yeah, see, look.
This could be contaminated, but this is on velocities, just west of Sheldon. Actually, a couplet on that supercell. Let me see if the other radar site shows that. Kinda does. This could be contaminated, but that could be a tornado dropping right now near Sheldon. If there were a tornado, it would likely be strong. It's very hard to tell. I think it is somewhat contaminated, but if there is a tornado, it'd be just off to the south of Elderlin, going into Sheldon over the next few minutes, and then Coburn's in the path of that. Once again, a strong, intense, potentially violent tornado is still a possibility with this supercell. If it's able to drop again, that is eventually going towards I-29, just to the south of Castleton and Buffalo. So seek shelter if you're in this warning. And then back over in Valley City, we still have an ongoing threat of upwards of 90-mile-per-hour winds moving into that area right now. Ariska is also in the path of this. May even have a tornado threat right on I-94. There is a chance for a QLCS spin-up tornado as this thing continues to track to the east over the next several minutes. We also have a new destructive severe thunderstorm warning. This is for 80-mile-per-hour winds for Devil's Lake, Lakota, Larimore, and just to the west of Grand Forks near Fort Totten. So seek shelter, get away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible if you're in that severe thunderstorm warning.
They look alright. They don't look as good as they have in the past.
Yeah, there's a column of dust that's been up and down for at least a minute now. I don't know what that is. That could be dust getting pulled into the storm, but it's definitely suspicious back there. I'm almost to Sheldon right now.
Structure's insane on this thing. If it was daylight, it would be even crazier, but this...
Yeah, we're headed north to Sheldon.
May have a tornado.
That couplet is legit. There should be a strong tornado.
Okay, guys, I do have a large tornado. I can't confirm, but there's something large in to my northwest.
Scott said there's something large. 136. There's possibly a large tornado in progress here.
Yes, sir. Yeah, big wedge tornado. Big Yeah, alright, I gotta calm down here. Whoa. You see that?
Yeah, I see it.
It's off to the,
Holy
I think
cow!
it's on the left. I think this is a big tornado though. We just saw a lightning strike there.
Oh my gosh! It's huge!
Apparently there's a huge tornado here near Sheldon.
Oh guys, it's big. It's a big tornado.
If we get a lightning strike, we'll probably be able to see it.
Sorry. I'll roll it up for now.
So again, big time tornado right now, just off to the, it's coming into Sheldon literally as we speak. So again, if you're in Sheldon, you need to be in your safe place away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. It sounds like we got a potential large, if not even possibly a wedge tornado just south of Elderland that's going towards Coburn and Sheldon right now. That's according to Scott Peak here. And then Tornado Pagey is also nearby, bottom left of your screen. So we're keeping an eye on them. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, this is a very large, violent tornado. There are multiple storm chasers that unfortunately we cannot show. Our storm chasers are almost on this. However, just looking at this on radar, it does look like it's actually contaminated, and this is something that normally you wouldn't take seriously. This is what it looks like on tilt 1 of the radar, but as you move up in tilt, it looks exactly the same. This indicates to me that this is a true velocity signature. It's not contaminated because we have that support 4 different layers in the atmosphere. This is probably a very, very strong tornado, and that is exactly what our chasers are reporting. This needs a PDS tornado warning. In Sheldon, you have to be in your safe spot.
Go to CC. Look at CC on there. Yeah, this is 100% a tornado. So again, we got a tornado definitely in progress here, located near Sheldon. There is a clear debris signature, which is not something we've really seen much today on these other tornadoes, even with them being large. This one is legitimately lofting debris right now, and that is coming up towards Sheldon right now. So get to your tornado shelter if you're in Sheldon, Coburn, also just west of Leonard in North Dakota. This is likely a intense to violent tornado near Highway 136, reportedly a very large tornado. We're going back to Scott Peak, who has it in the middle of your screen. We get another lightning strike, we'll be able to see it, but I think that's it right there in the middle.
It's massive.
It is.
Oh yeah, right there, we just saw it. That's a clear shot of it. That is a big cone tornado at the minimum.
Okay.
That is a huge tornado. We just saw it a second ago.
Yes,
I'm gonna try to get a screenshot.
I'm in Sheldon right now. I don't know if my spotter dot's
that is clearly a large tornado.
Updating, but I'm in Sheldon as we speak. And it's to
back to Scott in a second. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, this TDS goes above 10,000 feet in the air. It's got the VROT. I would support a tornado emergency for this storm for the town of Sheldon.
Alrighty, thank you for the update. So this already meets tornado emergency criteria. We have a big debris signature. That was a big tornado, and it's nighttime, which makes this that much more dangerous.
And, stay with it because it looks like it's starting to occlude a little.
That is a big time tornado, though.
Copy. Let's get to the town.
It's gonna be in the middle of your screen, but Coburn, you gotta be in your safe place. Sheldon, you gotta be in your safe place.
This is an emergency alert. A large and strong tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
They have upgraded this to a particularly dangerous situation. Tornado warning for Sheldon. Again, this is for Cass and Ransom counties, but you guys are all included now in a particularly dangerous situation. Tornado warning. You need to be in your storm shelter, basement, closet, bathroom, get away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible. All the chasers bottom of your screen are all currently near this tornado. The debris signature is massive. I mean, this is the largest debris signature that we've seen so far today. So you need to treat this as if there is a wedge, basically, on the ground right now that is going to be moving into Coburn and eventually going towards Leonard over the next few minutes. So please get away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Also, this is a view of that tornado just a second ago, in case you did not see it on our stream. That is what it looks like right now. This looks no different from the tornadoes that we saw earlier, for the record. Literally looks no different. So that is what it looks like, and it looks like a monster. Going back to Scott, he has the tornado still. I think it's middle of your screen. Maybe losing signal. Let me go over to Connor.
Holy cow. That's a beast. Still might be raining around. Wow. Whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Whoa.
The tornado's...
Okay, yeah, we can...
This tornado's huge on the right.
Wow. Monster. Oh my god.
Got it here in 4K.
Insane, violent. Oh my gosh, violent tornado.
Yeah, this thing is absolutely massive, bro.
Not good. Not good, too. It's right by Sheldon.
No, it's gonna go north of Sheldon, I think.
You think it's gonna include north?
It's about to cross east-west 46.
Oh yeah, you're good. Yeah, it's north of Sheldon. That's right. You're right. You're right.
It's gonna go just north of Sheldon, I think, thankfully.
Right side of your screen, it's still a large tornado. This thing's huge.
I'm gonna click a little bit.
It's a storm intermediate. It's in the middle of your screen.
There it is.
That looks like a wedge.
This thing's insane.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Again, this already meets tornado emergency criteria. Gotta hope that nobody is currently sleeping in this area. Coburn, Enderlin, and Sheldon, North Dakota.
You can tell it's including. It's constricting. It's just a violent.
That whole thing's it.
Your service is struggling, Freddie. It looks like
You can barely see it. Look at that thing right there. That's the tornado. Look, the frames are actually slow, which is actually a good thing for you guys to be able to see it. But that right there was the tornado right there. So that was a pretty good shot of it.
Still not quite back with the signal.
Again, this is a likely violent tornado going towards Colburn and then a Leonard in North Dakota. This thing is huge. Everybody has low signal right now. I think Scott has it. Right there in the middle. It's right there.
Is my Starlink not working?
No, you're on.
This tornado's now near Highway 46. It's coming up on the Maple River Dam retention area.
Emergency lights off.
Still see it in the middle of your screen.
Connor, everyone, your transmissions are breaking up right now.
There it is on the stream. Large tornado.
Still down. It's still clearly down. Freddie has it.
Back again.
Right there in the middle.
Still left of the road. Just insane.
Come on, we gotta get around these trees.
I know. Should get a view here in a second.
Emergency light. Connor,
Right here. Should get a view. Right here. Right here. Oh no, these trees, man.
The lightning continues to
So
uptick.
many trees on this road.
It's a monster tornado, though, crossing into the Maple River Dam retention area.
Break. Tree line.
Is the stream working now?
Yeah, I switched it over to Starlink.
Good deal. Got debris fall out here.
Apparently there's debris flying.
Dude, there's just a freaking tree wall.
Unfortunately, this may have just hit the town of Enderlin.
Freaking tree wall.
In
all
North
along this
Dakota.
road, bro. You gotta be kidding me. Gotta be freaking
There's
kidding
a break
me, dude.
coming up here in about half a mile.
Okay.
We might be
Still
able to
see the
turn
tornado
left.
beyond the
I'm gonna
tree
turn
line.
Left, yeah. Might have a break here. Might have a break here. Check here, check here, check here.
Small break.
Yeah, right
oh,
there.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Should see it here.
Holy cow.
It's huge.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I see
it's
that
still
left
it's
edge.
a huge pipe. Oh my gosh, dude. Yep.
That's still down.
Violent pipe. I clear, right?
Yes.
So clear?
Yep.
Copy.
Time to cook.
It's off to the right of the road here, but again, this is now going over the Maple River
Looks like
Dam
it, yeah.
retention area. They'll be coming up on 16 and 7, which are a couple different roads.
Says this is a road?
It says it's a road.
Freaking tree line road, dude.
And this tornado is substantial. Again, we have a big debris signature on radar. It just went through the east side of the Enderlin town. I don't think it directly hit Enderlin, North Dakota, but it was just to the east of Enderlin. It's now going up. It just crossed that road there. Freddie and Connor both in kind of the same spot there. It is now going to the Maple River Dam retention area. Then it may track towards Chaffee. It's actually been moving to the north, though, which means it's probably occluding north, but it is definitely still on the ground, and it is still a huge tornado. Freddie,
an insane tornado.
Still has it right there in the middle.
Insane tornado roping out right now.
Right there in the middle. It's still down.
Holy cow. Wow. New couplet developing.
You can still see the tornado. It is roping out, but it's still down.
To the southeast. Jeez, dude. You see that rope?
Yeah.
Do you got it here?
Yep, I have it there.
Oh my gosh, dude. Chad, that's a crazy tornado. That is a crazy tornado there. That's a violent wedge that just roped out, guys. Violent wedge just roped out, or is roping out currently. It's still...
Alrighty, we just lost him there, but the tornado is currently sitting...
Wow.
Going back to Connor, he still has it as well, right there in the middle of your screen. It's still down, by the way. Tornado's still actively on the ground. Look at the velocities couplet, by the way. It's not actually, like, it might be roping out, but it is still producing significant damage near 16 and just west of 7.
That's insane.
Look at that. The Fujifilm came into play.
Fujifilm's doing crazy work.
Yeah,
by the way, this is not good.
Oh,
we
yeah.
have another, this is embedded in our line of thunderstorms just northeast of Valley City. We got a little finger kind of hanging out here northwest of Oriska, and that right there is actually strong rotation. This is embedded in our line of thunderstorms, and that could drop a tornado here soon. That is going just north of I-94, going towards Page, Arthur, and Hunter. So watch out for this storm. This may produce a tornado as it moves east-northeast. That looks pretty significant right now on radar. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Yeah, Max, it's actually just about to talk about that. That is producing a tornado right now. It is on the ground, and hopefully we have a tornado warning coming for it shortly.
All right, thank you for the update. So that's actually, we do have a small debris signature as well that goes pair in pair with our tight area of rotation. This is currently tracking to the northeast. So if you are in this area, you need to be in your safe place, get away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible. That is just to the north of I-94. Vince Walty is actually right next to this thing because he's on the interstate. I'm going to go quickly to him. But you can see he's getting caught up by the Derecho. And on top of that, there's a tornado to his north.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So the wind should pick up here in a second, but he's currently getting at least some of the rain. They've just issued a new tornado warning. That's for Barnes and Cass counties in North Dakota. This storm is moving east-northeast at 68 miles per hour, so it is a very fast-moving storm. I believe they've just gone ahead, though. Yeah, they've tornado warned this. So Oriska, Tower City, and Buffalo, you guys are now included in a brand new tornado warning. The strongest area of rotation is north of I-94. That is going to be tracking towards 38. Air, Page, and Baraka, I think, is all included in this warning. So seek shelter, get away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible. This is moving to the east-northeast right now. It is already producing a tornado. We already have a debris signature just north of Peak, and that's going to be crossing 32 at any moment. It literally just crossed 32. The tornado would be located now east of 32, crossing 38 and air in the next few minutes. Our PDS tornado warning is now downgraded back to confirmed, which, to be honest, I think I agree with that because of it being roping out, but we still have a big debris signature on this thing. There's a lot of debris fallout from this tornado that just happened. This is probably going to be the last time we see a tornado from at least this storm. We have another area, though, that we need to keep an eye on east of Sheldon. There's a brand new hook echo. We have inflow coming into the storm, and this may be gearing up for another tornado. This is still a discrete supercell, and that'll be tracking into Leonard, Kindred, Davenport, and Walcott over the next few minutes, eventually going towards I-29. But I honestly would not be surprised if we were to get a tornado warning for this area here in a few minutes for that storm as it continues to track to the east. But it already produced a big tornado, and it may be trying to gear up for another big tornado here over the next few minutes. Again, Vince is very close to this tornado. Be off to his left. He's currently now caught up into part of the derecho that we have, at least the line of thunderstorms.
Flying debris will be dangerous for those caught without shelter.
Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed.
We go back to live radar. This is the latest scan on this tornado warning. So again, notice we have a big RFD surge and then a small little kind of couplet here east of 32. The main area of rotation right now is going to be pretty much rain wrapped coming up on 38 here over the next few minutes. So again, seek shelter if you're in this tornado warning. This storm again is moving east northeast at like 70 miles per hour. So there's almost no way chasers can even keep up with this. That's how fast it is going. So you have very little time to get to your safe place if you are in these warnings. This entire derecho that is happening right now is moving east pretty much the entire thing at least 60 miles per hour, if not even faster than that. Also, I do want to point out that we had an 80 mile per hour wind gust according to a trained spotter at 11:05 p.m. back over in Lemoore, North Dakota, which is on the very southern side of this entire line of storms. There's really not much rain here. So we are still seeing very significant damaging winds even further down to the south. And to go with that, we have destructive severe thunderstorm warnings for wind as high as 90 miles per hour, pretty much across all of eastern North Dakota right now. Also, another area I want to keep an eye on is going to be here near just east of Cooperstown. We have another area of rotation that is coming up on Findlay over the next few minutes and then tracking towards Highway 200. So this is something else that we need to keep an eye on. That is another area of convergence that is attempting to come together, which may end up producing the threat of a tornado as it continues to move east-northeast. Also, we still have... I think that might just be contamination, but there is still an area here of debris that is still being wafted up into the atmosphere north of Enderlin. So there may still be debris fallout right now from our tornado that just happened. This is just to the south of Alice. And so there is still debris from our initial large tornado, but it has already roped out. Likely no tornado anymore. But another thing I want to point out is that our line of storms is rapidly catching up to these discrete supercells. So generally speaking, that this will probably be the main supercell, and it does not have a whole lot of time. It only has maybe another 30 minutes to an hour before the line of storms actually catches up.
Understand the way that I operate does not jive well with some people.
Vince is still kind of caught up in the rain. Let me go back over to Connor, who's on this confirmed tornado warning.
Gotta watch out for damage. I don't know if this is where the old tornado went or what.
I'm gonna go back to him in a second. We got a brand new severe thunderstorm warning. This is another destructive severe thunderstorm warning just west of Fargo in North Dakota. Castleton is included in this. Buffalo, Leonard, Davenport, Lisbon. All of you guys are included in a new large destructive severe thunderstorm warning. This is not for our tornadic supercell. Instead, this is for our line of thunderstorms that is currently producing widespread damaging winds upwards of 80 miles per hour. So stay away from windows, be on the lowest floor possible if you are anywhere in this severe thunderstorm warning.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
They've also issued a brand new tornado warning. This is for Cass, Richland, and Ransom counties in North Dakota, near Leonard, just outside of Davenport. So seek shelter, get away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible if you are in this tornado warning. We still have an area of convergence to the north of Enderlin that could actually still be producing a tornado. And then we have another one near Leonard that is moving further to the east. Connor is looking in the direction of where we may have a tornado.
Captain Range just start north. It's probably down.
Just to the north, if we have one.
You think it's
Cam? We'll be able to see it. It's wrapping hard though.
Well, yeah, there's kind of a new supercell now.
Yeah, it's just
But I see very clearly.
I think it's Contam.
Maybe a little bit.
Jeez. We can go to let's go to Stormrunner. Stormrunner also has a view of this. I think there's tornado. Yeah, tornado down. Right there in the middle. There's still a tornado down. Middle of your screen. Stormrunner Media has it. There's a tornado down middle of your screen. So this is still producing a tornado. It is not lifted.
It's big. We got it on our roof camera. It's due north.
There's definitely a tornado on the ground. We just saw it. It is down. So this is still a tornado down right now near Enderlin. It's going to be going towards Chaffee, Alice, and Emden. There's a cone tornado visible though. Connor's also close to this. Connor's the closest one.
Alright, well, I'm about to run, dude.
Yeah, this is too. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. You know, better safe than sorry.
Yeah,
they're very close.
Because this is diving. I think it probably would be due to.
They're on 38. The tornado's barely to their
Down for like a second. There's still a lower goal in there.
It's just an RFD. We're not going to be able to see it.
We're in strong RFD. No chance of seeing it. Lion's about to interact with them storms, so just be careful.
I think we should go.
Oh, that's right next to me. Yikes.
We can't.
I'd get south.
We could get east.
Oh, it was just a CG. Couldn't see it though. Alright. Yeah, we're getting south. Fuck.
Yeah.
This is what we just saw moments ago. This is from Storm Intermedia. They just had a cone tornado. This is still actively down, we think. Again, this is literally what we just saw. So there is still a cone tornado down. This still looks large. This is undoubtedly on the ground, though, still. The one reason why I think we actually have a tornado unlike what I think we just had, because we had a tornado rope out. I think this is a new tornado. Reason why is because we have this line of storms converging out of the west, so it's actually kind of helping to make this produce a tornado. It's also moving right to the right now. It was moving north, and now it's actually moving right. So as long as it moves to the right, this thing's gonna be producing, and you can clearly see the couplet on radar. So there is definitely a tornado down here.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
And they got ahead and upgrade this warning to confirmed again. So it is now back to being a confirmed tornado in Cass, Richland, and Ransom counties. This tornado is tracking to the east, and it may be on the ground at least for a few minutes here as it continues to track east. So get to your storm shelter, basement, closet, bathroom, get away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible. The tornado, though, is definitely down. This could be an intense tornado as well. It's going right over the Maple River Dam retention area here over the next few minutes. Again, beelining it to the east. Leonard, Coburn, Davenport, and Barry, you guys are in the track of this. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, there is a low precip debris ball on that for sure. Also, this is going to get nudged by the MCS. This is similar to the situation that we saw in Barnstall, Oklahoma, when we had a very significant tornado there. Unfortunately, as the derecho hits the supercell, it is going to very quickly strengthen that tornado, and it's going to be a violent tornado for a short period of time before it dissipates. People in Leonard, you have to take this seriously, because this could easily be one of the strongest tornadoes of the day, and it's already a strong tornado.
All right, thank you, Riley, for the update. All right, let's go back to Storm Intermedia. They are currently looking in the direction of this tornado, which again would be just to the northeast of Enderlin. We believe it is still down.
Huge tornado.
All right, they're saying it's a huge tornado. It'd be right in the middle of your screen. This is still a large tornado.
We got large wedge tornado. I got a defined right and left end. This thing is massive.
All right, Storm Intermedia is saying it's a wedge tornado here. This will likely go PDS again. Going towards Leonard.
See it, chat? Holy crap.
We literally have a wedge. Hey, you can see it right there in the middle of your screen. That is a wedge tornado. Again, northeast of Enderlin.
This thing just won't quit.
This storm has produced so many tornadoes. It's literally a huge tornado.
Yep, nope, it's massive. Alright.
Let's see if I can get a picture of it.
I was trying to record video and then Brandon.
That is a huge tornado still on the left side of your screen. This is still...
Guys, this thing is a massive, massive tornado.
Still a wedge.
Dude, you can hear the roar of it. You hear the roar?
Oh my goodness, look at that tornado. It's still huge.
Holy crap.
It's at least a half-mile wide tornado.
Violent tornado.
Sure, you guys know I couldn't get through. There's a massive wedge.
Yeah, we see it.
Just know with the impact of that line too, it looks like it's pushing a little bit towards the southeast, down towards.
That tornado is still huge, right there in the middle of your screen. It is still down.
They said it's moving southeast a little bit. Just, it's getting nudged by that line.
It's still pipe back to Wedge.
Okay, we can go east.
Still a tornado down. Again, this is a very large tornado going towards Highway 46, south of Castleton, North Dakota.
What about the grass right now?
I think it's still there in the middle. I think it's still down here.
Say it's being nudged. That's what's giving it this extra oomph.
I don't think this deserves a tornado emergency because it's probably not going to last super long with it being.
We got rain directly on the lens right now.
With it being nudged by our line, it'll probably be sucked up here in a minute.
No longer confirm or deny anything because it got rain wrapped.
So this is rain wrapped now. It's hard to tell if it's still on the ground. If it is still on the ground right now, it's going to be just to the west of Leonard. It'll be right here north of Sheldon. Again, it is a large tornado. If you guys have not already seen this, let me get the photo up on here. But if you guys did not see it clearly, it was pretty clear. But this was the tornado just moments ago. That's what it looked like. It's a big, at least cone, but basically a wedge here. And it's 11:30 p.m. by the way, which... Again, this is almost exclusively a nighttime threat. Freddy is also, like, next to this tornado. I'm trying to get him on screen. Why is he not loading? Load.
Keep my volume up so I can listen in for any radio.
See the wind really picking up, though, where Freddy is.
I also might just radio him really quickly here. I don't know if they're in the car at the moment.
They are...
Freddie, I'm not sure if you're in the car at the moment, but I pulled the stream to your dad's feed just to not be insensitive to the privacy of those folks out there. Are we good to put your stream back up?
Did something happen?
So, gonna listen for the just listening for the all clear on that end.
I don't know what happened with
so
Freddy.
We're just waiting for new radar scans.
Something
here.
happened
like
there. I guess there might have been some injuries or something. Tornado Pagey as well. I think they may have it.
Wow. Got lines here almost.
Oh, jeez.
I cannot see the tornado anymore.
I can't either.
There's a big tornado in front of them, by the way. It sounds like this is still down.
I just don't want to get close.
Literally right in front of them. There's still a cone right in front of them. We gotta be careful. They're like literally next to it. Alright, I don't know if you guys saw this.
Yeah, I'm trying to get a screenshot so I can...
This is literally just moments ago. This is what they have right now. That's the tornado. I know it looks like daytime, but that was just the lightning. That is the tornado that we have down right now. So it is still down. It's still a cone tornado. They are literally right next to it. Also, Storm Media now getting hammered by winds. This is from the RFD. But this tornado again. Whoa. This tornado's still down.
It doesn't give us
you help me.
a lot of clue.
Yeah, give me an idea where to go. If I punch east.
RFD's the rear flank downdraft. It's the winds that are coming from our supercell out of the west. Or northwest. Oh man, John McKinney's like next to this thing. You see flying, you see debris going across the screen here.
Yeah.
I think there was some debris right there.
It's impossible to tell on radar right now.
I know his audio's laggy, but like there's literally debris going across the screen, it looks like.
Definitely had a tornado come by us right there.
At least some light debris.
I would not be going forward. Yeah.
This tornado is still down from what we can see. It's coming right up into Leonard right now.
Oh, man.
Yeah, we think John might be, like, almost in this thing. Let me go back to Connor.
I hope it's gone.
I don't know if we'd be able to even get it or not now. We're probably deep.
Well, no, I'm trying to. I just want a connection on this radio. I want to know if they're okay. And they're in a. That's why I wanted to not. That's why I was not like.
This is John McKinney. I don't know if somebody's injured or something, but. John has been sitting in the same spot, which makes me feel like there's something going on. I have no clue, though.
Then the shelf cloud catching us.
Yeah.
This is, I believe, from the Derecho now. I don't think this is necessarily from our tornado.
Yeah.
Hard to tell, though. Where's this location?
You got vehicles.
Yeah, unfortunately, just
Yeah, he's in the RFD from our supercell here, so this is from the rear flank downdraft. There's literally, you can't not even see anything. I mean, the winds are definitely 80, 90, 100 mile per hour winds here. All right, sounds like John McKinney had to ditch into a or bail into a ditch. So that's why he's in the same spot as he is.
I think this is part of the shelf behind us, maybe. I don't know.
So he's stuck now. That's what I'm gathering.
Nobody is getting hit. Could have another tornado forming on the forward flank of this, though.
I believe so.
Probably get rain wrapped.
Yeah, it's way up. Yeah, it's way up there. But I thought that might have been contained at first, but maybe the winds were just that strong.
Yeah.
So yeah, we go back over. I'm gonna go back over to live radar here, but yeah, again, this is definitely looking very dangerous. Obviously, we already knew this was a dangerous line of storms and also the supercell, but the other thing is this supercell still has a ton of rotation and it is continuing to be nudged by our line of storms. So at least in the short term, this thing has the potential to produce significant large tornadoes heading towards I-29 just southwest of Fargo. It should stay south of Fargo, at least with this tornado threat, but be ready in Fargo to go to your safe place for both wind and the potential for a tornado. This entire line of storms is still producing destructive, damaging winds upwards of 90 miles per hour. It is still a large derecho that is happening right now across North Dakota. It will be pushing into Minnesota here soon. But unfortunately, this storm is still producing the threat of large tornadoes. And yeah, it looks very dangerous.
This is an emergency alert. A large and strong tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
We are right back up to a particularly dangerous situation. Tornado warning. This does include areas just south of Castleton. So another large and extremely dangerous tornado is in progress near Leonard. It's going to be moving into Davenport, Kindred, and Horace over the next few minutes, just southwest of Fargo. So if you're in this tornado warning, you need to be in your storm shelter, basement, closet, bathroom, get away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Tornado warning. Once again, for those in Leonard, west of Davenport, and south of Castleton. And this is still actively producing a tornado.
I'll take a quick peek at tomorrow.
Yeah, facts. If I even have service, dude.
Still see the wind very strong where they are. They're caught in the
Tries
storm.
to fire some minis all the way up on the Saskatchewan. I mean, that's what it looks like at the best. At its best. Right.
Is this an outbreak? It's a derecho.
Like those would produce.
With a mini tornado outbreak out in front of it. I guess you'd call it mini.
Sunday. Unless you want to go.
I don't know if you really call
all
this
the
a
way
mini
north
tornado
into
outbreak, but
Canadian, woods. I don't know. Doesn't look like anything.
back over to Tornado Pagey. They are continuing to stay up with this storm. They're like the only chaser, I think, right now that has at least been keeping up. The tornado would be right behind them or off to their left.
Jeez, how many is that for us today? 5?
And if you look at the Radar Omega app here, you can clearly see, again, they are like literally the only one that's still here, just to the south there of Leonard. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, there is a tornado currently outside, well, almost outside of our warning polygon. There's a huge CC drop in an area of low reflectivity. It is southeast of Coburn, and it's just barely on the line of that tornado warning. This tornado is going to head towards the town of Power and Barry. We need to be taking shelter.
All right, thank you for the update. That is definitely a tornado that is just south of Coburn. We do have a debris signature on 136, moving into Power and Barry over the next few minutes, so get to your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom if you're in that area. Obviously, you guys are already in the PDS tornado warning. This is awfully close to the borderline, though, of our tornado warning. It is just to the north there of Venlo. But that is a tornado. It's a different one. We also have two other areas of strong rotation near Leonard that are pushing to Kindred, Oxbow, and as well as Wild Rice and Horace over the next few minutes. Also going towards Christine and Walcott. We should get a new tornado warning here in a moment, and I would not be surprised if it did at least include the southwest side of Fargo, because that is an area that is in the track of at least a large area of rotation. There are multiple areas of stronger rotation as well in and around the Leonard area. We got one again over 18. We got another one in Leonard, and then this one is definitely on the ground just to the south there of Coburn, moving to the east. So please get to your safe place. Also, further to the north, we got another area of rotation just to the east of Arthur that is going towards I-29 right now, just south of Grandin. So that is another area that we need to keep an eye on. There's at least some rotation there. We'll likely get a new severe warning here soon for the Grand Forks area of North Dakota. Also just southwest there of the Thief River Falls for damaging winds likely upwards of 80 to 90 miles per hour. This is still a destructive line of thunderstorms. There's also a couplet back up just to the southwest of Deline. This actually may be a tornado heading up towards Fordville right now. And yeah, that is. We have a tornado in progress that is unwarned. That is just southwest of Deline. That is going towards Fordville right now on Highway 32. So seek shelter if you are anywhere in this area. You should already be there, but we do have an active tornado here. There is a debris signature popping up on radar. Deline will be in the track of that here over the next few minutes. Further down to the south, we have a few other areas of rotation that are approaching the radar site near Mayville. Could get a tornado out of one of these as they continue to move northeast towards Thompson and eventually going towards Grand Forks, so be ready for that. Let me go back over to Tornado Pagey. They are currently near where this tornado would be.
I hear it.
And they are saying they hear the tornado. Look at the velocities. They look crazy right now. They're right near where this tornado would be. See if we can see anything.
It's calling.
Oh, okay.
Hello?
Be off to the left.
Yeah, you?
There is a evident roar here from this tornado.
Oh no, we just pulled off on the shoulder to look.
I'm gonna go back to them in a second. We just got a new mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center. This one is gonna be across a pretty large chunk of North Dakota, also back over in western Minnesota, where there is a derecho that will continue at least for a few more hours. The severe wind threat will persist as a bow echo absorbs the preceding tornadic supercells. A tornado threat will persist with the supercells, and a strong tornado remains possible, including when tornado or supercells are absorbed by the MCS and become mesovortices. And again, this is the main area that we're watching for that greatest short-term tornado threat back over near Fargo in North Dakota. So please be ready again for an elevated threat here of tornadoes. We still have probably at least one, if not two different tornadoes in progress on that storm that Tornado Pagey is currently on. Also, John McKinney is confirmed safe, by the way. So John McKinney storm chasing. He is safe, even though he was in a ditch. But again, just southwest there of Fargo, still have a very elevated tornado threat. And then they're still mentioning that damaging winds as high as 115 miles per hour will be a possibility, even as far east as Detroit Lakes, Fergus Lakes in Minnesota. Could even go further east than that, by the way. This is going to continue even into tomorrow morning. So this is a long-term threat here of significant severe weather. But right now, we have a very strong area of rotation just to the west of Davenport. We likely have a tornado somewhere in this area going in the direction of Kindred. We should get a new tornado warning at literally potentially any moment for the Fargo area near Horace and Walcott. We're just kind of awaiting that, but we are fully anticipating that we will get a tornado warning here in a few minutes for this area. Also, strengthening rotation just to the east of Arthur. That is about across I-29 just south of Grandin. That'll be going towards Borup and Ada in western Minnesota. So be ready for a potential tornado risk with this storm moving over the Minnesota and as well as North Dakota border here over the next few minutes. Let me go back over to Tornado Pagey.
There is a huge wedge on the ground, folks.
All right, Tornado Pagey is saying that there is a large wedge on the ground.
You are in Davenport.
They are saying that there's a large wedge. It'd be off to their left. But they are reporting that there's a large wedge off to the left here.
This is going to cross there in about 25 minutes.
No visibility of this. There's a wedge right on the ground to our north, apparently, and we cannot see a darn thing.
Okay, they can't see it, but there's a wedge off to the north. What they're saying, that'd be near Davenport. Velocities bottom right are still crazy. There's no tornado warning right now for Kindred or Warren, but there needs to be, because there is apparently a large tornado on the ground right now. Also, Scott Peak is keeping up as well. The tornado will be off to their left. I'm gonna go put, let's do this. Let's do Tornado Page, we'll put them bottom middle or bottom left. So again, there's apparently a large tornado right now near Davenport. There's currently no tornado warning for any of this area, which there really needs to be. We still have many areas of stronger rotation. On the leading edge here of our supercells are now being absorbed by our line of thunderstorms, but they are still actively producing tornadoes, which almost every tornado that we've seen so far has been large. So large tornado threat here still continuing, heading towards I-29, also going towards Fargo in North Dakota. We also have damaging winds upwards of 80 miles per hour moving into Fargo over the next 10 minutes, so be ready in Fargo for high damaging winds that'll be going towards Fargo and eventually moving into western Minnesota. We also have more storms that have fired well out in front of our line. These are mostly just going to be producing damaging winds and hail. Even have another mesoscale convective system that is kind of formed here back over west of or southwest of Red Lake, so that's also producing significant damaging winds.
This is an emergency alert. A large and strong tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
We have a new PDS tornado warning for Cass and Richland counties in North Dakota. This is still a large and extremely dangerous situation. Tornado warning that's going to include areas like Davenport and as well as Kindred and Horace. It does not really include much of Fargo. It's only the south side of Fargo near Deer Creek and Frontier, but I would still be in your tornado shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom if you are in Fargo, as we have a significant tornado that is in progress. And on top of that, there are high damaging winds that are going to be moving into your area over the next few minutes. So please be in your safe place, get away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible. Let me go back over to Tornado Pagey. The tornado will be just off to the north here. If you're in Oxbow, Christine, or near Wild Rice as well, you guys gotta be in your safe place. There's a large tornado heading your direction right now. It's been observed. It's a radar confirmed tornado actually, but it is still down. Actually, let me go to Scott. I think Scott is next to this. He's at least a little bit further back to the west. The wind is really high where he is, but it looks like we just lost signal with him.
Derecho just like nudged it.
I'm gonna wait a second until they come back. But yeah, it sounds like, again, there's still a large tornado. It's gonna likely be rain wrapped near Davenport, and then this is gonna be going to the Horace area here over the next few minutes. But this is a very dangerous situation. The gate-to-gate shear is really off the charts. It's actually getting contaminated even on the radar here. So this is a significant tornado that is moving just south of Fargo over the next few minutes. So again, be in your safe place if you are in this tornado warning. I think Scott just came back.
Nope.
See the wind really picking up now. He's very close to where this tornado is.
Yeah.
I still see it when I'm blinking.
It looks like a tornado when I blink.
Right, looks like
Just said south of Hinderland and Mulder destroyed.
What town?
Hinderland.
Copy. Hinderland.
That's northwest of Sheldon.
That's the area I was talking about earlier. You might want to check on.
Back over to Tornado Pagey. Hey, Dustin, for becoming a member. Once again, if you're just tuning in, there is a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado southwest of Fargo, North Dakota. I believe Tornado Pagey is now going... They're still going...
It's definitely just on Derecho now.
Oh, yeah.
Still going east.
Like 100-mile-per-hour winds.
We just got a new severe thunderstorm warning. This is another extension to what we've already had, but this is going to be for the Wapeton, Fergus Falls, Pelican Rapids, and Maine areas in both western Minnesota and eastern North Dakota. That'll be for 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds. There is also a tornado possible label on this line of thunderstorms. Keep in mind that we do not need really much storm activity for there to be high winds. We have an outflow boundary that extends very far down to the south, and it is still actively helping to produce that threat for significant damaging winds as high as 70 to even upwards of, again, 100 miles per hour. Really depends on where you are in this entire line of thunderstorms. But we are continuing to see a full-blown derecho again occur here. It has mostly now moved through most of North Dakota and is now starting to track into Minnesota. Before it does that, it's going to hit Grand Forks and Fargo right along the Minnesota and North Dakota border. We also still have this large area of spin. As we've alluded to, this is our mesoscale convective vortex. So all around this is where we still have a potential for damaging winds and maybe an isolated tornado, mainly on the north and east side of that mesoscale convective vortex. So again, be ready for the potential for tornadoes in addition to high winds. And this back over to Scott, who's again currently, I think, getting caught up now by the tornadic supercell here. You can see the wind starting to really pick up. So he's still in this PDS tornado warning, and the wind is really ripping up. It's getting really strong. It's near Kindred for reference.
Oh man, that poor thing. He's gonna have to get me flips.
Yeah. This is likely the RFD. If not, it might just be from the derecho at this point, but it is very high winds no matter what. This will give you an idea of what we're going to be seeing in the Fargo area here shortly. May have just lost... Oh, no, we came back. Real quickly, I want to go over to... This is John McKinney, and I want to go back to him just for a second because he's actually currently still in some high winds. This, for reference, is still about 10 miles to the west of our leading edge of the derecho. It is actually still windy even back here. It's a little bit more evident if we go back over to, I think Connor has counted that high wind area too. But it is still very windy, even way back to the west of where our leading edge of this derecho is. So winds are continuously high for about 10-15 miles, it seems like here. I figured I'd throw that out there. Again, if you are in this, any in this area, I mean, we're not just talking about a quick little burst. It's going to be multiple bursts of wind, it seems like, across the board with how fast our entire flow is here across eastern North Dakota. But once again, we have a very significant area of wind that's going to be moving through Fargo over the next few minutes. And then just to the south of Fargo, near the Horace area, there is still some rotation, but I do think the line of storms is now starting to really absorb this tornadic supercell. So I do think the threat here of a significant tornado is at least a little bit lower than before, but we are still keeping an eye on this in case it does try to produce another tornado as it continues to cross over I-29. It is still a particularly dangerous situation, tornado warning, so continue to stay in that safe place until the warning has been officially lifted. Also, there is some rotation back over near White Earth in Minnesota. That's going towards Richwood and Elbow Lake. They may get a tornado warning for this storm in a moment. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Yeah, Max, that is the exact storm that I was about to talk about again. I do think this deserves a tornado warning. The velocity is a little bit interesting. I think that's partially because it's in an area of such low reflectivity values, but we should still see a tornado warning for this storm shortly.
All right, thank you for the update. So yeah, that right there again near White Earth, moving towards Richwood and Pine Point, should be tornado warned. We definitely have an area of stronger rotation. It is also a hook echo on this other cluster of storms that has formed and is going to Richwood over the next few minutes. Wolf Lake and Osage will eventually be in the path of this. So please be in your safe place. If you're in any of this area, I would fully anticipate that there will be a tornado warning on that here in just a moment. Yeah, this is, I'm not even kidding, like, this has turned into a much bigger outbreak than I think almost any of us expected. It did not look anything like this earlier today, and honestly, this entire outbreak so far has been way more substantial, I think, than a lot of us really were expecting. But yeah, you know, that moderate risk of severe weather being issued has fully been justified. I mean, we've literally had a full-blown derecho. We have that moderate risk of severe weather, which we're only halfway through, by the way. We still have another 50% of that to go, all the way towards Grand Rapids, even in Minnesota. That's in the enhanced, but just west of Grand Rapids is also in this level 4 out of 5 moderate risk of severe weather. So we are literally nowhere near over with this entire derecho. All right, I think we have a camera in Fargo. Let me pull that up. All right, bottom right of your screen, that is going to be a live shot there in Fargo. There'll be one of probably many that we're going to be able to see the high winds on, but that is going to be bottom right of your screen. Also, Tornado Pagey still on the Radar Mega app here. You can see them. They are still inside of this PDS tornado warning. I don't think they've seen anything recently. I haven't at least heard anything relayed. I think this has definitely become more of a wind threat at this point. So I would not be shocked if they end up downgrading the tornado warning at least. But if not, they may even just cancel the PDS tornado warning entirely for the areas that are just south of Fargo. But continue to stay in that safe place until it is officially over. And we still have a strong area of rotation near White Earth going towards Pine Point in Minnesota. I'm still kind of awaiting there to be a tornado warning there. Other than that, I think it's mostly wind right now. There are still some other areas of weak rotation that have tried to produce tornadoes, but nothing that has been super substantial so far. Also, I'm going to put bottom middle of your screen, that is Nathan Moore. That is actually in downtown Fargo. We'll see if the winds really start picking up here over the next few minutes. But again, the highest wind should be moving into Fargo over the next few minutes. So if you're in Fargo, stay away from windows and be on the lowest floor possible. Also, while we're at it, make sure to put, or actually, let me real quickly. Hayden, is it ready? Make sure it's ready. I'll do it real quick. Hey, Samuel, for the $10 super chat. Tornado alarms are going off in West Fargo. It will likely be because of the wind. I would not be surprised if most of these towns and cities are have the sirens on because of the wind. That would be very justified with how high they are. All right, put your location in the chat. Where's everybody tuning in from? We're going to do a little heat map to see where everybody's tuning in from right now. So feel free to put your location in the chat. We'll put a map up on the screen here in a few minutes once we have the heat map done. Also, this is a pretty interesting map. This is some of the peak wind that we've had so far. These are the wind gusts as of the peak wind gusts as of 10:51 p.m. So this is within the last hour. You can actually see how high the winds have been across the board in North Dakota. We've had some spots that have been around 100-mile-per-hour winds. But like this entire purple area has already been up there. Now back over near Fargo, we don't know what the winds are yet. It's still too early. This is obviously still a little bit old, but nonetheless, like you can see how high the winds were within the last couple of hours. This does not include the last 60 minutes, but it does include stuff that happened before 11 o'clock tonight Central Time. So very high winds have already happened. We've had many areas with widespread winds upwards of 90 to 100 miles per hour. That should continue also into Fargo and also into western Minnesota. Grand Forks also should be seeing some very high winds here within the next 30 minutes or so. Also, they have fully canceled the PDS tornado warning, so we actually no longer have any tornado warnings anymore. So the PDS tornado warning has now officially been canceled south of Fargo. Nonetheless, this is still producing significant damaging winds near Fargo, going towards Detroit Lakes. Pelican Rapids as well are in the path of very high damaging winds. This is Tornado Pagey, who is on the remnants here.
I'm just really hoping there's no semis. Holy
of our PDS
crap.
tornado warning. This is the remnants of it.
Oh my lord.
So they're about to intercept at least part of the derecho here over the next few minutes. Wouldn't be surprised if we saw some winds around 80 to 90 here. Thank you, Allie, for the super chat, and also Team for the super chat.
This part is going to be crazy. That's what's about to hit us. I hope it's not hitting up or anything. Okay. Whatever possible rotation. Whoa.
I think the wind is going to pick up a lot here over the next minute. They're driving north towards Fargo, by the way. Wind is definitely starting to pick up now. So we're driving right into the Derecho. I'm going to go back to them in a second once the winds pick up more, but that is going right through areas that are just south of Fargo. We still have damaging winds, again, upwards of 80 miles per hour across this entire line of thunderstorms moving to the east. I also want to point out something else, which is actually kind of interesting. Back over in North Dakota, we have this, again, spin. This is our mesoscale convective vortex that is formed. They have actually issued severe thunderstorm warnings for this mesoscale convective vortex. You don't see this very often, but this area is actually producing damaging winds upwards of 70 miles per hour. So that's interesting. Also, this is live in downtown Fargo on the southwest side. The wind is starting to pick up at the McDonald's on the southwest side of town. Got a pretty good view of that with the light there as well. Tornado Page is just driving right through it right now. So this is, again, live in Fargo. This is definitely 70 mile per hour winds. Might be higher, though. It's starting to get a little bit stronger. So we're up near probably 75, 80 now. It's hard to really estimate because I'm not obviously there or anything, but we're kind of just estimating. The winds are definitely pretty high, though, right now on the southwest side of Fargo. Thank you all for the super chat. Shout out to my Illinois homies in the chat. Thank you, Samantha, also for the super chat. Thank you for the coverage. I have family in Bismarck, Fargo, and Wapedson. If I can help. Wow, this wind, you know, the wind initially did not look super strong. It keeps getting stronger. This is literally getting close to hurricane force winds now. So just progressively getting stronger here in Fargo.
Oh. Debris. Uh-oh.
Hey, down for the super chat. I have no clue what you're asking. Also, this is in Fargo as well. It's another live shot. This is one of the Minnesota traffic cams. See the wind really starting to pick up right now. I mean, this is literally 70, 80 plus mile per hour winds going right through the downtown area of Fargo. Bottom middle and bottom right of your screen are two different. Everything on the bottom is basically in Fargo right now, but the winds are ripping right now across Fargo with likely 80 to 90 mile per hour winds. So again, if you are anywhere near Fargo or outside of that, make sure that you're staying in your safe place, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. I mean, this is just crazy though. It's literally consistently 70 plus mile per hour winds here for the last few minutes. Hey, Samuel for the super chat. Some hail falling in Fargo. I'd have to guess it's probably less than quarters. It's purely because of the fact that this is a line of storms. They also Hannah for the $10 super chat. This will reach Michigan like early tomorrow morning. Thank you, Michael, for becoming a member. This is definitely going to reach Michigan early tomorrow morning. The wind is getting just crazy out there in Fargo. This is, again, another live shot in the Minnesota traffic cam. You can just see the wind rapidly picking up across the board. And obviously, if you're traveling, please be safe out there. And the winds, again, are very high. No doubt about that. It's back to the Minnesota cam. This is again right outside of Fargo. Can we see more tornadoes? We can definitely still see tornadoes. 100%. Every tornado that happened from here on out, though, will probably be embedded in our line of storm. So not nearly as super cellular as what we've just had, which is forecasted, by the way. That is kind of to be expected. Also, if we go back over to radar here, I want to go back over to, where is he? Is he still here? Where'd he go? Yeah, it looks like there's some significant damage. This is Vince Walty. You can, a little bit of low signal, but he comes back. There's a lot of damage back over where we just had a large tornado. That's back over east of Enderlin. That is where we just had a cone tornado about 30 minutes ago or so. I know it's kind of hard to see because of the low signal, but there are trees down there, and apparently there is a home that was pretty much slabbed off its foundation. So, unfortunately, there's a lot of damage there, and obviously, as we get reports of damage, we'll obviously let you know as soon as they come in. This is still live in Fargo. We've had consistent damaging winds for about 8 or 9 minutes. Maybe even longer than that. It sounds like there's major damage according to Vince in that area, but... sounds like there were homes that were pretty much... slabbed. I can't really look at his feet, it's like lagging. Alright, this is further off to the east. It's also live. One of the traffic cams here. See, the wind is kind of picking up there. It's been pretty consistently windy across the board. I'm surprised. Fargo's been like this for like about 10 minutes now. Starting to get a little bit less bad, but it's been consistently windy here for like literally 10 minutes or so, and it is still windy. Also, it sounds like Vince has debarked trees, which basically would indicate that we likely just had an intense to potentially violent tornado northwest of Sheldon. Again, it's been pretty choppy because of him being in a low signal area, but you can kind of see it on the right there. There's also a home that was basically slabbed off its foundation. So... there's major damage in the area, and hopefully everybody's okay, but unfortunately it sounds like there has been a lot of damage from, again, one of several large tornadoes that we've had this evening. Right now, we still have a significant area of damaging winds moving through Fargo, eventually going into western Minnesota here over the next few minutes, so continue to stay in your safe place if you're in any of these severe thunderstorm warnings. Biggest concern across the board right now is damaging winds, which could be as high as 80 to even still 90 miles per hour, so continue to stay away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. And again, Fargo has been literally getting pounded by wind here for no less than 15 minutes now. This has literally been going for about 15 minutes. We still have high winds. It's not as high as it initially was, but it's still around 55, 60 mile per hour winds. It's pretty unbelievable how long this has been going now. It's also one of the traffic cams off to the east. The wind's actually changed directions here. It was going more to the right. Now it's kind of going back to the left, so it's actually changed directions a little bit. These are some of the cameras again in Fargo. There's also a ton of lightning. A lot of lightning in and around Fargo. Heat map? I'm going to put up the heat map in a second. The heat map is actually very interesting, I'm not going to lie. Alright, here's a little... This is our little heat map of where everybody's currently tuning in from. So it's very diverse, believe it or not. We have plenty of people tuning in actually in the Chicago area and southeastern Wisconsin. Dallas, Atlanta are some hot spots. It looks like Orlando, Florida is another hot spot. And also Fargo and Grand Forks. And here's a closer view into the Midwest of where we currently actively have severe weather. Bulk of people are in Fargo, Grand Forks, or Minneapolis right now. Bismarck also has a decent amount of people tuning in from currently. Yeah, across the board, there's a lot of people tuning in, again, in Minnesota. Fargo being the hotspot, which is where we have, again, significant damaging winds coming through right now. And it is still not showing any signs of slowing down. But yeah, it's still really windy in Fargo. Anybody tuning in from Fargo right now that has lost power in the chat? I'm just curious. Anybody in the chat tuning in from Fargo, and have you guys lost power? Or are you guys still good? This is still what it looks like in Fargo. It is still very windy. But we basically have widespread power outages right now in southeastern North Dakota. I'm going to show you guys the power outage map in a second. It's gotten pretty widespread at this point. Hey, Samuel, also for the super chat, not in West Fargo. Well, that's good. Hopefully power stays on for most of you guys. Shout out to Roger and Wendy with the Venmo donations. I think also Megan for the Venmo donation. And also Jason for the Venmo donation, saying, awesome stream. Thanks for your dedication. I appreciate that. All right, this is the latest power outage map in North Dakota. So we have 32,000 customers without power. Might not sound like a large number, but keep in mind there's only 400,000 that are tracked on poweroutage.us. And again, many of these have widespread power outages, including the Strutsman County. And in addition to that, also Griggs County. Basically, at least 60 to 70% of those counties are fully without power. Sheridan County is the same way. So far in Cass County, which is around 100,000 people are tracked. That's the Fargo area. We at least have 5,000 without power so far out of 106,000 people. But keep in mind that this is very preliminary. That number is going to go up. This hasn't updated in 13 minutes, and we've had high winds for well over 15 minutes now, and I would have fully anticipate that these numbers in eastern North Dakota will continue to increase within the next hour or two. So again, high winds are going to continue. We still have a ton of lightning, still a ton of severe weather to go as well. We are, again, nowhere near done with this threat of severe weather. Also, this is not what you want to see either, but we now have a semi that is flipped over. This is right on I-29. One of the biggest fears with high winds are semis being flipped over. And hopefully he's okay, but this is exactly what you do not want to see. Hey, Ashley, for becoming a member, welcome to the Velocities. Also, we have a new severe thunderstorm warning. This is another destructive severe warning. So again, if you're in Fargo or any of these other areas in North Dakota, be ready for very high damaging winds again, because we have a mesoscale convective vortex that is spinning back off to your west. And this is actually now a brand new destructive severe thunderstorm warning for Cooperstown, Findlay, and Valley City. It's basically a hurricane. If you want to put it that way, you can. It's like a land hurricane in a way. Again, 80-mile-per-hour winds currently surging just to the north of Valley City. It'll likely impact Valley City as well. So get away from windows and again be on the lowest floor possible if you're in any of this area. We go back over to Tornado Pagey. They're currently in Fargo. Sorry guys, I've just learned some bad news. We're not going to be talking about it, but let's just say, if you guys are in the path of these storms tonight, please take them seriously. It's the biggest thing I can tell you all. But yeah, we still have a very significant line of storms. Trees are going to be falling down. Power lines are going to be falling down. If you have any friends or family in the path of these storms, please make sure that they're aware of this. This is a very destructive line of thunderstorms, and it has already produced a lot of damage. We've had a bunch of tornadoes already. We've had very high winds, and cannot stress it enough. This is a very dangerous situation still in North Dakota and now moving into Minnesota, and there's really no end in sight right now to this line of storms. But it has nothing with Freddy, by the way. Once we know more details, we will let you guys know, but we cannot comment on it right now. But unfortunately, there are still, there's a lot of damage. Again, we've already relayed this to you guys, but there are homes that are literally destroyed. There's also a lot of homes that have been damaged across areas like Jamestown, just outside of Valley City, and then our other tornadoes as well. And unfortunately, with this being a nighttime threat, it is going to continue to probably be a big problem with damaging winds specifically. But tornadoes are still a possibility with this line. But even damaging winds, again, keep in mind that trees can literally fall down into your home and can literally damage homes and then potentially do worse than that. So please be ready again if you're anywhere in Minnesota for a very intense line of thunderstorms. Hey Trail for the $20 super chat. Thanks for your weather updates. I installed Radar Omega and am self-teaching myself to read the maps. So much information piled into one place. You help so many people. Keep up to date and help stay safe. I appreciate that, Trail, and thank you for downloading Radar Omega. Don't forget, by the way, we are using the Radar Omega app today. If you want to download it, it is the top link in the description below. It's the weather app we've been using this entire stream. There's also upwards of a dozen storm chasers inside the app now. We've been using almost every single one of these storm chasers. Actually, all of them that are currently on here have been used on this stream at some point. Like, you can literally watch these chasers inside the app and see their location in real time. Really little cool feature here on Radar Omega. We've also been tracking out the storms with this little tracking tool. I'm going to do another little tracking tool here for our Fargo storm that's currently moving east at about 80 miles per hour. So we can do a little tracking tool here and just kind of track it to the east. And we can also use a larger spectrum here, but I'm just going to do it a little bit smaller here to just kind of give you an idea of where the peak winds are going. This is likely around 80 mile per hour winds, which will be approaching Detroit Lakes at about 12:42 p.m. So it's about 20 minutes from now. This is a very fast moving line of thunderstorms. And then later on tonight, it'll be approaching Snellman and as well as Ponsford around 1 in the morning. And then eventually going towards the two inlets at 1 in the morning. Park Rapids around 1:10. Deer Lane and as well as Dorset are around 1:15. So again, this is a very fast moving line of thunderstorms. It is still tracking east at about 80 miles per hour. And then don't forget, back off to the west, we have damaging winds as high as 80 miles per hour around our mesoscale convective vortex. So that is still continuing to produce significant damaging winds as well, which is again moving to the east. Thank you, Phil, also for the super chat. Remind people about water and power lines. Yeah, once again, also, if you ever see a down power line, never go near it. Do not drive over it either. We had a situation, I think it was only a few days ago, where somebody was electrocuted because of that, and they did not survive. So it's a good idea to make sure that you are not anywhere near power lines until they fall down. We have a upgrade to our Minnesota severe thunderstorm warning. Back off to the northwest of Duluth, near Grand Rapids, Hibbing, in Virginia. We are now experiencing 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds. This is for Kuchiching, Istka, as well as Cass and St. Louis counties. So this is moving to the north. It's a different segment of storms, but that is also producing the threat of severe weather, including the threat, again, of damaging winds right now, and maybe some hail as well. Actually, yeah, there's definitely hail. Actually says up to tennis ball-sized hail is falling, which our greatest hail will be coming up on the Evelyn and Virginia areas here soon. We were literally just covering this area a few days ago when we had that big tornado just outside there of Aiken and Baxter, and we had many tornado warnings even up here. So very familiar area when it comes to severe weather. All right, we can now confirm that there are at least 2 fatalities from a tornado. So we are able to confirm that now. There's no other details as of right now, but at least 2 fatalities have been reported from a tornado earlier. I think that was the one. So it was one of the tornadoes. We had a bunch of them, but again, once we can share more details, we will. I'm trying to be cautious on it because we don't know everything, but so we at least have 2 fatalities from a tornado. And unfortunately, there are a lot of places, again, that have been heavily damaged, if not destroyed. We had a bunch of homes, again, even back over near Jamestown, and as well as the Valley City area that already have been hit hard tonight. We also had a bunch of tornadoes over here near the Enderlin area, Sheldon and Lisbon, that have also been pretty destructive. And on top of that, unfortunately, there's still severe weather ongoing where some of these tornadoes happened. Back over near Valley City, Jamestown, we had upwards of, we're still dealing with 80-mile-per-hour winds from this mesoscale convective vortex. I literally can see the velocities. They are still crazy. Just a few thousand feet off the ground, we still have 110-mile-per-hour winds. So unfortunately, areas like Valley City and Jamestown that already saw tornadoes are also now seeing high winds again. This is the 3rd time. By the way, if you guys have any photos or videos, you can add us on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. Thank you, woman, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, we have a brand new tornado warning. This one's in Minnesota. That is going to be for Bemidji, Wilton, Soloway, and the Shrivelin areas. There's actually a strong area of rotation that is currently moving to the east. So if you are in this tornado warning, seek shelter, get away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. This is a strong area of rotation that is going to be moving into a pretty highly populated area here, near Alpine Village, Wilton, Norway Park, Hillcrest Manor, and the Bemidji? Is it Bemidji? All right, Bemidji here in Minnesota. This is likely going to be a rain-wrapped tornado. Again, going into that town here over the next few minutes. Highway 2 is also in the path of this, just outside of Solway and Shrivelin. Or, yeah, Shevlin. This is a different line of storms, by the way. This one actually formed further off to the east. That is a different line of thunderstorms that is currently tracking to the east. But it's going to merge into this other line, which is basically our derecho. These are some photos that we are getting from our large tornado earlier that happened back over near Sheldon, North Dakota. This is from Ben Williams, who is also with Connor Croft. You can see this like little rope out here, that little rope out tornado that happened. And then this is another photo of that same exact thing. And again, it may have been hard to see when it was actually happening in real time, but that is at least a look at that. And then this was also more of the photos. This was the first large tornado that we had of the day, which looked absolutely insane. Crazy stuff across the board. This was also the tornado near Sheldon, which turned into a wedge pretty quickly. Yeah, crazy. That was one of the... Again, we had so many large tornadoes today. We had like 4 or 5. Huge shout out to Michael with the 10 gifted memberships. W's in the chat for Michael. Really appreciate that. As a reminder, by the way, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. Also, don't forget to hit the like button. It does help get this out to more people that are in the path of the severe weather that we have ongoing. We still have a large derecho that is currently ongoing across western Minnesota and eastern North Dakota. And then we have multiple other clusters of storms that have been forming across Minnesota. We even have a severe warning over in northwestern Wisconsin right now. A few pop-up storms producing up to golf ball-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. So that is still ongoing. I mean, it's crazy. This entire system right now is just crazy. Cannot believe we actually had a derecho today. But once again, we do have a tornado warning if you are in Bemidji. I cannot say that. Bemidji in Minnesota. That's going towards Wilton over the next few minutes. I'll have another radar scan in a moment, but the strongest area of rotation is about 3 to 4 miles to the west of Bemidji. Wilton is also going to be in the path of this over the next few minutes. So please be in your safe place again if you're in this tornado warning. Otherwise, it's a lot of wind right now. It's one of the biggest concerns across the board. This is from Aaron J. Jack just a few minutes ago. We did have this on stream, but it sounds like there was a semi down. No knowledge right now of the situation here other than there being a semi that was flipped over. We're not sure if there's something further beyond that at this point, but you're at least aware that there was a semi flipped over. Hopefully there are no injuries. Also, it looks like there is more damage, unfortunately. This is from Scott Peak, who is currently at some sort of residence. There is a tree down there, but this is also another area where we have damage. And unfortunately in that area, I'm pretty sure there are homes that are damaged or destroyed. We've at least had reports of homes that have been leveled or destroyed. So that's the general area where they are. I think this is near Sheldon, if I'm not mistaken, in Minnesota. Still got cloud ground lightning. Look at that right there on the left. Still got cloud ground lightning too in this area. While search and rescue is ongoing, by the way. Latest scan still showing our strongest rotation just to the south of Soloway. That'll be going into Bemidji over the next few minutes. Please be in your safe place again if you're in this warning. If you have any friends or family in this tornado warning or even any of these warnings, just make sure that they are alert and awake. I really can't stress it enough. Like, again, across the board, you really should be in your safe place in any of these severe warnings because, again, trees could easily fall down from any of these. We still have a large swath of damaging winds from this derecho, and then we have multiple other segments of storms that are also ongoing. We still have a mesoscale convective vortex here too, and you might look at radar and think, oh, there can't be anything here, but it is still very, very windy. I mean, the velocities are crazy. This is around our mesoscale convective vortex, and keep in mind that in this area, it's basically like a land hurricane, so we are still seeing winds around 60, 70, even 80 miles per hour right now, just off to the west and north of Valley City. So there is no end in sight right now to the wind, at least, across parts of eastern North Dakota. And that is why we have a destructive severe thunderstorm warning already in place there. And that's been in place here for a little bit now. So continue to take those warnings seriously. Even if you don't see rain on radar, that does not mean you're not going to see wind. That's just not how this situation works. Thank you, NATO, for becoming a member, and also Joe for the super chat. Damaging wind outbreak. It's basically, it's essentially what you call the derecho, for the record. It's essentially been it has been a derecho. It's already been confirmed as one. This is the first derecho of 2025. Still got a lot of lightning, even when search and rescue is ongoing. Also, Storm Intermedia is also in the area of where we have damage. There's active search and rescue ongoing just east of Elderlin in North Dakota.
Oh, the tree branch, I'm assuming?
Yeah.
Hey, Joe, for the $5 super chat.
Not seeing much at this point. I don't really even think there's any homes from this point.
Maybe a lineup for the $10 super chat. What's the risk for the Red Lake Reservation in Minnesota?
Connor, I don't know what you're...
I mean, generally speaking, the greatest risk for severe weather will be anywhere. If you're in a tornado watch or a severe thunderstorm watch right now, that is where the greatest wind and tornado risk still resides. Outside of that, we're not really talking about much of a risk of damaging winds. If you're back over near like Minneapolis, for example, you probably won't see much. I mean, if this alpha boundary somehow were to get further down to the south and east, we may see maybe a brief area of damaging winds outside of our watches. But I think generally speaking, the worst of it will be in the watch. So I don't know where that exactly is, but I'm just generally speaking for everybody, the worst of this threat will be in the watches. And pretty much if you're in any of these watches right now, we're talking about the potential for numerous to widespread damaging winds still and embedded tornadoes being a possibility. Damaging winds could still be as high as 100 miles per hour. Thank you, Liz, for becoming a member. Yeah, Storm Intermedia is still in that area looking at stuff. We'll keep an eye on them. But again, unfortunately, we've had major damage back over to the northeast of Lisbon, and again, multiple tornadoes have happened. We've already had two fatalities confirmed via law enforcement from at least one of those tornadoes. We'll obviously know more probably at some point in the near future. Also, just a little update. For tomorrow, we do have a slight risk of severe weather in place. The Storm Prediction Center just updated their outlook. This does include basically the same areas we're talking about today. More severe weather's in store. Slight risk is across parts of the Great Lakes region, also back into New York. Main concern is going to be damaging winds and hail, but there is two different 2% tornado risks that are in place. About 5.5 million people are included in these tornado risks, so make sure that you're staying weather aware. There is a chance of a live stream tomorrow on top of what we're already doing today. Also looks like we got a tree branch down the road. Storm Intermedia, aka DL. Walking it off with swag after taking out that branch out of the road. I remember when we were, for those that, you guys might not know this, but when Hurricane Milton happened, Storm Intermedia was down here and we were actually, you know, like assessing damage, trying to help out where we could the day after the tornadoes happened in, like, I think it was eastern Florida. And we were trying to get a tree out of the road and we could not do it. It was too heavy. There was like 4 of us. I think it was Freddie, it was DL and Garrett. We could not get the tree out of the road. I was with them. That was quite the experience. We literally could not get the tree out of the road with our own hands. So too heavy. Some of you might remember that. That was, I think there was like 2,000 people watching that when that happened. All right, back over to Bemidji. We still have a tornado warning here. The rotation is not looking as impressive as before. It is going to be rain wrapped over Wilton. It'll be moving into the town over the next few minutes, so continue to stay in your safe place. This tornado warning does go until 12:45 Central Time. And right over Wilton right now is where the strongest area of rotation is. We still have a line of storms moving through Fargo. Again, damaging winds upwards of 80 miles per hour are still continuing across this area. That line of storms is going to be coming up on the Thief River Falls here shortly. Also coming up on Red Lake. And then Wadena will also be in the track of this here in the near term. And our mesoscale convective vortex is still producing upwards of 80 mile per hour winds near Valley City, near Cooperstown and Findlay, going towards Mayville and Hillsborough. So keep in mind, again, if you're near Fargo, you still got another round of damaging winds that'll be coming up here soon. Thank you, Gabe, for the $10 super chat. What's the potential risk for Crookston, Minnesota? Do a little look at that here real quick. Crookston, Minnesota. The highest winds have already pushed through, but keep in mind, again, we got the mesoscale convective vortex back off to the west, and for anybody in this general area, from like Fargo to Grand Forks, be ready for another surge of wind between 60 to 80 miles per hour. Looks like they're still doing search and rescue. Back over in... Where is this again? This is near Elderlin. There's so much cloud to ground lightning while doing search and rescue. And we've already had, unfortunately, 2 tornado fatalities tonight. Hopefully there's no more than that, but search and rescue.
A new tornado warning
is
has
still
been
continuing
issued.
there in North Dakota. All right, we have a brand new tornado warning. This is for Istuka and as well as Cass counties in Minnesota. It might actually be this near Orego. We got another area of rotation developing near Orego, just north of Parks. Oh, nope, it is not. Wow, this is a weird tornado warning. All right, this is way back off to the east. Okay, we have a new tornado warning for Marcel, west of Big Fork, near Bena and Deer River and Federal Dam and Cass Lake. So seek shelter if you're in this tornado warning. I honestly don't know why this is... this has to be a tornado warning for what's back off to the west, because this isn't rotating. This is just elevated hail and windstorms. So I don't... I'm guessing they issued this tornado warning for this area of storms, which, by the way, is moving pretty quickly to the east. Right along Highway 2 near Cass Lake, Bena, and Deer Rivers in the path of that. Max is also in the path of that. And also Marcel, or Marcel. I think this is a preemptive tornado warning, because this storm is still not technically in that area yet, but it will be making its way there here pretty soon. So be in your safe place if you're in that tornado warning. Yeah, I think Freddie's also helping out, by the way. It's not just... There's Scott Peak, I think Vince, Brandon, and Freddie that are all doing search and rescue right now. So there's a bunch of them that are helping doing search and rescue right now, which shout out to all those chasers for helping out there. Or 3 of them at least that I can see right now. Freddie obviously not live, which I do not blame him. We're doing search and rescue. Thank you, Brett, for the 10 gifted memberships. Really appreciate that. W's in the chat for Brett. Huge shout out to Brett for that. Really appreciate that. Thank you, Roger, also for the Venmo donation. Still see the search and rescue ongoing there, back over.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
In Eldrin, North Dakota. We also have a brand new tornado warning. This is going to be for Beltrami County in Minnesota. That may... Alright, so that's the one near Bemidji. That's going towards Black Duck, Hines, 10 Strike, Route 71, just south of Nebish. So if you're in this tornado warning, seek shelter, get away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible. One thing I want to point out this line is that it's starting to bow out a little bit, so we're going to have a more elevated tornado threat on the north side of this line as it continues moving to Black Duck. And we'll probably, if there's a tornado, it's probably going to be rain-wrapped. I'm also, I keep trying to look at this one that's to the south of these tornado warnings, because it looks like that might be rotating too. It's near Orego. We have kind of poor radar coverage here, but there may be a potential tornado dropping just to the southwest of Lake George. That's going towards Walker over the next few minutes. Latest scan still showing that. Highway 64 and 371 are going to be in the path of that. By the way, Freddie McKinney just sent a little report out on Twitter. Freddie McKinney, he's currently doing search and rescue. He said, "We are okay. I'm not going to share details, but please pray for these people. The 2 people that they picked up are okay." There was something that happened in this stream that I don't think we had on stream. It may have been on stream. I don't really know, but there was something that happened earlier in the stream. There was some communication. I was listening. I don't know what really happened, but there was a tornado, so we didn't really know. But there was something that happened earlier. The people that they picked up on their stream are okay, but it sounds like there's unfortunately just... It just sounds like it's basically a disaster right now near Eldrin. So, but can't really speculate much. Again, all we know right now is that there's at least 2 tornado fatalities, and hopefully that number does not go up. But what we've been hearing is not good. We had a lot of homes again that were heavily damaged or destroyed back over there in North Dakota. Also, rotations been getting a little bit stronger near Bemidji. That's going into the 10 strike area here over the next few minutes. Continue to stay in your safe place if you're in this tornado warning. Get away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible. Or the fatalities, we don't really know yet. It sounds like it's out of that general area, but I'm not entirely sure. I haven't seen anything fully confirmed. We're not going to speculate, though, until we have the facts. Does not sound good, though. Hey, MC for the super chat. These storms are past their bedtime. Yeah, they really are. There's more details that I'm not going to share, but yeah, nothing sounds good at this point. All right. Yeah, it's just terrible news. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning in northern Wisconsin. That's outside of White River near Sanborn. This is going to be for golf ball sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds for Ashland, Bayfield, and Iron counties. Interesting little polygon here, but there's an island that is actually included in that warning. Sorry, guys, we're not going to share details on anything that's happening right now. Like, again, it's all stuff that nobody needs to know right now. It's just, again, the situation that has evolved from all these storms has been terrible, and obviously we still have a significant area of storms ongoing. There's still a lot of severe weather to go, and unfortunately what has already happened, but the tornadoes, again, were already substantial, and on top of that, we have still damaging winds ongoing. All I can say, though, is if you're in any severe warning or any tornado warning, please take them seriously. If you have any friends or family in these warnings, make sure that they are taking them seriously as well, because unfortunately, you know, there have been fatalities already tonight, and then on top of that, there's going to be a lot of damage. Trees could come down, power lines could come down. Like, there's really no end in sight right now to the severe weather and potentially the damage that's going to come out of these storms. We also have a new severe thunderstorm warning for Detroit Lakes, Park Rapids, New York Mills, just outside of Wadena. That is going to be for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. Also, Fergus Falls is included in this warning. Pelican Rapids also included in that warning. But as Freddie said, all you really can do is just pray for these people, because this has been pretty terrible. Also, out of respect for what is happening, we have gone ahead and taken off a couple of our chasers for now because of like what's happening there. Just not gonna have anything on that, so, like search and rescue wise, on our stream because of what's going on. So, out of respect for people that are potentially injured or anything like that, we're gonna keep them off for now. And as a reminder, I'm just going to quickly outline like where our tornadoes happened today. Again, we had a lot of them, but just generally speaking, if you have friends or family in these areas, just make sure that they're okay. Most of the tornadoes that we've had, I'm going to kind of circle the general area. It did not impact this entire area, but this is a general area of where we've had tornadoes. Near Valley City and also Jamestown, that is where we had two different large tornadoes. Both of them were wedges. And then also near Lisbon, near Elderlin, Leonard, Nome. Basically, this entire area, we also had big tornadoes as well. So again, this general area as well. Just make sure if you have any friends or family in this area that they are aware that there were significant tornadoes tonight, and please make sure that they're safe. That is the most important thing right now. Make sure that they are okay. All right, back to our tornado warning. The rotation on the storm that is south of Lake George does not look as substantial. It's at least broader as of right now. That one probably not going to get tornado warned, but the one near Bemidji is still rotating quite a bit on the north side of town. That's going towards 10 Strike, Hines, and Black Duck here over the next 10 minutes. So if you're in this tornado warning, continue to stay in your safe place. Get away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible and get to an interior room of your home or building if you are in this tornado warning. Also, there are reports right now in Valley City that there are currently upwards of 80-mile-per-hour winds and there are power flashes. So we have a huge surge of wind right now around our mesoscale convective vortex still that is still going, by the way, towards Grand Forks, Fargo. That is still producing the potential for damaging winds upwards of 80 miles per hour. But according to storm chaser Brandon Payne, he is saying that winds are upwards of, again, 60 to 70 knots, which would be close to around 65, 75 mile per hour winds. And there are consistent power flashes as of right now. But this is basically what we call a wake low. So again, there is basically sinking air that is dragging down all sorts of strong winds, and we are still experiencing 60 to 80 mile per hour winds in this general area. This will again be impacting Grand Forks and the Fargo areas here soon. Also, Hillsboro is eventually going to be in the track of this. Tornado Pagey, bottom left, is actually still chasing this, and so we are going to be keeping an eye on them as they continue to go off to the north towards the Thompson area and are in this general area where these high winds are currently at. All right, Riley has a update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Mac. So I was just going to give an overall update on the future of our system throughout tonight. So we sort of have two different systems here. We have this MCS complex that has popped up moving west to east, and this is basically stationary. It's kind of sitting on a boundary we have there. Then we have the remnants of what is almost certainly a derecho from today moving off to the east. These are sort of going to combine together, and one of the big concerns is this line is currently moving to the east, and so is this one. Obviously, this is going to put a large amount of rain training over the same area over the next couple of hours, and it's going to keep doing this for quite some time. This is going to lead to very concerning flash flooding conditions over northern Minnesota. This is in the Iron Range. I know we don't have a really good way to get our water into the ground. It doesn't drain the best, so it's going to be a pretty bad flash flood situation in places like Bemidji, Grand Rapids, and Virginia, Hibbing as well. Silver Bay, you're probably going to be included in this once it starts to move further off to the west. And on top of that, we're still going to have widespread 80-mile-per-hour winds. We've been talking about this derecho all day, and then we've also been pushing the MCV, the mesoscale convective vortex that we have ongoing back in North Dakota still. This is continuing to produce 80-mile-per-hour winds, and this is something that's going to continue to produce 80-mile-per-hour winds. So we're really going to have this system make its way through the east. The precipitation is going to stop. You're going to get about a 1 to 3 hour gap, and then we're going to have the other part of the system make its way east. It's not going to go as far east as the system as a whole does. It's probably going to stall out somewhere around central northern Minnesota, but it is still going to produce gusty winds. Wherever the system does end up stalling out, there's probably going to be a prolonged period of gusty winds, probably in that 40 to 60 mile per hour range. That's going to be something to watch out for. If you're anywhere doing search and rescue, or before you are impacted by these storms, we do need to keep in mind that we are still going to have these 70 and 80 mile per hour wind gusts from this MCV. These are still destructive severe thunderstorm warnings that we're issuing. And in fact, this one looks like it is for 100 mile per hour wind gusts that was just issued in association with our MCV. So definitely some gusty winds coming through here. So we need to keep an eye out for those.
All right, thank you, Riley, for the update. 100 mile per hour winds. Holy crap, we got another 100 mile per hour severe thunderstorm warning. This is not, again, there's like there's not even really any lightning here. This storm is right now producing 100 mile per hour winds. And again, this is located right now back over near Mayville and Hillsborough. This is a extremely dangerous situation. Make sure that you're staying away from windows, lowest floor possible, if you are anywhere in this severe thunderstorm warning. But once again, we're back up to 100 mile per hour winds. This is from our wake low is what we'll call it, but it's basically a mesoscale convective vortex at the same time. It's just a bunch of wind that's being currently pushed to the ground, though. And so this entire area, you need to be staying away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. This is a very dangerous area of storms that is currently pushing to the east. And we also have again, an insane amount of wind. The velocities on radar are currently being measured upwards of 100 miles per hour as well. And if we go over to the warning here, it does say public confirmed a 111 mile per hour wind in Levine and Steele County. So there was a 111 mile per hour wind gust reportedly with this area of storms. So this is basically a tornado, but in straight line wind fashion. So again, take this seriously if you're in the severe warning. I know there's no rain, and one of the things I do want to point out for anybody that has friends or family in this area, I stress this all the time, but like when it comes to having winds as high as 111 miles per hour, first off, that's significant. Second off, if you have a friend or family that looks at the radar and is like, oh, it's just some rain. That's not what this is. This is literally coming from a wake low pressure system that is right here in this area. It's pushing all this wind to the ground, and it's going to spread out. And the biggest problem is that people that wake up and look at their radar and they just see rain are going to be like, oh, nothing's happening. I'm going to go back to bed. Like, that's not the case. We are talking about 100 mile per hour winds. We just had a 111 mile per hour wind gust from this. So this is a very, very dangerous system. Going into Mayville right now, it should be approaching Hillsborough here in a few minutes as well, just south of Grand Forks. Keep in mind that these winds are not currently extending towards Fargo, but it's not far from that area. So just something to keep in mind. Another thing I want to point out too with how high these winds are, man, the cloud ground lighting is crazy, but another thing I want to point out too with this wind is that it is basically just spiraling right now in this area. So we're going to continue to see these high winds, and on top of that, this is basically category 1 to category 2 like winds that we are seeing right now back over near Hillsborough. It's basically like a hurricane in a way. That's one of the easiest ways to portray it. There's not a whole lot of rain here, but it's definitely producing very high winds. Tornado warnings back over in Minnesota. We still have rotation right now northeast of Bemidji that is going towards the Alvwood and Max areas just to the northwest of Lake Winnebago-Shish. It's definitely not saying that name right. Also going towards Bowstring Lake. So if you're in any of these tornado warnings, again, continue to stay in that safe place. Brand new severe thunderstorm warning for Grand Rapids and Big Fork just west of Hibbing in Minnesota. That is going to be for damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour. And then on top of that, there's also a threat of $50 sized hail. Also, shout out to Connie for becoming a member. Winnebago? It's definitely not Winnebago. Bro, what? It does not say Winnebago. Oh, Winnebago Shish? Definitely not pronouncing that right still. It's near that lake, though. For those that know, they know. At this point, just read the name. There's no way I'm getting that name right. Also, new severe thunderstorm warning for Lake, St. Louis, and Cook counties. That's going to be for 60 mile per hour winds and $50 sized hail. So I got a big surge of wind coming. Currently, Tornado Pagey's not far from that. I'm not sure if they're going to chase it. Nope. Yeah, they're going to chase it. All right. Well, Tornado Pagey, bottom left of your screen, they're going towards this high area of wind, so we're going to be keeping an eye on them. They are, seems like the only chaser currently going up that direction. So should be interesting to see how that evolves. But again, we still have very, very high winds right now moving towards Hillsborough. It's 100-mile-per-hour winds. We had a 111-mile-per-hour wind gust with that area of storms moving to the east. Back over near Wadena, we still have a line of storms that's coming towards Wadena. This is actually going to potentially go towards Baxter and Little Falls, which is just outside of our watches. Current concern right now is up to 60-mile-per-hour winds. Shouldn't get too much higher than that. But this line, again, continuing to move to the east and southeast. This is basically the remnants from our derecho. We still technically have very high winds ongoing. Not really as much of a derecho now as what we once had, but there's still a pretty concentrated area of very high winds right now going towards Grand Rapids in Virginia and Duluth. So continue to stay weather aware. We still have an enhanced risk of severe weather in place in this region. Keep in mind that this is the outlined risk for wind tonight. Actually, we cannot even show it anymore because the new SPC outlook came out. But basically, our moderate risk of severe weather was in this general area. So for the most part, the moderate risk has been used up. We still have a very large enhanced risk, though, for damaging winds, including the potential still for tornadoes. Also, another severe warning. This one's going to be for Hubbard and Beltrami counties in Minnesota. That'll be for 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds with a tornado possible tag. I believe that is going to be this area right here. Yep, so that's going to be for Bemidji, 10 Strike, Hines, and Black Duck. Still have a broad area of rotation just east of Highway 71 that is tracking towards Max and Alvwood over the next few minutes, and then going also towards Bowstring Lakes, or Bowstring Lake and Marcel. I cannot say names right now. Those are the areas that are in the track of this. Also, we're getting a report from somebody in the chat, no power. Let's check out the power outage map again. We should have more updates now on our power outages in North Dakota. We're up to 35,000 customers without power. Believe it or not, the Fargo area, I don't know if this just hasn't updated, but the number is basically the same as before. We're still sitting at about 5% without power in the Fargo area. Otherwise, basically widespread power outages elsewhere across most of North Dakota. 35,000 without power out of 400,000 that are tracked in North Dakota. That is the latest in terms of the power outage number. All right, we got some cams coming up, apparently. Where are those, Hayden? All right, bottom middle, bottom right of your screen, these are new cams back over in Virginia, Minnesota. There's actually a ton of lightning. This is a live shot right now back over near Virginia, Minnesota. There is a ton of lightning out there. Got a frequent amount of lightning. We've had a lot of lightning with these storms tonight. Thank you, JP, for the $10 super chat. Happy Flying Fences Friday to you and Cheese Curd. Well, now it's technically Suspicious Storm Saturday. Technically. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, we just had a new wind report come out of Bemidji, Minnesota, and it was a 106-mile-per-hour wind gust.
Alrighty, thank you for the update. That is Bemidji, Minnesota. We just had a 106-mile-per-hour wind gust from this. So I anticipate that we're going to get an upgrade to our severe thunderstorm warning here. It's only warned for 70. So we have upwards of 100-mile-per-hour winds that just went through Bemidji. That is actually insane. That would, by the way, classify as like an extremely dangerous situation, severe thunderstorm warning. Like 100 miles per hour is basically at the top of the spectrum when it comes to damaging winds. Almost at the top. We had a 111 mile per hour wind gust out of this thing over here, the little wake low that we have. Also, there is a report from Ben Williams, who is currently just to the south of where the highest winds are, but back over in Valley City. Ben Williams is reporting in Valley City, which is an area that we also had tornadoes in, that there is no power, and 80+ mile per hour winds are currently happening in Valley City. So there's no power in most of that town, and also the power outage map does agree with that. There's literally almost nobody with power right now. But it's basically a land hurricane, but it's also called a wake low. And Tornado Pagey, bottom right, they are currently driving towards the highest winds. I'm really curious to see what they actually come up on here, but there's literally no power, so there's almost no way to see anything, but the winds are definitely going to be very high in this area. Thank you, Raspberry, for the $5 super chat. Reminds me of a rear inflow jet from our Derecho here in Iowa 5 years ago. It's dangerous, not only because it's strong, but it's incredibly long lasting. Well, that's one thing I pointed out. Like, Fargo was our best example of that when we had Storm Chaser IRL, who's also on YouTube and also on the Radar Mega app, but also Nathan Moore, that's his name. He was in Fargo, and we had winds that literally lasted 10 to 15 minutes. Like, it was consistently windy for 10, 15 minutes there. And you can only imagine, like, those winds, in my opinion, those are probably 70, maybe 75 in Fargo. That's probably what I would say the peak was there. But back off to the west, where we had winds upwards of 80 to 100 miles per hour, you can only imagine how long lasting these winds were, which makes it so dangerous. Like, we had a 98 mile per hour wind gust, I think, somewhere back over here, 96, 94. And we also just had a 111 mile per hour wind gust from our mesoscale convective vortex. Like, this is what I'm talking about, though. Like, these winds are so high. And again, they're incredibly long lasting, as you just mentioned. So, also, we have a new destructive severe thunderstorm warning after we just got our 100 mile per hour wind gust back over in Bemidji. We now have a new severe thunderstorm warning, which includes Grand Rapids, Big Fork, Marcel, as well as the Deer River and Federal Dam areas. That is going to be for 90 mile per hour damaging winds. This is another extremely dangerous situation. It's actually not an EDS, but it is basically an extremely dangerous situation for this area. Stay away from windows, be on the lowest floor possible if you're anywhere in this severe thunderstorm warning. Again, very, very dangerous line of storm still moving through northern Minnesota right now. Huge shout out to Brett with another 10 gifted memberships. W's in the chat for Brett. Really appreciate that. If you got a gifted membership, make sure to thank him in the chat. Also, thank you, Kayla, for the $5 super chat. Thank you for all your hard work and helping keep everybody safe. Appreciate that as well. Somebody just asked if I can do a radar loop. I'll see if I can try to do a radar loop here real quick. Let's do the MRMS radar. This is a little loop. We'll do 150 frames. Just for those that are wondering how this thing kind of all evolved. I feel like this is actually kind of useful to show, but... Oops. But this is basically where it started. It started back over in Montana, but it turned into this line of storms, went right through Bismarck. And also, if you download the Radar Mega app at the top, link in the description below, you can do anything just like this as well. You can use the MRMS radar. I can never say that, but it basically shows you the entire loop as well here. It's over 150 frames. And now we got this wake low here, and then the remnants of our derecho. So pretty fascinating to see that entirely take place. You can see also the rotation tracks, which is actually kind of interesting. These are the 24-hour rotation tracks. Basically, every storm almost was rotating to some extent. It's also the 72-hour rainfall accumulation. We've had some areas upwards of 4 inches, so quite a bit of rain has fallen from these storms as well on top of that. I want to go over to Tornado Pagey, and the reason why is because they are driving into this 100 mile per hour severe thunderstorm warning. They're like in the middle of it right now. The wind should pick up here in a minute. They're in Mayville, which actually has power. If you look bottom right of your screen, this is their location. This is where the highest winds are. They're basically driving up into it right now. This is, again, in our wake low. It's literally almost a very low precip area of very high winds. They're driving right up into it right now. Oh my goodness. We have... Alright, Brandon Payne isn't live, but this was just a moment ago from Brandon Payne. Where is the video? Where did it just go? It's literally a 2-second video. Oh, it just got deleted. Never mind. Alright, I guess I'll show it in a second. But he literally was getting... This is back over in this area. You can see how high the winds are. This is 100 mile per hour winds, apparently, which I don't doubt. Like, that's insane. I'm gonna keep an eye on him, though. I have a video again in a second. Also, this is a photo from earlier. This is back over in Siler City, North Carolina. It's from Thursday, actually. Look at this. This is crazy. It's from Project Kraz on Twitter. Hey, Brett, for another 5 get to membership. Somebody's in the chat for Brett. Really appreciate that. All right, here's the video of 100-mile-per-hour winds. Yeah, that's pretty crazy. This is again in our mesoscale convective vortex, also known as our wake low. That's actually crazy. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, so we just got a new severe thunderstorm warning for Valley City in the area where all the search and rescues is going on. This is for 80-mile-per-hour winds, once again associated with our wake low. This is an extremely dangerous situation. I would imagine they went ahead and added this tag because they know there's a bunch of search and rescue going on. I believe that a lot of the people doing search and rescue already know that there is all these winds coming their way. We have been in contact with them and doing what we can to keep an eye on the radar for them. So we know that the storm chasers are taking shelter, but if you know anyone else who may need to take shelter while they're doing search and rescue, please let them know. Fargo, you're probably in line for these 80-mile-per-hour winds sooner rather than later as well. It does not look like this wake low is going to calm down anytime soon, so we should be prepared for another round of very damaging winds.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. So, we had very high winds right now near Valley City. This is an area also that was hit by at least 2 different large tornadoes, at least in that general vicinity. And unfortunately, there is even more on the way here over the next few minutes. So be ready again for high winds. You can actually see this little boundary here. So again, wind is mostly going to be off to the west of that. But Valley City is about to get hit hard by winds. I'm going to put storm intermediate bottom middle. They actually may have some of that wind here in a minute. They are currently driving in this general vicinity. Also, Tornado Pagey back up near Mayville should be approaching some of the high winds here in the next minute or two, I would have to assume. They've been driving through that area, so we're going to keep an eye on them. But yeah, and the wind is going to be huge in this area. This is, again, around our wake low, otherwise known as our mesoscale convective vortex, whatever you want to call it. Doesn't really matter. It's just a big area of downburst winds upwards of 100 miles per hour. We still have a destructive severe warning in place for another half an hour south of Grand Forks near Hillsborough, Halstead, and Mayville, which is an extremely dangerous situation for 100-mile-per-hour damaging winds. Tornado warnings continue also to the east of Black Duck. Main area of rotation is coming up on Marcel here in the next few minutes. It's also near Max and Squaw Lake just south of Wirt. So seek shelter if you're in this tornado warning. No confirmation of a tornado as of right now, but if we had one, it'd be just to the south there of Highway 46, and it would be approaching Highway 46 over the next few minutes. But it's basically a hurricane. I really don't know how else to put it. Like, I feel like the most simple explanation of what we have right now in eastern North Dakota is that we have a hurricane. That's literally the only way to put it, in my opinion. I feel like that's the most simplistic way to put everything. I literally just flung my fork and potato went everywhere. Bruh. I don't know where that just went. That is really unfortunate. You guys did not see what just happened. I don't know if anybody saw anything flick up my camera, but that was quite the event. I accidentally just hit my fork without a potato on it. From IHOP. Guess what? It was IHOP. Let me go over to Tornado Pagey. They should be really close to these high winds. Looks like they're at least starting to get to some of it right now. While that happens, where did this potato just go, bro? Really unfortunate. Flying potatoes happening in Max Velocity Studios. So far, been mostly rain. They might not be in the wind yet, but they should be at any moment. I'm gonna keep an eye on them still. But again, the highest winds they should be coming into here over the next few minutes. Velocities are still upwards of 80, 90 to even upwards of 100 miles per hour right now near Hope and a few other areas. Hey, Matt for the super chat, Potato Fund. Hey, Lance also for the super chat, Terracane. We have a new 100-mile-per-hour severe thunderstorm warning. We got another one. This is an extremely dangerous situation for Grand Forks, Barnes, Trail, Steele, Griggs, and Cass counties in North Dakota. 100-mile-per-hour damaging winds are ongoing. This is an extremely dangerous situation for Mayville, just west of Hillsborough, Findlay, Cooperstown, just south of Anita, southwest of Thompson. So again, stay away from windows, be on the lowest floor possible. We have 100-mile-per-hour winds right now in this entire area. We now have 2 100-mile-per-hour severe thunderstorm warnings that are in place. This currently takes up 86 miles by 48. That's like 320 square miles, I think. That's not the math. 3,200 square miles, sorry. Tornado Pagey's coming up into the wind here. They're starting to, at least. They're in the extremely dangerous situation with 100-mile-per-hour severe warning right now. For any TikTokers, this might be a Cat 6 hurricane in North Dakota right now. I think whenever I go on TikTok tonight, I'm going to see some TikTokers talking about how this is a Cat 6 hurricane rolling right across North Dakota. It's going to Michigan next, so get ready, I guess, for a Cat 6 hurricane. 135 miles per hour, is that real? I don't think we've had 100? I don't know if we've had 135. I know we've been up to 111. Highest wind gust so far was 111 miles per hour reported in Laverne, North Dakota. Cat 3 at least? No, it has to be a Cat 6. Maybe even a Cat 7. Wouldn't even be surprised. Back over in our tornado warning near Max, literally Max, Minnesota, near Sand Lake. We do have a stronger area of rotation trying to develop. It's pretty rain wrapped, and honestly, again, it could be contaminated because of how far away we are from our radar sites. This is crossing now just over Highway 46. It'll be coming up towards Big Fork over the next few minutes near Marcel. So continue to stay in your safe place if you are in this severe thunderstorm or in this tornado warning. There's still a potential for a tornado as that moves northeast. Max velocity Minnesota, imagine. Imagine if we had a max velocity Minnesota. They should honestly name, like, I don't know, name a town after me. That'd be kind of funny. Be the most random town ever, for the record. They named a city after you already? I'm actually curious. I looked up max velocity and it just comes up with a bunch of maxes. Kind of funny. Is there a place called Riley? There's a place called Riley in France. Wow. There's a Riley, Pennsylvania, spelt the way that Riley's name is spelt. Apparently there is a Dibble, Oklahoma. Found Dibble, Oklahoma. Look at that. Chip in, we can buy you an island in Arizona. What? Fatalities confirmed on Scott's screen. Again, we're not gonna like, all we know right now, like, there could be more, but we don't know for sure. We're not gonna confirm anything until we officially know. But there's at least 2 fatalities regarding tornadoes today. That's, again, if we learn more, we'll let you know, but otherwise we're gonna not say anything because we don't know for sure on some of this stuff. And also, we want to respect the families and such that may not know about it already. You know, that's like the other thing. Also, brand new destructive severe thunderstorm warning for Bemidji in Minnesota. 92-mile-per-hour wind was reported at an ASOS there in Bemidji, Minnesota. Black Duck, Badgley, and Lake George all included in this. So 90-mile-per-hour damaging winds are currently happening here. Stay away from windows. Be on the lowest floor possible if you're in this severe thunderstorm warning. Obviously, treat this as if it is a tornado warning, because this is still very high winds right now near Black Duck and Bemidji, and also near Lake George, moving to the east. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max. So I have an update from Tornado Pagey and Bryce Shelton. So for those of you who don't know, you probably don't, because we've been just kind of throwing around these meteorological terms, but a wake low is wind speeds associated with wind moving, or basically air moving from an area of high pressure to low pressure. So we actually have a very low pressure involved in the systems, and we just got Tornado Pagey to check that pressure. And right now, where she is, they are at a 954 millibar low, and that's like relative to a hurricane, and obviously they are in North Dakota, so they have very low pressures, and that's why we're seeing these very, very high winds. And that pressure is still dropping. I'll let you know what the lowest pressure is whenever we reach it.
Alrighty, thank you for the update. So it's basically a hurricane. Once again, TikTok, it's Cat 6. Spread the word. Back over to Tornado Pagey. They're in that wake low right now. Kind of hear the winds a little bit, but like again, the pressure is down to like 954 millibars, which is insane. And again, they are also reporting that their ears are popping right now. The question is, what happened to the potato? I literally don't know. I'll have to look after the stream. I have too many cables in here. But yeah, that's in the. They're kind of making it to their way to the middle of this wake low. They have to go a little bit further north. I mean, near Hatton is where that center of this Category 6 hurricane is. In TikTok terms, it's a Cat 6, but otherwise, it's literally just a wake low. Still pretty crazy though. 954 millibars pressure though. That's literally insane, and it is still getting lower. So it'll be very interesting to see what actually it ends up being like the lowest at. But when I say it's basically a land hurricane or a land cane, it essentially is. It's crazy. Extra tropical cyclone. There's nothing tropical about this. That's the problem. Can't call it a hurricane. I mean, you literally cannot call this a hurricane unless we actually had any. There's literally no tropical aspects to this thing at all. Literally, it's just a derecho that began. This is not something we've never seen before, but it is definitely not something you see very often. This happens like at most usually once a year. Like we don't usually see wake lows like this. So, especially this intense. Again, this entire area of severe warnings is 100-mile-per-hour winds, which is honestly crazy. But we still have 100-mile-per-hour winds here near Findlay, Cooperstown, Mayville, and Hillsborough. Also, new severe thunderstorm warning for Aiken, Ithaca, Cass, Crow Wing, and St. Louis counties in Minnesota. This is going to be for 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds. Emily, Pine River, Pequot Lakes, Nisswa, Aiken, just outside McGregor, and Floodwood. You guys are included in this brand new severe thunderstorm warning. Once again, 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds, the biggest concern out of this line. We get merch for land canes. There's literally no chance we can make that happen tonight. It'd be really funny though. Imagine we had a Cat 6 hurricane t-shirt. We get canceled for having a Cat 6 hurricane t-shirt. Thank you, Squeaky, for the $5 super check-in. Quite the lightning show in Duluth, Minnesota, from the storms over Lake Superior and Silver Bay, 50 miles away. Thanks for covering this, no problem. Yeah, the bottom, middle, and bottom right cameras too. Those are in Virginia. And those are already showing tons of lightning, and that's not even like that. I mean, that's also probably what you're seeing right now, but you also got the lightning off to the west. I'm gonna see how many lightning strikes we currently have, but it's probably a lot. Yeah, we're currently sitting at 200 lightning strikes per minute across the board. And honestly, most of this lightning is all around you. West, north, and east. There's nothing south, but everything's around you. We're at this like little circle of lightning, or half circle of lightning. Right, Pagey and Bryce Shelton are still in the middle of that wake low. No new updates as of right now on the pressure, but they are basically near the center of it. Keeping an eye on them. That's where the 100-mile-per-hour winds are currently. Don't forget, by the way, if you're back over near Valley City or even near Fargo, be ready for the potential for 80-mile-per-hour damaging winds. This will be moving towards Castleton. Also going towards Fargo here. Fargo may get a warning here soon for damaging winds from this wake low.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So be ready for that. We got a new tornado warning for Koochiching and as well as Issaquah counties in Minnesota. That is going to be for Big Fork, near Highway 65 west of Chisholm, near Effie and Big Fork in Marcel, and also Max. So seek shelter if you're in this tornado warning. The other one was going to expire in 7 minutes. Main area of rotation right now is near Highway 6. It'll be coming up on the south side of Marcel here in a few minutes, or Marcel. I keep saying Marcel. I think it's Marcel, and then eventually going towards 65. I got it, Riley. I just deleted it there. I did delete on Facebook. Why is the storm so late? I mean, it's literally just the nature of today's event. The problem is with today's event, like going into today, the temperatures were too warm. And so a lot of the storms didn't fire off until tonight. Like the temperatures were too warm. Our 700 millibar temperatures were also too warm. So they had to cool down to some extent. And so that is why all the storms are really late tonight. Thank you, Doge, for the $20 super chat. Max, the benevolent meteorologist. I don't know how to say that word. I don't even know what that word means, but thank you. I'm hoping that's a good thing. Never seen that word until today. 126 mile per hour wind gusts. Oh, never mind. I just read something that meant nothing. Hey, Wolf, also for the super chat. Thank you for the coverage. Hurricane is the best description, as one wing is extending out towards Oshkosh, Wisconsin, into Lake Michigan. The size is insane. Yeah, I mean, for the record, like our Derecho, which again, we don't really have a Derecho anymore. It's kind of still going, yeah, kind of. It's weird. It's not like as organized before because our initial line has kind of mostly fallen apart. The remnants are now like right here, but we kind of have like a new line that formed earlier. Now this is all congealed back into one line again near Grand Rapids. So, yeah, I mean, it's basically a hurricane. I would still say this is like a hurricane. It's a land cane. Essentially what it is. 100 degrees here in Minneapolis. I think it's going to be, I don't know if it's going to be 100 tomorrow again in Minneapolis, but it's going to be really warm. I'm pretty sure it's going to be in the 90s again. What does contaminated mean? Basically just means there's either something blocking our view of certain things on radar. Like, I mean, we'd have to go back over to like this storm that's tornado warned, which even then there's not really a whole lot of contamination. There's a little bit of range folding here, but other than that, like it's mostly just like when we get something like this is essentially range folding. So we get like a little bit of contamination. It's hard to see the velocities. In some cases, we could also get other contamination if there's like planes in the area, or if there's something else that blocks our view, like obstructions. It can even be bats that can also throw a wrench into it. Is Evelith supposed to get hit again? Evelith, you guys are going to get hit again. Yeah, you got the line of storms back off to your west. Damaging winds up to 80 miles per hour is still possible. It is still warned for 90, so I mean, it technically could be higher than that, but we're still watching for the potential for very high damaging winds and then also the potential for an isolated tornado. Wait. Okay. All right, whatever. It's fine. Will Detroit be hit in the morning? Yeah, Detroit's gonna be hit in the morning. Let me do a little future radar action for the rest of tonight and also tomorrow morning. So this is what it's going to look like overnight tonight. The line of thunderstorms will continue to push to the east. The upper peninsula of Michigan is going to get hit hard pretty much overnight tonight to early tomorrow morning. And then by around a lunchtime tomorrow, this line of storms will continue to push into Ontario, Canada, where damaging winds, hail, and a low tornado risk will exist. Michigan is very conditional tomorrow. There is actually a potential in this area for an isolated storm to fire up with a remnant outflow boundary. If that does happen, we may see an isolated tornado somewhere in Michigan or the upper peninsula of Michigan, but I'm not very sold on it. I think it's a very low chance that even happens. But if something like that were to form, we could actually see the potential for a strong tornado somewhere in this area because the environment is very ripe again tomorrow. But it does not appear as if we're going to see storms. I think it's a very low chance with the line of storms moving through in the morning. I just don't think there's going to be really anything that initiates those storms unless we get a remnant outflow boundary. So otherwise, this line of storm is going to continue to push east over the next several hours. Duluth going to be hit hard pretty much in the next hour or two, and then possibly as far south as St. Cloud could still see at least part of this line. May not be damaging winds, but may at least see some gusty winds out of that. And then on top of that, we have our little mesoscale convective vortex, or really our wake low, that is still producing damaging winds upwards of 100 miles per hour near Hillsborough, Mayville, Cooperstown, Findlay, Thompson, just south of Grand Forks. Also, the Valley City area is still dealing with 80 mile per hour winds. Also in Valley City, at 11:14 p.m., we had reports of 6 to 10 inch tree diameter, tree branches at 6 to 10 inches in diameter reported down in Valley City. So that's one of the reports that we've gotten out of there recently. Also, we have a flooding report out of Fargo. There are multiple reports of water rescues in Fargo from stalled out vehicles. So just a little heads up there. Brand new severe thunderstorm warning for Wadena, New York Mills, and Elbow Lake. That is for 60 mile per hour damaging winds. I would anticipate we'll get another severe warning for the Alexandria area just west of Little Falls here soon for damaging winds, also upwards of 60 miles per hour. But the most significant part of this line is still off to the north. Duluth? Not what I was saying. I might have not been saying that. Do you think anything will happen when it hits Detroit Lakes, Minnesota? Where is Detroit Lakes? I could have sworn I literally just talked about Detroit Lakes a second ago. Detroit Lakes, you guys are not done yet. I mean, we still have the wake low or mesoscale convective vortex back off to your west. So this is still a concern. I think the worst of it will be off to your north and west, but this is still tracking in the direction of like Bemidji, for example, Red Lake, just south of the Thief River Falls and also south of the Red Lake Falls. So the high winds are going to continue to move to the east. We still have this little boundary here that's going towards Fargo that could also produce damaging winds up to 80, but generally speaking, the greatest concern is probably going to still be off to your north and west. But there's still a low chance of damaging winds still tonight, and it could still be significant, depending on the evolution of this wake low. If it stays alive for a while, it could still be producing significant damaging winds. Well, this is a live shot back over in Virginia, Minnesota. We've had a ton of lightning here recently. This is just to the west of our tornado warning right now. Or just to the east, sorry, of our tornado warning. Ton of lightning out there on the horizon. It's basically a light show. And once again, if you guys have any photos or videos, you can ask on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. Also send it in on Facebook. But there's plenty of lightning out there right now. Across the board. First on the map, we're currently in northern Minnesota. TL has crazy lightning. I don't think they have any lightning right now. There's no lightning on the mesoscale convective our vortex. All the lightning right now is with our line of thunderstorms. Again, all these storms here. This is literally where all of our lightning is. We are currently seeing 200 lightning strikes per minute. We do a little bit of math here. Do a little 200 times 15. That's about 3,000 lightning strikes every 15 minutes. Honestly, I think that number is probably still higher than that, but that's generally what we're looking at across the board. Is Thief River Falls in the safe zone for high winds? I would say you're kind of close to being done. You're going to be kind of on the cusp, but I think you'll probably miss at least the mesoscale convective vortex / wake low, because this is going to probably continue to parallel east. I don't think it's going to move to the north. But hey, with any hurricane, any Cat 6 hurricane, it could go to the north, it could go to the south. I think it's going to probably stay to your south, though. Not a guarantee, just have ways to receive alerts if you're going to bed. Just in case. Also, we got a measurement of the pressure that is inside of our our wake low. I keep saying mesoscale convective vortex. It's basically the same thing, but we have a little iPhone barometer showing 954 millibars of pressure right in the center of this thing. Just crazy. By the way, that's comparatively 954 millibars of pressure. I think it's like Cat 3, Category 3 hurricane like pressure for the record. That's pretty crazy. A little update on our tornado warning. It still looks pretty broad for rotation. If we had a tornado be southeast of Marcel, going up towards Highway 65 west of Chisholm, so continue to stay in your safe place if you're in this tornado warning. It is radar indicated, goes for 10 more minutes. Otherwise, the biggest concern right now is damaging winds up to 90 miles per hour, which is currently moving into Grand Rapids, Minnesota. Just outside of Grand Rapids. Emily, also, you're going to see some damaging winds, likely up to 70 miles per hour here over the next few minutes. And Bemidji is still under a destructive severe thunderstorm warning, even though there's no storm there. There could still be damaging winds as high as 90 miles per hour. Out of this area of storms, going into Black Duck near Lake George, also approaching Walker. Big Fork and Marcel will also be on the track of that. Bemidji resident here, my yard has a half dozen less trees than it did an hour ago. Unfortunately, that is probably what's going to happen to a lot of people in Minnesota tonight. And as a reminder, if you do have any photos or videos, you can send them to us on Twitter or Facebook at MaxVelocityWX. Also, new mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center in the Upper Peninsula of Michigan and northern Wisconsin. That is going to be for up to golf ball sized hail, damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour, and then also a brief tornado or two are possible. Keep in mind that this is not from our line of thunderstorms. This is just other convection that is fired out in front of our derecho that we've had over the last several hours. Also, I did forget to talk about this. This was issued like 40 minutes ago, but we have had no time to talk about it. Intense damaging wind gusts are expected over the next 1 to 2 hours just outside of Duluth, also near the Virginia areas and Evelyn, back over towards Grand Rapids, where damaging winds still upwards of 100 miles per hour, and also maybe an isolated strong tornado and hail as large as the size of tennis balls is going to be a possibility. This mesoscale discussion goes until 2:30, so we basically have another hour for this. At least the next hour, we should continue to see this threat here across northern Minnesota. Trampolines may go flying. Yeah, we really should have showed our flying trampoline meter today. Let me find where the flying trampoline meter is. Hey, Logan, for the super chat. I do wonder if we have any flying trampoline reports out there. This is our trampoline meter for today. It would obviously be at a gone forever stage. It would have been beforehand, but it is definitely, you can definitely confirm that this is at a gone forever stage now with how high the winds have been. And even with our 90-mile-per-hour winds, we're probably going to see a bunch of flying trampolines still. I have a new trampoline in my yard. It all probably came from the Derecho. Thank you, Eric, for the super chats. Past your bedtime? What do you mean? I went to, for the record, you guys don't even know. I went to bed at 5 in the morning last night. For the record, it is currently only 2:39, so we're doing pretty good. Actually, I went to bed at 5:30, not 5, 5:30. This is nowhere near my bedtime. I'm not even tired. Trust me. I was shocked to see Max still live. I mean, we've only been live for 5.5 hours. This isn't even that long of a stream, to be honest. This is actually, like, not even that long of a stream. Like, compared to what we usually do. Like, the stream the other day was 10 hours. By the way, some of the highest winds that we are currently seeing in our 100-mile-per-hour severe thunderstorm warnings are now moving into Hillsborough. This is also approaching the Halstead areas, Ada, going towards Menomin, and also going towards Fawston and Red Lake Falls. So those areas are still dealing with the potential for upwards of 100-mile-per-hour winds. New damage report out of Neillsville, Minnesota at 1:15 a.m. In Polk County, by the way. There are reports of power lines down and tree limbs up to 3 inches down. That is some of the latest reports there. Also, I figured I'd kind of show you guys this. I didn't even think of it. But this is our infrared imagery tonight with our huge derecho that's been ongoing. Let me see if I can just get Northern Plains on here. This is a little look at our derecho just over the last few hours on infrared imagery. Very cold cloud tops. What this is measuring when we see these like white colors and dark reds and black colors, that is essentially our very cold cloud tops. So, very definitive view of that here across Minnesota and also North Dakota. Water vapor imagery as well, showing plenty of water vapor. I mean, again, a ton of rain also has fallen, obviously flooding back over in Fargo. We had some, stranded vehicles, but... Hey, Rods, to the $5 super chat. Thoughts on Emmaville, Minnesota? Emmaville, Minnesota. Main concern at this point is already kind of past you. Maybe a low threat for more damaging winds later tonight, but generally speaking, the threat is pretty low. I don't see an eye anywhere. Well, I mean, hurricanes don't necessarily need an eye. All right, this is turning into like a Cat 2 hurricane, I think now. All right, we're down to the Cat 2 stage. No longer an eye. Obviously, for those that are tuning in and have no clue what I'm talking about. You guys don't know what I'm talking about, though. There's no hurricane. I'm just kidding. Fargo is 4 feet of water in the ditch. Pumps are running. Wait, what is... I got another report, I think. Got another report of something. Where is this? By the way, as a reminder, if you guys do send me anything on Twitter or Facebook, make sure to @ me on Twitter. Do not message me, because it's easier for me to see mentions on Twitter. I'll put a little line just to give you guys an idea of where people are cleared from right now. This basically area right... honestly, it's kind of hard to make a clear area at this point, because at this exact moment, we still have damaging winds from this line, and then we got our little mesoscale convective vortex, otherwise known again as our wake low. But again, the worst right now of our wind is mostly in this area, but we still have a chance for significant damaging winds with this little mesoscale convective vortex, otherwise known as our wake low. So basically, if you're west of this line, you're definitely clear. You're kind of almost clear in this area, but I'd still have ways to receive alerts. And same thing with this area. Like, I would still have ways to receive alerts, because honestly, we still have an outflow boundary here that's very visible on radar, and that could still be producing damaging winds upwards of 80 miles per hour, even over near Castleton and Fargo. Also, a little interesting development here. We got another 100 mile per hour severe thunderstorm warning. Holy crap. But back over here near Hoyt Lakes, we actually have rotation on this storm. At least some weak rotation. So this is something we need to keep an eye on. That's going up towards Babbitt, just to the northwest there of Silver Bay. That's like far northeastern Minnesota. We have yet again another destructive 100 mile per hour severe thunderstorm warning. This is going to be for those in Findlay, Mayville, Hillsborough, Halstead, just south of Thompson. So this is an extremely dangerous situation. This is observed once again. Currently, this is the source of this at multiple NW or NDA NW sensors in the central Red River Valley are reporting wind gusts in excess of 90 miles per hour. So this is once again another 100 mile per hour severe thunderstorm warning. You need to be staying away from windows on the lowest floor possible and treating this as if it is a tornado.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
I've gone ahead and issued a new tornado warning for St. Louis and Issaquah counties in Minnesota. I believe that's just an extension of this, which we still have rotation back over to the west of Hibbing and Chisholm, which will pop up here in a second. So brand new tornado warning here just to the northwest of Hibbing. Chisholm's also in the path of this. So seek shelter. This is, again, a line of storms that is producing the potential here for QLCS tornadoes. It is still bowing out. We also still have an area of at least clearing out in front of this. So there is a chance that we start to see a slightly more elevated tornado threat if this thing's able to organize a little bit more. But if it bows out more and starts to have less convection, like in this area, there's probably a better chance that this thing will vent and be able to produce the potential for tornadoes. So Chisholm, Linden Grove, and Willow Valley Township, be in your safe place. Get away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible. So radar indicator rotation, nothing confirmed as of right now, but this goes until 2:15 a.m. Central Time. But as of now, the storm that's further east, it's broadly rotating. I do think there's a good chance that this is elevated, so it may not produce a tornado, but it is something I want to keep an eye on just to the east there, Virginia. This is going to be heading up towards Isabella, and as well as Finland. Hey, Jams for the super chat. Any concerns for international falls tonight? I would say probably not. I think the threat of severe weather is low. Have ways to receive alerts just in case. Thank you also, ZJ, for the super chat. Good thunder here in Grand Forks, North Dakota. Thought on the threat of Ely, Minnesota, north of Duluth. I think the biggest concern will be damaging winds basically anywhere north of Duluth, but there's still a low chance of an isolated tornado.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, we have another tornado warning. This one is also going to be in Minnesota. It's the same area. This is going to be for Nashwauk, Hibbing, and Chisholm counties. Main area of rotation right now is on this leading edge here near 169, moving east, going towards 37. Eveleth, Gilbert, Mackinnon, and McKinley are in the path of this. They also vibes to the super chat. The best storm happens after 4 p.m. Max has a, so to speak, second shift time. Am I right? Pretty much. Basically 2 shifts. They're very long, though. Thoughts on the Grand Forks area? I think Grand Forks will probably be narrowly missed by our wake low. Just have ways to receive warnings. I think you guys are probably fine. Have ways to receive warnings. The worst of the wind right now is to your south. For the record, velocities right now are picking up at upwards 120 mile per hour winds near Halstead, Hendrum, Anthony, and Ada. Also, Borup is in the path of that. We have a very high pocket of winds here moving to the east. So this is likely why we are continuing to see these destructive 100 mile per hour wind warnings, especially since our velocities here are upwards of 120 miles per hour. 122 is the latest estimate on one of these spots. No power where Tornado Page is? Yeah, there's literally no power in Maysville. I think the power got knocked out in Maysville. Hear the wind a little bit, but yeah, there's literally Maysville. They drove through this a little while ago. There was power. There's no power now. Hey, Logan for the super chat. Oh yeah, it's pitch black out there. No power in Maysville. Also, on top of that, in Minnesota, we are now up to 47,000 customers without power. Keep in mind, Minnesota obviously has way more population than, you know, North Dakota. So, you know, customers out in North Dakota, I think it was like 35, 40,000, something like that. So this number obviously is high, but keep in mind that this is a much more populated area. And we have basically widespread power outages. You got a little key there at the bottom left of your screen. You can see, I'll try to zoom out a little bit. You can see the key there. So basically, the darker red it is, the more widespread our power outages are. Mahomet County is the majority of where we have most of our power outages. Almost at currently about almost 100% without power in that county from our high winds. And these numbers are only going to increase. So once again, if you're near Duluth, if you're near any of these areas here in eastern, northeastern Minnesota, be ready again for the potential for very high winds and also likely power outages. You want flashlights ready to go, have your phone charged up, ready to go, and all that good stuff. Make sure that's all ready to go. That way you're prepared for the potential here for damaging winds that could literally knock out your power. If you have friends or family in this area, also make sure that they are aware of this situation. Hey, Hayden, can we do another heat map? Hey, Waterfall for the $10 super chat. Start watching last year and tell everybody I know to tune in. Mostly watched for better entertainment than Netflix. Today I realized how life-saving your channel is, from Bismarck. Yeah, sometimes, you know, I've talked about this before too, but like sometimes I don't even like realize how important these streams are. And like, you know, hearing about fatalities today in North Dakota from tornadoes, like, you know, I guess it goes to show that, like, there is actually meaning behind these streams. Like, that's always been the goal, but, like, it's never realized sometimes. Like, sometimes it's just not realized that, like, these streams can actually make a difference in somebody's life, so. But I've gotten so many emails, so many comments in the past, like, about, like, you know, how I've saved somebody's life or whatever it might be, and like it happens after the stream usually, but it's pretty crazy. Like, you actually realize there's a major difference being made to some people's lives. Thank you, Low, for the $5 super chat. And bet Brett again for another 5 get to memberships. Really appreciate that. Brett is on a roll. I think that's 30 today. It's crazy. The Twin Cities area, love what you do, Max. Might have some storms for you to tap into this upcoming week for the area. Yeah, I think it's gonna be pretty active. I mean, also for the record, tomorrow's probably not a stream day, but on Sunday there's gonna be likely another live stream. We got a big slight risk across the upper Midwest, the northern plains, and a large marginal threat. Right now, the Storm Prediction Center has a large 2% tornado risk from Nebraska back into the northern plains, and then also a 5% back over Minnesota. So we're going to be live again on Sunday, I think. I don't really see why we wouldn't. We have another stream coming up then, too. On top of obviously being live here for a little over 5.5 hours now, coming up on 6 here soon. Hillsboro, North Dakota has no power, according to somebody in the chat. which I believe. We literally just had potentially as high as 120 mile per hour winds go through there. Velocities are up to 120, but keep in mind that this is still a little bit off the ground, so it may not be translating to the ground, but it's still very significant damaging winds nonetheless. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, I have a damage report out of Bemidji. Sounds like there were multiple reports of branches down, power flashes, and home damage. It sounds like there may have been a trailer park impacted as well. Still developing situation in Bemidji, but we do know that winds of at least 80 miles per hour were estimated to go through the area, according to the emergency managers and the weather stations in the town did indicate wind gusts of above 100 miles per hour.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. Somebody else just said in the chat, Bemidji got slammed. No way you're going to post in 4 hours? Oh, trust me, I will. Actually, tomorrow's video is going to be a big one. We got a lot to talk about in terms of the heat wave and then also more severe weather upcoming. I think tomorrow's video is going to be the heat wave video. Alrighty, real quickly, put your location in the chat. We're going to do another heat map. Put your location in the chat where you're tuning in from right now. Curious to see where everybody's tuning in from. Whenever we do these heat maps, it helps us be able to figure out like where important areas are to cover. So helps me be able to figure that out. Obviously, if you put Orlando, Florida, or Hawaii, then I mean, it's obviously it's cool, but like there's nothing happening there, so we're not going to talk about those areas. But just curious. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning. This one's going to be in the upper peninsula of Michigan. Marquette, Baranga, as well as Houghton counties in Michigan are included in that for 60 mile per hour winds. That is just to the south of Houghton, near South Range. We also got a new severe warning for a bunch of counties in Minnesota, including Aiken County, Minnesota, and a few others for 70 mile per hour damaging winds. And a tornado possible label is also on that. That should pop up here in a moment. There it is. So this is a big one. This is basically almost all of northeastern Minnesota, just off to the north of Duluth. Virginia, Hibbing, Ely are all in the path of that. Babbitt, Orr, as well as the Willow Valley Township. That is for 70 mile per hour damaging winds. There's also a tornado possible label on this entire area. But the main concern right now for a tornado would be out of our line of thunderstorms. They have continued tornado warnings for Linden Grove, Chisholm, Hibbing, and a few other locations as well, as we could still see QLCS spin up tornadoes. And then on top of that, we could also still see an isolated tornado even out of our storm near Hoyt Lakes, which is currently tracking towards Isabella. As a reminder, in case you've not already heard, and I'm guessing some of you probably are tuning in from this area, but anywhere Mayville, Hillsborough, and Halstead, we still have 100 mile per hour damaging winds moving to the east. I would expect a new severe thunderstorm warning here soon for the Mahoman, White Earth, and Ada areas for potentially upwards of 100 mile per hour winds, as we still have a surge of wind right now moving to the east. It is still an extremely dangerous situation. Severe thunderstorm warning for this entire area. Also, a brand new severe thunderstorm warning. That one's for Barnes and Cass counties in North Dakota. That'll be for 70 mile per hour damaging winds. That includes Valley City and Castleton, just north of Enderlin, which is also where search and rescue is still ongoing from the tornadoes earlier. So hopefully those people are still staying aware of that. But a 70 mile per hour winds currently moving to the east. Again, this is all from our wake low that is currently pushing a bunch of wind towards the ground. As we already talked about, tornado Pagey measured pressure of 954 millibars from the center of this wake low, or near the center, which is absolutely crazy. They're currently in the wake low. Not sure if they've had winds. Apparently they are reporting 100+ mile per hour winds, by the way. They have been reporting that in this area. I don't think it's happening now, but they did report that a little while ago. That's back over in our wake low. That is currently near Hillsborough. I think the highest winds again right now are near Halstead. That's where our velocities are still being measured at over 120 miles per hour. But keep in mind that it's still off the ground. But those winds will probably be translating at least to around 90 to 100 as it comes up on Ada and Mahoman, and as well as White Earth here over the next several minutes. So be ready again. We should get a severe warning there soon. There for western Minnesota. Believe it or not, we had a 3-inch sized hailstone in Blackberry, Minnesota earlier. That was from one of the storms that is now way off to the east, but pretty interesting stuff there. Also, we got a new heat map to give us an idea of where everybody's tuning in from, and the majority of people are in Minnesota. So this is very different from earlier. Earlier, we had a lot of people everywhere. This time, we have most people in Minnesota. Actually kind of interesting. So the majority of you guys right now are tuning in either from Minneapolis, Duluth, Grand Rapids, Hibbing, Ely, Bemidji, a few other select locations like Fargo and as well as Grand Forks. Got a few other people as well further down to the south. Pretty interesting though. Little hot spots there also in Des Moines, Sioux Falls, and Chicago. Thank you MJ for becoming a member, and also Yee for the $10 super chat. Appreciate the coverage watching from Southwest Fargo. Also thank you Thunder for the super chat. Thanks again for the ongoing coverage tonight, and shout out to the KMVX radar tower from somehow staying up through all of this. Yeah, some of these radar towers, it is impressive that some of these can stay up through all this crazy wind and tornadoes and all that stuff, but really most of these radar sites are only hit by wind. Or all of them were only hit by wind. Thank you, Thunder. I just answered that. Thank you, Vibes for the $5 super chat. Iowa City says 97 tomorrow. Most likely will feel like 100, but windy. It's going to probably be at least in the low 100s we feel like temperatures for most of Iowa and basically across the Midwest. Bright new severe thunderstorm warning. This one's for Aiken, Duluth, and Baxter. And Emily, that's going to be for 70 mile per hour damaging winds. This is mostly outflow dominant, so we're not really talking about much of a tornado risk, but keep in mind that 70 mile per hour damaging winds are still relatively significant, so stay away from windows and be on the lowest floor possible. If you are in the severe thunderstorm warning, trees will likely be falling, and power lines may also fall. The Dragon for the super chat, wouldn't this be considered a derecho? This is already a derecho. We had this confirmed like 4 hours ago. Basically, an hour and a half in today's stream, the Storm Prediction Center was like, this is a derecho, so... Yes, we have had a derecho tonight. The worst of the wind right now is mostly in central northern Minnesota, but we do have another round of very high winds from our wake low that is currently moving towards Ada and Mahoman, or Mandan, and we'll probably have a new severe warning here at any moment going towards those areas, but the winds are very high around this wake low. Basically, this entire area could have high winds, but it's mainly focused towards the south of Grand Forks. Honestly, it's mostly just this. It's not really that much further north, but it's mostly on the south side of this wake low. Hey, boy, for the $10 super chat. Been watching for nearly a year, and you've been an inspiration and renewed interest in weather for me, and we'll be pursuing meteorology in the Navy. That's awesome. Thank you for your service. Also, Virginia, bottom middle, bottom right of your screen. Those are in Virginia and Minnesota. Those cameras are going to have a view of this area of tornadic storms in addition to our line of storms here shortly. These storms are now down to 70 mile per hour winds, so not as significant as it once was, but it is still significant. Still significant. I'm watching from Tennessee and have friends in Minnesota. Hopefully everybody in Minnesota tonight, at least northern Minnesota, is aware of this. Unfortunately, that's one of those things, like, I do feel like there is a level, like, obviously everybody that's watching right now is staying weather aware, but there are people like that are not watching, that are probably sleeping in severe warnings or even tornado warnings that have no clue that what's going on. Hey, Richard, for the $10 super chat. Will cause the wake low to dissipate. It's just going to take time. This thing's already been very organized. It'll probably weaken in like 2 to 3 hours, but it's going to keep going for a while. Hey, Eric also with the super chat. Yeah, it's going to take some time. It'll probably be another like 2 to 3 hours until it's like fully weakened, but it's going to definitely be intense. It'll probably stay intense all the way through Bemidji, if I had to guess. Unfortunately, Bemidji's already been hit pretty hard by storms earlier. There's already homes damaged and power lines down, trees down, all that sort of stuff, so. One thing that we can definitely predict will be going for a while is this line of storms that's going towards Duluth. This thing's not going anywhere anytime soon. We still got 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds with this thing. Thank you for making me feel safe. No problem at all. Glad I can help. Seems to be extending southward. It's extending somewhat southward, but it's not really like like the outflow boundary is very far down to the south, which is why we have a little bit of convection going up, but there's not as much not nearly as many favorable ingredients down here to the south of Baxter to be able to help to elevate our wind threat. So generally speaking, there will be gusty winds down here, but there's not going to be really anything severe. So this is from Ben Williams back over in Valley City in Jamestown, North Dakota. Unfortunately, another semi-truck flipped over. This is at least, I think, the second one that we've seen on today's stream, if not the third. That's from Ben Williams. He's also with Connor Croft. It's again not the first time that we've seen that today. It's a good reminder if you are a truck driver out there tonight, definitely stay safe. By the way, we currently have at least 40,000 people in these tornado warnings. There isn't a whole lot of rotation on a northern storm. There's still some rotation south of Hibbing that is right now tracking towards Virginia and Eveleth. So continue to stay in your safe place if you're in this tornado warning, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. It's the main area of rotation. Otherwise, the northern stuff has been mostly weaker for Chris Holm back through the Willow Valley Township, but we're still talking about damaging winds upwards of 70 miles per hour. Thank you, Nikki, for the $10 super chat. I watch you all the time. You're awesome and very helpful. Can you tell me the timing and possible threats for Superior, Wisconsin? I mean, most of Wisconsin won't see much tonight. If you're up here, like in this area, you'll probably at least see some damaging winds very late tonight, probably around 3 to 5 in the morning, but otherwise, we're not really talking about much more down to the south. So generally speaking, if you see anything down here, it's mostly going to be between like 3 and 8, but gusty winds is the biggest concern. Thank you, Steph, for also becoming a Maximum Velocity member. Really appreciate that. As the hurricane died down, it's still going. It is still going. And honestly, I think the highest winds are starting to move outside of our warning, and the velocities on radar are upwards of 118 miles per hour still, at least a few thousand feet off the ground. Surprised they haven't issued a new warning further to the east yet. There's currently no warning for Ada, Monoman, and then Boston. I haven't had any recent damage reports in this area, but I'm guessing there's probably at least some level of damage. Velocities are still cranking. Hitting area, likelihood of a tornado. The greatest concern should be to the south, and honestly, the velocities still look pretty broad. It's always possible we could get a spin up tornado somewhere in this area, but if we were to get one, it would probably be now around or just east of Hibbing. So if you're in Hibbing, stay in your safe place for the next several minutes, especially since the damaging winds is still a big concern. We have, again, long-lasting damaging winds of around 70 miles per hour that'll probably be going through Hibbing for the next 10 to 15 minutes. Thank you, MBB, for the $10 super chat. They sound like sirens in Grand Rapids, Minnesota. There might be sirens going off, but it would be for damaging winds. There's no tornado warning right now for Grand Rapids. Any concerns for East Central Wisconsin? Not really. Just a low damaging wind risk during the early morning hours. What's the pressure right now? We have no clue. Honestly, like, Tornado Pagey, they measure the pressure, but, like, we have no clue what the actual pressure is right now, like, inside this thing. Like, we don't have, like, a thing that's measuring the pressure, but they measured 954 millibars with a phone app, so... Otherwise, we have no clue. It could literally be anything. If I had to guess, it's probably upwards of 970, maybe? 965, 970 now. It's probably gotten a little bit up. Because it's not as organized as before. It's starting to weaken a little bit. And again, by around probably 4 or 5 in the morning, it should be fully weakened. So it'll just take some time. That is the biggest thing with this thing. It's just going to take some time. How's Riley doing up there? He's falling asleep. Here is a 8-hour, this is actually kind of interesting. This is a little graphic that James Pettis made. He a little 8-hour composite with all of our 10-meter maximum wind gusts. So again, anything in the yellow is basically where the highest winds were. I don't know why this photo is so blurry. I can't read the numbers. Bro, what the heck? Let me do this. I'll just do this. This is less blurry, but we've at least had 13 tornado reports, 85 wind reports, 38 hail reports, and 1 flood report so far. Only flood report, by the way, was in Fargo. So. Otherwise, again, just a lot of wind, and anything in the yellow is basically over 70, 80 mile per hour winds that we've seen. This doesn't really include our wake low, but it does include the straight line winds at least. Latest scan on our tornado warning. Main area of rotation right now is southeast of Hibbing. That's going through Cherry over the next few minutes. Actually coming up on Eveleth, as well as the Mainkin area. Going towards Fairbanks, Hoyt Lakes. I don't think they're going to extend this northern tornado warning, but the southern one may be extended. It goes for 4 more minutes, so we'll see if these tornado warnings get extended or not. Biggest concern still is damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour that has now moved through Grand Rapids and is now approaching Floodwood, Duluth, Cloquet, and Superior. So if you're in Superior, you got about 45 minutes until this line of storms is there, maybe even sooner than that. We could actually time this out for Superior. This is moving east at 55 miles per hour. Let's do a little timing. 55. So Superior, you guys are going to be hit by this about 3:13 a.m. Assuming this goes 55 miles per hour, which I do not think it's that slow. I think it's actually faster. But I'd say, generally speaking, 250 to 310 for the Duluth and Superior areas. You know what? It actually is probably going to be sooner than that. I don't know why it says it's going that slow. Yeah, Duluth, you're probably going to be around 240, and then Superior around 255 for timing. Within the hour, though. Thank you, Brett, for the super chat. I ordered and sent you 25,000 multicolored straws. Brett, if you did that, I swear. If I go to my mailbox and I have 25,000 straws, there's just no way you did that. There's no way. There's no way you did that. Absolutely no shot. I heard you have plenty of straws. I sent you 10,000 off Amazon. There's no shot. No, we're up to like 500 right now, so there's no way. If I got 10,000 straws, I would definitely know about it. All right, tornado warnings expire in 2 minutes. We'll see if they get extended or not. Right now, they are about to expire in 1 minute. I'm in Hibbing, Minnesota. Am I cooked? You guys are probably done in about 5 minutes. I'll just stay in your safe place for another 5 minutes, and then you should be good. At least another 5 to 10 minutes. Yeah, we still got a big surge of wind coming through. It's not done quite yet. These winds are pretty long lasting, so it's still going. Has Grand Rapids sustained any damage? Not that we know of, but it probably has to some extent. If I had to guess. We don't know for sure, though, yet. What's the Sigma? What the Sigma's right? Is everyone camping between Eli and Grand Morris cooked? Camping? If you're camping, try to find a sturdy structure. I would not be camping outside right now. There's no way I'd be doing that. If you have a sturdy structure, go there. Because these winds are high, and on top of that, there's a lot of lightning. There are plenty of people probably camping in northeast Minnesota, especially with it being the summer. And it also being a Saturday now, but obviously Friday night. Why do I think by Wednesday you're going to have 250,000 straws? Guys, I swear, do not send me straws. I do not need straws. We do not need 25,000 at all. If I get any more than another 10 straws, I'll probably lose my mind, for the record. Do not send me straws. This is a map of all the campgrounds that we have. Or some of the campgrounds, at least, in Minnesota. So obviously, if you're at any of these campgrounds, make sure that you're not there. Get to a sturdy structure, something along those lines. I would not be staying at a campground tonight, though. I'll chip in 50,000 straws. No, you're not. I will return them. Do not need straws. For the record, I didn't know where my... I've technically run out of... I have 1 straw here. I don't know why. I had an entire box of straws, and I have no clue where they went. They're literally gone. They've disappeared. How about some spoons? I can send 15,000? That'd be wild. Alright, we have no tornado warnings. I'm like a minute and a half late on even saying that, but we are back down to no tornado warnings in Minnesota. We still got significant damaging winds upwards of 70 miles per hour. We also got a new severe thunderstorm warning for 80 mile per hour winds. This is from our wake low for Red Lake Falls, Foston, and just south of Thief River Falls, just west of Red Lake. So 80 mile per hour winds going to continue here, just northwest of Badgley, and just outside of Ada. Ada's probably getting hit the hardest right now. This line is again continuing to push, or this little swirl is still moving east-northeast right now. He needs more plates? I actually need more plates. I have like none. Hey, Danny, for the super chat, I'll send 30,000 straws. Stop it. No, you're not. Do not send me straws. No straws, please. Max gonna take up straw construction in a few days. Bruh. He needs a cup for every straw. Alright, let's stop. No, no more. No utensils. No straws, no cups, no plates. Not allowed. Bro, I don't have a red nose. Whoever just said that in the chat, my nose is not red. It's just the lighting. For the record, my glasses are always reflecting from these lights. I'm gonna have to raise them at some point with our new studio. The Ivy for the super chat. Max, what you have, that's the final straw. EZJ for the super chat. Eli camping in the BCWA, no way to get to structure. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I would. Yeah, I don't even know what that means, but like, I'd try to get to a safe place. If not, get to like starting structure is where you should be. I know you're camping, but it's dangerous to stay in a tent even during high winds. Need Denny for the super chat. Sparks, would they be acceptable? I just found 500 straws on Temu for $3. I just spent $300? No way. Just no way. If you're being real, I'm gonna lose it. My greatest advice, though, if you're in Northeast Minnesota, when it comes to camping, if you have a sturdy structure, get there. If not, like, hopefully you're away from trees. I know there's trees everywhere, so that's not really gonna help, but there will likely be trees that fall from these winds. I mean, it's not just as destructive as earlier, but it's still widespread 70-mile-per-hour winds here across the board. Thank you, Lisa, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. Is that lake warning on Lake Superior? The special marine warning that we have two, and one of them is on, they're both on Lake Superior, but the one that's north of Superior is currently 4 winds of nearly 50 knots. So yeah, if you have a boat out there, it might, unfortunately, suffer some damage. It's possible. Thank you, Pettis, for the super chat. I just got you 10,000 mini straws. No, you didn't. Pettis, if you did, you're fired. Or it's gonna be fired for sending me straws. Can we send Riley straws? No. You shouldn't even be sending anybody straws. I do not need more straws, for the record. What are the risks for tomorrow? Let's go over the risks for tomorrow. So this is tomorrow's outlook. Again, tomorrow does not look like a stream day. But we do have a slight risk of severe weather in the Great Lakes back into the northeast, where this continuation of a line of storms will continue, and then a marginal threat outside of that. Damaging winds the main concern, also the potential for a couple tornadoes, and large hail will also be possible. There is a chance of a live stream tomorrow. It's not likely, but we do have a low tornado risk in North Dakota. I might go live for this. Probably not, but maybe. I don't know. We'll see. This also, like, if we're live while this is happening, we might be live for that too. Kind of low chance though overall of being live tomorrow. Sunday we'll be back here. I think we're gonna be live again on Sunday. We got a large slight risk across Minnesota, Wisconsin, back through Nebraska, marginal threat into the Texas Panhandle. Notice how we have a 5% tornado risk again. So this is already an elevated tornado risk for Minnesota, and then we got a 2% that goes all the way back down into Nebraska. So we are gonna be live again on Sunday, and we'll have a video tomorrow morning, probably a video Sunday morning too. We've basically been doing videos every morning. An active stretch of weather is going to continue, and we are not going anywhere. Even though I want a day break, we've not had a day break like in a while. There's literally not been much of an opportunity for me to take an entire day off. It's going to happen at some point. We'll see. Hasn't happened yet. What's been happening? We had a bunch of large tornadoes earlier, and now we are back to basically the remnants of our derecho. It'll be really nice though whenever I can get an actual day off. Like, I have not had a legit day off, I think, in like, I gotta say, probably since like December or January of like the beginning of this year or end of last year. I think I've had 2 legit days off, one of which was graduation, and then the other one was probably some other random day mixed in there. Other than that, it's been basically, we've been working at least 4+ hours a day every day for videos, live streams, whatever it is. Been busy. Can you name your top 5 craziest stream ever? Lake City, that day was probably the craziest in my opinion. That had the most action. We had like 30 tornado warnings at one point. Otherwise, I don't really have any off the top of my head that I can think of that were like crazy. Like, that crazy. Like, there are certain tornadoes that have been crazy. Like the North Platte tornado that we had the other day, or the one outside North Platte, that one was pretty crazy. Max, I just sent you 100,000 straws. No, you didn't. I refuse to believe that. They have downgraded the severe warning here near the Thief River Falls, which is our little remnant, or our little wake low. It's now down to 70-mile-per-hour winds, so that's been downgraded, but it's still producing significant winds. Continue to stay away from windows, lowest floor possible, as trees could fall. Power lines could still fall. Send catnip for his cat. Honestly, my cat loves catnip. You send catnip, she'll love it. Our tornado threat still stays at least slightly elevated up here into northeastern Minnesota for the next hour. I think mostly for Duluth. It's going to be mostly just damaging winds because of the outflow boundary being a little bit further out in front of our line. Send him DoorDash slice of pie. I need slice of pie. That'd be pretty nice, though. It's my favorite type of straw. Do I have to have a favorite type? I used to love the ones that were like the swirly ones, like the, I don't know what you call them. It's like straight up, does a little swirl. I have to draw, I gotta draw a photo like this, like that kind of straw. You guys know what I'm talking about? That right there. The swirly straws. Hey Tyler, for the super chat, who needs a girlfriend when you have a cat named Cheese Curd? For what? We're still in the search, by the way. Still in the search. Where's Max from? I'm in Florida. Straight straw is fine. I mean, I like the ones that are like this, though. Like, they look kind of crazy. Those ones go good with, like, mixed drinks and stuff. The bendy straws are cool, too. Like, the ones that do this, like the little bendy action. Those are cool, too. I don't know how the heck we got to talking about straws, I'm not gonna lie. Hey, Jeffrey for the super chat. Hey, Denny, also for the $5 super chat, we should send you a 1-pound bag of sugar-free gummy bears. Pretty all of the best. No way. Do not eat gummy bears. Those aren't even good for your teeth. Anything crazy with the hurricane in Mexico? That hurricane has already gone away. There was a category 4, though, that landfall. It was pretty crazy. I just hit my mic. That is unfortunate. Bro, what's going on with this chat? I can't believe, I think this might be one of the latest times we've ever been live for the record. It is currently 3:30 in the morning my time. I don't know the last time I was live this late. It's usually never this late. Thank you, Doug, for the $10 super chat. New studio fund, appreciate that. Thank you for the super chat. Need more bloopers videos? We usually do those for members. Oh yeah, look at that. This is over in Virginia, Minnesota. I kind of forgot about our cameras. It's over in Virginia, Minnesota. It's actually getting pretty windy here. This is from our line of thunderstorms. This is probably around 60, 70 mile per hour winds. Virginia is also just north of Duluth. Those that are not familiar with the area. Gives you an idea of what's going to be happening out there. Hey, Jeffrey for the super chat. Yeah, you guys are pretty much done in Bemidji. There's still a low chance of damaging winds, though. Hey, Ivy for the super chat. Once again, in Virginia, Minnesota. I know it sounds kind of weird, but it's Virginia, Minnesota. It's not in Virginia, but it's in the town named Virginia, Minnesota. Apparently, this is about an hour and a half north of Duluth if you travel by car. If you take a horse, it might be 24 hours. Hey, Diet Coke for the super chat. What a fitting name. The Duluth pronunciation was actually perfect. W. Max, can we get a gritty? I haven't done a gritty in so long. This gives you an idea, though, again, in Virginia, of what we're going to be basically seeing across all of northeastern Minnesota over the next couple hours, including Duluth. I mean, it's literally consistently damaging winds. Like, it doesn't really quiet down. It's just consistently 60 to 75 mile per hour winds. This is generally what we can expect in this area. Hey, Danny for the super chat. Genuine question, do you get a derecho warning if you're in one? There's no derecho warning. I mean, it's just literally a severe warning, usually tagged with being destructive or something along those lines. But yeah, there's no such thing as a derecho warning. Hey, Gemmi for the super chat. Pre-midnight chat. Super serious. Always on top of the tornado news. Post-midnight chat. 10 million bendy straws and gummy bears. Yeah, pretty much. That's how it goes a lot of the time. Thank you, Caleb, for the super chat. I vote we send you a supply of MREs? What's MREs? I don't know what that is. They also Glenn for the super chat. Hello from the east coast of Australia. It's currently our shortest day of the year. Sunset was at 5 p.m. Sunset up here in North Dakota tonight was like 9:30. Which is why it was actually photogenic when we saw those, or at least it was like daylight when we saw those tornadoes. Hey, Blaze, for the super chat. Let me look up where that is. You guys are probably fine, just gusty winds being the main concern. Wait, we have cameras? No way. Apparently we got cameras. Unless these are all the ones I'm on. Are these different? Yeah, look at that. We got more cameras in Virginia. This is another view of the 70 mile per hour winds from the remnants of our derecho. This is the southbound view as well in Virginia. Hey, Scott, for the $10 super chat. You can get my daughter Olivia a shout out. How's it going, Olivia? Can't believe you're up at 3:30 in the morning. One thing I gotta say is, W, that nobody's parked under overpasses. There's like nobody on the roadway. I know it's 3:30 or it's 2:30 in the morning here, but we got a real derecho tonight. It was a real derecho tonight. It's already been confirmed as a derecho. By the way, we just got our day 3 outlook for severe weather. We're probably gonna be live both Sunday and Monday. We got another slight risk of severe weather back over in Wisconsin, Iowa, Minnesota. Marginal threat from the Central Plains back into the Midwest. Damaging winds, hail, and a few tornadoes are all a possibility. We got multiple stream days coming up, I think. Sunday, Monday look like stream days. It's not a guarantee, but I think we'll be live those days. Give it like a 70% chance on both days. This isn't coming through Central Michigan. It probably will not impact Central Michigan. There's a very conditional threat for severe weather tomorrow, but probably not going to see anything. Hey, Matt for the $5 super chat. In Virginia, Minnesota, can you tell me when I can go to sleep? You got about like 10 minutes probably, and then you'll probably be fine. And the way the cameras that we're looking at are literally in Virginia, so. Can't believe you have 5 a.m. shifts, by the way. How are you even going to sleep? Are you even going to be able to sleep tonight? At most, you're going to get like 2 hours of sleep. That sounds like no fun at all. You're a legend. I appreciate that. I guess I'm a legend. Where's Kitty Kitty? Bro, I don't even know. She's probably sleeping. It's literally 3:35 my time. You think she's like, oh, I want to talk to him. Like, been pitch black for like 6 hours. I literally can't believe we have 12,000 people still watching, for the record. It's literally 3:30 in the morning Eastern or 2:30 in the morning Central. You're really still up? This is pretty typical, I'm not gonna lie. I'm usually up to like 5. Pretty standard. Thank you, Kubi, for the super chat. I'll send you a boatload of straws. I do not need more straws. Do not need more straws, trust me. You also, you too for the $10 super chat, Cross Lake, Michigan, or Minnesota, I mean. Cross Lake, Minnesota, you guys are pretty much done. Again, you got like maybe 5 minutes and then you'll basically be done. But damaging winds up to 70, the main concern. It's mostly to your east now. The leading edge of the wind is all in here, and then we still have some wind embedded in our storms, so it's like a good 5, 10, 15 minute time of damaging winds basically across the board. Thank you, Angie, for the $10 super chat. Appreciate it, super chat, Angie. That's pretty funny. I feel like that's me, honestly. I feel like that was me when I was younger. It's like, I want to look outside the window for a storm. Please, Queso and Max storm chasing collab. Bro, my car would literally break if that happened. Thank you for what you're doing, Max. Just woke up and you're still going. Bro, just woke up and I'm still going. I've been live for 6 hours and 25 minutes. Hey, guys, what the heck? Hey, Mike, for the $5 super chat. Hello, Millibar reading is like catnip to Max. Pretty much. Wonder if I could go to sleep yet. I'm in Two Harbors, Minnesota. Let me look where Two Harbors is. Two Harbors. I mean, you guys can go to bed in like an hour. This line of storms will be through you by like, it's right now 2:40. It's about to hit Duluth in about 10 minutes. And then after that, like you guys are gonna be hitting like 15. So you can probably go to bed at like 3:10 or so, probably. It's like approximate. Thank you, Mike, for the $10 super chat. Appreciate what you do for us here in Wichita Falls and all of Texas. I've learned a lot from you. Appreciate that, Mike, and thank you for the super chat. All-nighter stream. There's no reason to do an all-night stream. Got some big lightning over there in Virginia. Thank you, Ivy, for the $10 super chat. Appreciate the super chat. Is the tornado threat over? I would say it's mostly over. The only chance that we get a tornado would be something up here near like Babbitt or Fairbanks, but I kind of doubt it. I think it's just mostly gonna be wind. I mean, wind is still destructive. I mean, we're still talking about 70-mile-per-hour winds. It's not like destructive, but it's still a considerable threat. Aside from that, though, it's mostly just a line of storms, and then we still have our little wake low that's still going, producing damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour. But this thing's starting to weaken, and it probably has another hour of at least damaging winds upwards of 60 miles per hour going up into northwestern Minnesota. But aside from that, we're pretty much done with the threat of severe weather there. It's at least going to be winding down. That's at the minimum. Otherwise, this is still producing 70-mile-per-hour winds going to Duluth. And again, we'll stay here for at least the next few minutes, but I think mostly it's going to be over here soon. Would you pull an all-nighter stream? Not tonight. I mean, there's no reason to pull an all-nighter. Like, tonight, there's no reason. I mean, if this was like a major outbreak or something, it's possible, but like, there's just no reason to right now. Getting some sleep. I have to be up in 4 hours. Well, hopefully you get some good sleep. It's not a lot, but fortunately, the severe weather that's knocking on the door of Duluth and many other areas is going to keep some people awake. At least for the next few minutes. As a reminder, by the way, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. Don't forget to follow us on Facebook and Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. All those good platforms. We're also on Discord. The link is down below. But yeah, I mean, this line of storm is going to continue to move through Duluth, Silver Bay, some other areas here over the next few minutes. Just continue to stay away from windows. We'll probably get new severe warnings here soon going towards the northwestern segment there, or section of Wisconsin. So be ready for that. But otherwise, the biggest concern, again, being damaging winds. I don't really see any tornado risk left, at least in the near term. If we were to get a tornado warning anywhere, I'd be kind of surprised because everything's not really rotating anymore. So just stay away from windows if you're in these severe thunderstorm warnings. And otherwise, that's pretty much it for the rest of the night. I mean, this line of storm is going to continue, but it'll be weakening. So that's good news. they'll continue mostly into the upper peninsula of Michigan, northern Michigan tomorrow morning, and then the Ontario area, and then maybe into New York tomorrow as well. So there's a low chance of a live stream tomorrow, so make sure you subscribe to the channel, click the bell icon so you're notified with the latest updates. Also, a huge shout out to Radar Omega for sponsoring today's stream. If you want a weather app to stay ahead of the storms, you can download Radar Omega with the top link in the description below. That's the weather app we've been using this entire stream. There's tons of storm chasers, live cameras all over the place inside of the app as well. Definitely recommend you check this out. Again, Radar Omega, it's on iOS and Android, top link in the description below. All comes with the base app, and then on top of that, you can get computer models and satellite imagery if you become a subscriber inside of the app. Other than that, I appreciate you guys all watching today. I'm going to go ahead and wind it down. Thank you guys all so much for tuning in. We'll see you guys all again in our next stream or video, but tomorrow morning we'll have a video probably at like 6 in the morning, and then maybe another stream sometime tomorrow if needed, but probably I think Sunday, Monday are stream days, so we'll probably just rest tomorrow, and then Sunday, Monday will be live again. All right. Thank you guys all so much for watching. Have a great, safe rest of your night. Appreciate all the support. Thank you to all the mods, members, all that good stuff. And we'll see you guys all again in the next video or live stream. Have a great night, and we'll see you guys all again soon.